The Price of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. The D'Acciao Bloodline Series, Volume 1. Alessa Steele. Published by House of Thorns Publishing, 2026.
Luciana. I thought the smoke from my father's burning estate would be the end of my story, but it was merely the beginning of my descent. Fire took my home, but he took everything else. One moment I was a daughter, an heir, a woman with a future. The next, I was dragged into Cesare D'Acciao's world as payment for my father's sins. His fortress is cold marble and locked doors, and I am the debt he intends to collect in full. I should fear him. I should hate the way his eyes linger, the way his presence presses into my skin. Instead, I feel myself unraveling under his control, pulled toward the very darkness meant to break me. Every touch steals another piece of my defiance, every look dares me to fall. If I don't escape his grip, I won't just lose my freedom. I'll lose myself to the man who burned my life to ash.
Cesare. Luciana Corsini was supposed to be nothing more than a transaction, a piece of flesh to balance the scales of her father's betrayal. But the moment I dragged her from the wreckage, her fire hooked me deeper than any drug. She is the only thing I've ever wanted that I didn't have to kill to keep. A defiant beauty who challenges every ounce of my control. For some reason, she tempts the part of me that should stay buried, the weakness I'd kill in any other man. I should have discarded her the moment the debt was settled, but she has become my most lethal obsession. She is my captive, my weakness, and my salvation all at once, and I will destroy anything, including her father's legacy, to keep her bound to my side forever. This is the first book in the D'Acciao Bloodline series. Reading order: The Price of Sin, The Stain of Sin, The Law of Sin. Fan of dark mafia romances? Find more at alessasteelebooks.com and get a special discount on your next purchase. Use code ALESSA45 at checkout to read more and save 45% on your first purchase. Any product. Discover ebooks, audiobooks with dual narration, many bundles, so you get the most for your money, and news about upcoming releases.
Prologue. The house smells like citrus cleaner and old money. It always does this late at night, after the staff has finished pretending they don't see anything and gone home. The marble floors shine too much, the kind of polish meant to reflect wealth, not warmth. Even barefoot, I can feel the chill of it through my skin as I cross the hall, the sound of my steps swallowed by the size of the place. I've lived here my entire life, yet it never feels like it belongs to me. The Corsini estate sits above the city, like it's watching it. That's what my father likes to say, anyway. He stands on the terrace with a glass of something expensive and talks about visibility, about position, about how elevation is everything. He believes height equals power. I've always thought it just makes the fall longer. It's past midnight. The house is quiet in a way that feels rehearsed, like it's holding its breath. Even the air feels tense, heavy with something unnamed. I tell myself it's nothing. I've always been good at that. I move toward the window at the end of the hall and look out over the grounds. The garden lights glow softly, outlining hedges trimmed into shapes no one ever touches. The fountain is still. No water, no sound. Just stone and silence. My reflection stares back at me in the glass. Dark hair loose around my shoulders, silk nightdress clinging where it shouldn't. I look like I belong here. That's the most convincing lie of all. I press my palm to the window, the cold seeping into my skin, and try to slow my breathing. There's a tightness in my chest I can't seem to shake. Not fear exactly. Something closer to anticipation, though I don't know what I'm anticipating. I think of my father. Silvano Corsini is a man who fills rooms easily. He laughs too loud, shakes hands too firmly, makes people feel chosen when he looks at them. He taught me early that appearances matter more than truth. That perception is currency. That everything is a transaction, even love. Especially love. I learned to smile when told. To sit still. To listen. I learned how to be agreeable without being stupid, charming without being vulnerable. I learned that asking questions makes men uncomfortable, so I learned to observe instead. What I never learned was how to feel safe. My father has been restless lately. Short-tempered. Distracted. He drinks more than he thinks I notice, and sleeps less than he pretends to. The staff whispers when they think I can't hear. Phones ring late at night. Doors close too quickly. I tell myself it's business. It's always business. Still, something feels wrong. I turn away from the window and walk back toward my room. The corridor seems longer than usual, the shadows deeper. I flip on a light as I pass, then another, unwilling to leave parts of the house dark behind me. It's childish, I know, but tonight I don't care. My bedroom door is open. It always is. I step inside and close it softly behind me, more out of habit than necessity. The room smells like my perfume, faint and familiar. Vanilla and something floral I can't name. The bed is untouched, smooth and pristine. I sit on the edge of it, and let my shoulders slump forward. I think about leaving. It's a thought that comes and goes, never fully forming. Where would I go? With what? My entire life is wrapped in my father's name, his money, his connections. Even my independence is carefully curated, permitted, supervised. Still, the idea lingers. I walk to the dresser and pick up the framed photo resting there. It's old, taken when I was younger. My father's arm is around my shoulders, his smile wide and convincing. I remember that day. A gala. Cameras. Flashing lights. He told me to stand taller, to look grateful. I always look grateful. I set the frame back down and run my fingers along the edge, tracing the glass. There's a crack in one corner. I don't remember being there before. The sound comes suddenly. Distant. A low noise, barely more than a vibration. I freeze, my fingers still pressed to the glass. I listen. Another sound follows. Metal maybe. A dull thud. My heart starts to beat faster, each pulse loud in my ears. I tell myself it's nothing. The wind. A gate. Something shifting. Then the lights flicker. Just once, but it's enough. I straighten slowly, my skin prickling. The house feels different now. Too quiet. The silence presses in, thick and suffocating. I move toward the door and open it, peering into the hallway. The lights are still on, but something is wrong. The air feels colder. Sharper. Like a storm about to break. Papa? I call softly. No answer. I step into the corridor, my bare feet silent against the floor. My pulse is racing now, adrenaline crawling up my spine. I don't know why. Nothing has happened. Not yet. Another sound. Closer this time. I stop. There's a smell in the air that doesn't belong. Something acrid, chemical. My stomach tightens. I take a step back toward my room, then pause. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to hide. I move toward the staircase instead. Halfway down the hall, the lights cut out. The darkness is immediate, absolute. I gasp, my hand flying to my chest. For a second, I can't breathe. I stand there frozen, heart hammering, every sense on edge. Then there are voices. Men's voices. Low. Controlled. Close. Panic blooms, hot and sudden. I turn and run back toward my room, my breath coming fast. My door is just ahead when a crash echoes through the house, wood splintering, the sound violent enough to shake the floor beneath me. I scream. The sound tears out of me before I can stop it. My hand fumbles for the door handle as footsteps pound closer, heavy and deliberate. The smell is stronger now. Smoke. Fuel. The door bursts open before I can lock it. He fills the doorway. Tall. Broad. Dressed in darkness and intent. His presence seems to suck the air from the room, leaving me dizzy and exposed. I don't see his face clearly at first, just the outline of him against the dim emergency lights flickering back on. My body reacts before my mind does. I scramble backward, my legs tangling in the sheets as I try to put distance between us. My heart feels like it's trying to claw its way out of my chest. Who are you? I demand, my voice shaking despite my effort to steady it. He steps inside, slow and unhurried, like he has all the time in the world. His gaze locks onto mine, sharp and unyielding. I feel pinned under it, like prey that's already been caught. The air between us hums with tension. I don't know his name. I don't know why he's here. All I know is the certainty settling deep in my bones as he looks at me, assessing, claiming. This moment is not passing. This moment is taking. My life fractures silently, cleanly, right here, before I even understand what it's becoming. And the worst part is the clarity that comes with it. Whatever this man wants, he's not leaving without it.
Chapter 1. Cesare POV. The spearmint gum tastes like chemical shit after 2 minutes, but the ritual is the ritual. I peel the foil off the pack, shove a fresh piece in my mouth, and drop the wrapper onto the floor of the armored SUV. It joins a graveyard of other wrappers, a testament to how long I've been sitting here watching this fucking circus of a house. Through the night vision optics, the Corsini estate looks like a glowing tumor on the hillside. Lights on every balcony. Uplighting on the cypress trees. Silvano Corsini put more money into illuminating his bushes than he did into paying the €7 million he owes my family. It's pathetic. It's loud. It's exactly the kind of clown behavior that gets men like him erased from the census. I check the tactical watch on my wrist. 0300 hours. The witching hour for assholes who think their security systems actually work. My knuckles are tight, itching inside the leather gloves. I hate the waiting. I hate the stillness before the violence, because it gives my brain too much time to cycle through the ledger. Silvano thought blood mattered more than debt. He thought that because we broke bread at his daughter's christening 20 years ago, I wouldn't come for him. He was wrong. Dead wrong. The clock stops when I walk into the room, and I'm about to stop his whole fucking world. I open the heavy door of the SUV. The damp, cool scent of pine needles hits me first, sharper than the recycled air conditioning, followed by the faint, distant drift of some classical garbage playing from speakers hidden in the garden rocks. Who plays Vivaldi for the fucking crickets? My boots hit the gravel. The crunch is soft, barely there. My men are already moving out of the shadows like oil slicks, faces gone behind balaclavas, weapons checked and cleared. I adjust the strap on my flak vest, pulling it tight enough to restrict my breathing just a fraction. It centers me. Reminds me I'm a weapon, not a person. I tap the photo pinned to the left side of my tactical vest one last time. Luciana Corsini. Dark eyes. Pouty mouth. The kind of face that usually costs a man a fortune in dinners and diamonds, but tonight, she's costing me nothing but a box of rounds and a few gallons of gasoline. She's the asset. The collateral. Silvano couldn't pay in cash, so he's paying in flesh. Secure the asset, I say, my voice low, scraping against the silence. Nothing else matters. If she screams, muzzle her. Gently. No permanent damage. She is ours. I don't look at them to see if they understand. They know the drill. Deviate from the plan, and I put a bullet in your knee. Simple management. We move to the perimeter. 2 of my guys are already at the wrought iron fence. One spits on the heavy-duty wire before sliding the cutters around it. Superstitious nonsense, but I don't care as long as the cut is clean. Snip. The sound is sharp, final. Then another. The reinforced power cables are severed, and the obnoxious floodlights lighting up the west lawn die instantly. The darkness rushes back in, heavy and welcome. I lead the way. Walking across the lawn feels like walking through a cemetery. The grass is cut so perfectly, it feels fake under my boots. I'm carrying a suppressed Sig Sauer, the weight of it familiar, an extension of my hand. I keep my body low, scanning the terrain. Moonlight glints off a polished marble landscaping rock. I pause, scrape a bit of mud off my boot tread against it, and keep moving. We hit the guard post near the patio. 2 idiots. They're huddled over a tablet, probably watching a soccer match or porn, smoking cigarettes that smell like burning trash. They don't even hear us. I tap my earpiece twice. My lead enforcer moves. A chokehold from behind, violent and efficient. The guard flails for a second, dropping his cigarette, sparks scattering on the pavement. Then a suppressed foot, a fail-safe shot to the temple. The other guard takes a knife to the kidney and goes down without a sound. I step over the bodies. The smell of cheap tobacco lingers, mixing with the metallic tang of fresh blood. I check the time. We are 30 seconds ahead of schedule. The front terrace is disgusting. It's an expanse of imported marble that probably costs more than the average Italian makes in a lifetime. I reach the massive double doors and rest my hand on the cool stone of a pillar for a second. This house is a monument to weakness. It's built on lies and borrowed time. I spit on the pristine floor, watching the saliva gleam in the moonlight. "Open it," I order. The breach team steps up with the hydraulic spreaders. The metal claws bite into the seam of the heavy wood doors. There's a groan of timber, then a loud slack as the lock mechanism fails and the frame splinters. Stealth is over. We flood the foyer. The air inside smells like ozone and lemon polish. Boots hammer against the marble floor, a stampede of consequences. "Clear it!" I roar. Gunfire erupts from the hallway to the left. Suppressed shots quick and rhythmic. Thud. Thud. Bodies hitting expensive Persian rugs. I see a vase shatter near my head, shards of porcelain raining down like confetti. I don't flinch. I just move faster. Collateral damage is unavoidable, but I'm not here for the furniture. I hit the stairs. The grand staircase sweeps upward like something out of a bad romance movie. I take the steps 2 at a time, my hand sliding over the carved wooden banister. It's smooth, cold, polished to perfection. Everything in this house is designed to feel good, to look good, to hide the rot underneath. Cazzo. I hate this place. I reach the upstairs landing. Down the hall, my men are smashing lights, plunging the corridor into shadows. I know the floor plan. I memorized the blueprints, while Silvano was busy lying to my face about his liquidity. Third door on the right. I move down the hall, gun raised. The carpet runner muffles my steps now, making me a ghost again. The air up here is thick, cloying. It smells like expensive perfume, roses and vanilla. It smells like a woman. It smells like softness. I pass a side table with a framed photo. Luciana, smiling in a garden, holding a glass of wine. She looks happy. Oblivious. I crush the frame under my boot without breaking stride, grinding the glass into the carpet. I stop outside the white double doors. I can hear breathing inside. Faint. Rhythmic. I signal 2 men to hold the hallway. I roll my shoulders, feeling the tension across my back, flexing the fingers of my gun hand. My knuckles crack. This is the part where the math ends, and the mess begins. Flesh and blood are always messier than steel. I don't turn the handle. I lift my leg, and drive the heel of my combat boot right next to the lock. Crack. The wood splinters and the door flies inward, banging against the wall with a violence that shakes the floor. A crystal carafe on the nightstand topples over, water spilling across the rug. "Who the hell are you?" The voice is sharp, panicked. I step into the room. It's dark, but the hallway light cuts a wedge across the bed. Luciana Corsini is bolting upright, tangled in silk sheets that cost more than my car. Espresso hair spills everywhere. Her eyes are wide, dark honey in the gloom, cycling from sleep to shock to terror in a microsecond. I move to the foot of the bed. My boots sink into the plush carpet. I stare at her. She's small. Fragile. But she's sitting up, chin lifted, hands gripping the sheet like it's a shield. "Your consequence, Kara," I say. My voice sounds like gravel grinding in a mixer. She doesn't scream. I'll give her that. Instead, she scrambles backward, her eyes darting to the heavy brass lamp on the bedside table. She's going for a weapon. Good instincts. Terrible execution. "Don't touch the lamp, Luciana," I warn, stepping closer. "You'll need those hands later." She lunges for it anyway. Stupid girl. I cross the distance in 2 strides. I don't gently restrain her. I drop the gun to its sling and grab her arm. My hand wraps entirely around her bicep, fingers digging in. It's a brutal grip. I feel the warmth of her skin through the thin silk of her nightgown, shocking against the cold leather of my tactical gloves. She lets out a sound, not a scream, but a guttural noise of frustration. "Get off me. Pezzo di merda." She twists, trying to rip her arm free. She kicks out, her bare foot thudding harmlessly against the armor plating on my thigh. It's like a butterfly, fighting a tank. I stand perfectly still, letting her exhaust herself for 3 seconds. If you fight me, you'll regret the taste of my knuckles, I say calmly. She freezes, chest heaving. I yank her. Hard. I pull her straight out of the bed. She stumbles, her feet tangling in the sheets, and slams against my chest. I clamp my hands on her upper arms, pinning her against the hard Kevlar of my vest. The silk nightgown twists, riding up her legs, exposing skin to the cold air. She smells like sleep and terror. I can feel her heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. You are mine now, I snarl, looking down into her face. Until the debt is paid. She glares up at me, trembling but furious. What debt? My father will kill you. I almost laugh. Your father is the reason I'm here. I key the radio on my shoulder, never taking my eyes off her. Begin the purification. South wing first. Her eyes widen. What? What are you doing? Execute the burns, I command into the mic. Static crackles back, an affirmative click. No, she breathes. I don't give her time to process it. I spin her around and start dragging her toward the door. She digs her bare heels into the carpet, trying to snag them, trying to stop the momentum. It's useless. I'm moving like a freight train, and she's just cargo. Let me go. She's fighting harder now, clawing at my gloves. A fingernail catches the seam, but she can't break the grip. I haul her into the hallway. Walk, or I drag you by the hair. Your choice. She stumbles, finding her footing, forced to run to keep up with my long strides. We hit the top of the stairs. The smell hits us instantly, gasoline. Thick, acrid chemical. It's rising from the foyer like a toxic fog. Luciana chokes, coughing. You're burning it? I'm erasing it. I force her down the marble steps. I keep her close, practically carrying her, my arm like an iron bar across her back. Her cheek scrapes against the stiff collar of my tactical jacket. She's shivering, but I can feel the heat radiating off her skin. We reach the foyer. My men are pouring jerry cans of accelerant over the antique furniture. The smell is overpowering. It smells like victory. It smells like the end of the Corsini bullshit. I stop near the door. I grab her jaw with my free hand and force her head to the left. Look, I order. There's a massive oil painting hanging there. The Corsini family. Silvano, his wife, Luciana. All smiling. All draped in gold and velvet. Look at him, Patana, I hiss in her ear. Your father's debt. Paid in fire. She stares at the painting, her breath hitching. A sob breaks loose from her chest, a jagged, ugly sound. Papa. He sold you, I tell her, brutal and honest. He gambled, he lost, and you're the chip. I shove her toward the door. We burst out onto the terrace, just as the fire team tosses the incendiary flare. Whoosh. The sound is like a jet engine taking off inside the house. The foyer ignites instantly. The blast of heat hits our backs, searing and intense. The windows rattle. The orange glow.
Chapter 2. Luciana POV. The heat was the first thing that actually registered, not the fear, not the confusion, but the dry, suffocating heat that felt like it was peeling the skin right off my back. My lungs were burning, filled with the acrid taste of gasoline and the ancient stone of my family's estate turning into ash. And then there was the grip. Steel fingers were dug into my bicep, bruising the bone, hauling me across the damp lawn like I was a sack of unwanted laundry. I stumbled, my bare feet slipping on the wet grass, the hem of my torn silk nightgown catching on something, a twig, a rock I didn't know. I didn't care. Let me go. I choked out, the smoke turning my scream into a pathetic rasp. You animal. This is a mistake. The man dragging me didn't even break his stride. He was massive, a wall of charcoal soot and violence, moving with a terrifying, efficient purpose. He didn't look back at the inferno he just dragged me out of. He didn't look at me. He just pulled, his grip unyielding, towing me toward the circular driveway where the shadows were deep and heavy. I dug my heels into the turf, trying to use my body weight as an anchor. It was a joke. I might as well have been trying to stop a freight train with a feather duster. He yanked me forward, the sudden jerk nearly dislocating my shoulder, and I stumbled again, my knees scraping against the gravel of the drive. "You're making this difficult," he muttered, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through his chest. It wasn't a complaint. It was just a statement of fact. "I'm going to make this hell for you." I spat, clawing at the hand clamped around my arm. My nails were manicured, sharp, and I drove them into the expensive fabric of his suit, aiming for the flesh beneath. I wanted blood. I wanted him to hurt. He didn't flinch. Not even a twitch. We reached the car, a black armored beast that looked less like a vehicle and more like a mobile vault. The back door was already open, waiting like a gaping mouth. "Get in," he ordered. No shouting. Just cold command. "Fuck you," I gasped, twisting my body, trying to drop my weight and roll away. He didn't have time for my defiance. He didn't negotiate. With a fluid, terrifying ease, he shifted his grip, scooped me up by the waist, and shoved me into the back seat. I flew in, my limbs tangling, my shoulders slamming hard against the far door frame. The impact rattled my teeth, a bloom of white light sparking behind my eyes. I scrambled, trying to right myself, trying to lunge back toward the open door, but he was already there. The heavy reinforced door slammed shut with a thud that sounded like a coffin lid dropping. The sound was final. Absolute. Before I could even process the claustrophobia, the other door opened and he slid in next to me. The space instantly shrank. He was too big for the car, too big for the world, his broad shoulders eating up the air, his long legs cramping the legroom. The scent of him hit me, smoke, gunpowder, and underneath that, something sharp and expensive like cold cedar and ozone. The car lurched forward, the engine growling with a deep muffled power. Panic, hot and blinding, finally snapped the last tether of my rationality. "Let me out!" I screamed, launching myself at him. I didn't have a plan. I just had rage. I was feral. I swung at his face, my hand a claw, aiming for his eyes. "You psycho. Let me out right now." My fingers snagged on his lapel, tearing the stitching, but before I could do any real damage, he moved. It was a blur. 1 second I was attacking, the next, both of my wrists were caught in one of his massive hands. He crushed them together, driving my arms up over my head and slamming them against the leather headrest. "Basta," he clipped out. I kicked out, my bare foot connecting with his shin, but it was like kicking a marble column. He didn't even grunt. Instead, he shifted his weight, pressing his body against mine, pinning me to the seat with the sheer density of his muscle. "Get off me." I writhed, bucking my hips, trying to find any leverage. He leaned down, his face inches from mine. The air in the car went static. His eyes were slate gray, unblinking, devoid of anything resembling humanity. They were shark eyes. Dead and lethal. "Screaming will only amuse me, Luciana," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, gravelly whisper. "Try again, and you'll find out what true silence is." I froze. Not because I wanted to, but because the threat wasn't a bluff. I could feel the violence rolling off him in waves, controlled but ready to snap. And then, because the universe has a sick sense of humor, my body betrayed me. Pressed against him like this, trapped under the hard lines of his chest, with his heavy thigh wedged between my legs to keep me still, I felt a jolt. A traitorous electric spike of heat that shot straight to my core. It was disgusting. It was wrong. He was a monster who had just kidnapped me. And my pulse was jumping like an erratic beat in my throat because he smelled good and felt like solid steel. "Stop it," I screamed internally. "Do not go there. Do not be that girl." I glared up at him, forcing air into my lungs, refusing to look away. If he wanted to intimidate me, he was going to have to work harder than this. I wasn't some trembling prey animal. I was a Corsini. Even if my house was burning, I still had my pride. "Look at me," he commanded, his thumb coming up to hook under my chin. The pad of his finger was rough, scarred, pressing into my skin with possessive weight. He tilted my head back, exposing my throat. "You belong to me now." The audacity. The sheer, unmitigated gall. I jerked my chin out of his grip, ignoring the warning flare in his eyes. Who the hell are you? I demanded, my voice raw but steady. And what do you want? If it's money, you're an idiot. You burned the assets. He watched me for a second, assessing, like I was a math problem he'd already solved. Then he slowly released my wrists, though he didn't move away. He stayed close, crowding me, keeping me boxed in. Cesare D'Acciao. He said the name like it was the answer to everything. Like it explained the fire, the kidnapping, the gun strapped to his chest. I frowned, racking my brain. D'Acciao. The name sounded familiar, ancient and heavy, but not from my father's usual circle of sycophants and gambling buddies. D'Acciao? I scoffed, rubbing my aching wrists. I don't know you. You have the wrong person. This is a screw-up. No screw-up, he said, easing back just enough to rest his elbow on the console, though his eyes never left my face. Your father made a deal he couldn't honor. He owes a debt of flesh. I'm here to collect. The words hung in the quiet hum of the armored car. Debt of flesh. A cold, oily feeling slicked down my spine. A debt of flesh? Are you insane? I am not currency. I am not a poker chip you can just scoop off the table. You are exactly that, he replied, his tone bored, clinical. 5 million in gambling losses. Plus the tip on the Castellani shipment he sold to the highest bidder. That cost me men. Good men. My stomach dropped. You're lying, I shot back, though the conviction in my voice was thin. My father is Silvano Corsini. He's a businessman. He doesn't have debts like that. He's honest. Cesare laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. It was dry, cruel, and sharp. Honest? He tapped his index finger against the thick, tinted glass of the window. Click. 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 Your father is a rat, Luciana? A desperate, cornered rat who sold his only daughter to save his own skin. No, I whispered, shaking my head. He wouldn't. He did, Cesare said, his voice flattening, stripping away any room for doubt. He signed the contract an hour ago. He opened the back gate for us. He told us which room was yours. The heir left the car. I couldn't breathe. He told us which room was yours. The memory of the noise downstairs, the lack of alarms, the way the fire seemed to start so conveniently far from the master suite. The puzzle pieces slammed together, forming a picture so ugly I wanted to vomit. My father. The man who bought me silk dresses and told me I was his princess. He hadn't just failed to protect me. He had traded me. He had bartered my life to clear his ledger. I slumped back against the leather seat, the fight draining out of me, replaced by a hollow, ringing silence in my ears. I felt sick. Physically, violently ill. He sold me, I whispered. It wasn't a question anymore. Cesare didn't offer comfort. He didn't offer a tissue or a kind word. He just watched me break, his expression unreadable. I closed my eyes for a second, forcing the bile down. Don't cry, I told myself. Do not give this man the satisfaction of seeing you cry over a piece of trash, like Silvano Corsini. I swallowed hard, tasting blood where I'd bitten my lip in the struggle. I opened my eyes and looked at him. So what happens now? I asked. My voice sounded different to my own ears, harder, colder. You kill me? Is that the deal? Cesare raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed that I wasn't hysterical. He reached out, his hand hovering near my face again. I flinched, but he just brushed a stray lock of hair behind my ear. His fingers grazed my cheek, sending a shiver of revulsion and that damn heat down my neck. You're more valuable alive, he said. You are collateral. My property, until Silvano pays. Property. He said it so easily. Like I was a watch. A car. A chaotic acquisition. Don't mistake value for affection, he added, his voice dropping to that low rumble again. You are useful. That's all. How long? I asked, my voice tight. How long do I belong to you? He leaned back fully into his seat, adjusting his suit jacket, covering the holster but not the threat. Until the debt is settled. Or until I decide you've served your purpose. I turned away from him, pressing myself against the door, trying to put as much distance between us as the car allowed. Outside, the city was blurring past. I tried to focus on the streetlights, to figure out where we were going, but the tint on the windows was too dark, the night too thick. We were moving fast, deeper into the city, away from the suburbs, away from anything I knew. I wrapped my arms around my waist, shivering. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind the cold, hard reality of my situation. I was in a car with a killer. My father was a traitor. And I was collateral. Peso de merda, I thought, the curse directed at my father burning hot in my chest. I hope they break your legs before you pay them a dime. I closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of the tires on the asphalt. I needed to think. I needed to stop reacting and start planning. If I was property, then I had value. If I had value, I had leverage. I just had to figure out how to use it without getting myself killed. Good, Cesare said softly from beside me. I snapped my eyes open to look at him. He was watching me again, that intense slate-gray gaze dissecting me. What? I snapped. Use that rage, he said. You'll need it where we're going. Don't waste the fire on tears. I didn't answer him. I just glared. The car began to slow, turning sharply off the main road. I looked out the window and saw massive ornate iron gates swinging open. They were huge medieval-looking things, topped with spikes that looked sharp enough to impale a man. A security camera swiveled on the stone pillar, tracking the car as we passed through. The mechanism of the gates groaned, a heavy metallic sound that signaled the closing of a trap. Beyond the gates, the world changed. It wasn't just a house. It was a fortress. High walls, floodlights cutting through the darkness, men with rifles slung across their chests patrolling the perimeter. It was a military compound, disguised as a luxury estate. We drove up a long, winding gravel driveway, the stones crunching loudly under the heavy tires. The main house loomed ahead, a sprawling Italian villa that looked beautiful and terrifying all at once. It was dark, imposing, a place where secrets went to die. We passed a checkpoint. A guard, built like a linebacker, stepped out and nodded respectfully at the car. He didn't even ask for ID. He knew who was inside. This is the D'Acciao estate, Cesare said, his tone casual like a tour guide from hell. Your new temporary residence. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the massive double doors of the villa. The silence that followed the engine cutting out was deafening. Cesare turned to me one last time. His gaze dropped to my legs, bare and exposed by the torn silk, then traveled up to my face. It was a look of total ownership. It made my skin crawl and my blood burn. Welcome home, little Corsini. He opened his door, the heavy lock disengaging with a soft thunk. The cool night air rushed in, smelling of rain and manicured gardens, displacing the scent of his cologne and my fear. Don't try to run, Luciana, he said over his shoulder as he stepped out onto the gravel. I own the roads, the walls, and now the breath in your lungs. I sat there for a second, my hand gripping the door handle, staring at his broad back. We'll see about that, I thought, forcing my legs to move. You might own the walls, D'Acciao. But you don't own me. Not really. I stepped out into the night, my bare feet hitting the cold stones, and prepared to enter the lion's den.
Chapter 3. Cesare POV. The air in the safe house tasted like stale sweat, and the lingering, acrid ghost of smoke that clung to the girl on the cot. I leaned against the doorframe, folding my arms over my chest. The heavy leather of my jacket creaked, a sound loud enough to make her flinch, though she tried to hide it. Luciana Corsini. She was crumpled on the thin mattress, knees pulled to her chest, still wearing the torn, soot-stained silk she'd been sleeping in when I dragged her out of her father's burning estate. Her skin was smudge-marked, her hair a rat's nest of espresso tangles, but her spine was rigid. Stiff. Like she was waiting for a blow she intended to take without blinking. Most women would be sobbing by now. Or begging. She was doing neither. She was just staring at the wall, radiating a silent, bottled rage that I could feel from across the room. Good. A broken hostage is boring. A broken hostage is just baggage. But a furious one? That's leverage. That's a weapon, if you aim it right. Silence will not save him, Luciana, I said, my voice scraping against the quiet. She didn't turn. Didn't even twitch. Your father used you to settle a score, I continued, pushing off the doorframe and stepping fully into the room. I blocked the single, naked bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a long shadow over her. Are you waiting for a rescue? Because the only thing coming for you is a reality check. She finally looked up. Her eyes were dark honey, rimmed with red but sharp. There was no plea in them. Just hate. Look at me when I speak to you. Cazzo. She held the gaze. Defiant. Stupid. I turned my back on her, pivoting into the hallway where two of my guards were standing like statues. I checked the clip of the Glock tucked into my waistband. Slick, mechanical grounding. Prep the transport, I muttered, keeping my voice low, gravel against the silence. We're moving her to the compound. Now. No stops. No noise. Boss, one of them asked, shifting his weight. Marcello wants a sit-down before. I don't give a shit what Marcello wants. Secure the perimeter. I want a clean route. Alert no one. The guard nodded, the movement sharp. Schlick. I shoved the gun back into the holster. Marcello was already sniffing around, asking too many questions about the girl. If my brother got his hands on her before I broke her in, he'd ruin the asset. He lacked finesse. He lacked patience. I walked back into the room. Luciana hadn't moved. Get up, I said. You are being moved. She stayed seated. Her fists were clenched in her lap, knuckles white, nails digging into her palms so hard I thought she might draw blood. She was shaking, just a little. Not fear. Adrenaline. My patience is thin, ragazza. She lifted her chin. I'm not going anywhere with you. I let out a rough sigh that sounded more like a growl. I didn't have time to negotiate with a piece of collateral. I crossed the distance in 2 strides, grabbed her by the upper arm and hauled her to her feet. The silk of her slip was nothing under my grip. It felt like it would disintegrate if I squeezed too hard. She gasped, a sharp intake of air as the fabric pulled tight across her chest, but I didn't let go. I dragged her toward the door. Walk, I ordered. Or I will ensure you cannot walk for a week. She stumbled, her bare feet slapping against the concrete floor, but she found her footing fast, forced to match my pace as I pulled her into the corridor. The air out here was cooler, hitting her exposed skin, raising goosebumps I could feel under my hand. Hold the door, I barked at the guard. We exited into the night, the humidity of the Italian coast hitting us instantly. The blacked-out armored SUV was waiting, engine idling with a low, predatory thrum. I opened the back door and shoved her inside. I didn't slide in next to her. I went around to the other side and got in, sitting opposite. I stretched my legs out, my boots heavy on the floor mats, creating a deliberate distance. A chasm. The door slammed shut, sealing us in. The locks engaged with a heavy thud. Luciana scrambled to the far corner, pressing herself against the leather. She tugged at the torn strap of her slip, trying to cover the swell of her breast. It was a reflex. Modesty. Pointless, considering I owned the debt that put her here, but I watched her do it anyway with cold amusement. "Do not touch the door handle," I said as the driver pulled away. "Try to scream and I will gag you. Look at your reflection in the glass, Kara. You are nothing now. You are a line item in a ledger." The SUV ate up the road, the suspension absorbing the potholes of the rural track. The interior was silent, except for the hum of the engine and her breathing. Shallow. Fast. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice cracked. It was raw, likely from the smoke inhalation, but firm. "Is it another hole in the wall? Another basement?" I looked at her. Really looked at her. She was trying to gather intel. Trying to map her cage. I let the question hang there for 10 seconds. Enough time for her mind to cycle through the worst-case scenarios. "Home," I said finally. "Your new one?" She flinched. "I have a home." "Had," I corrected. "Now you have ash. Don't worry, the sheets are silk. Unlike the Corsini debt." I leaned forward, invading her space just enough to make her press harder into the upholstery. "This is not a hole, Piccola. This is a stronghold. My stronghold. And if you say that word again, home, it will seal your fate." She turned her head to look out the window, but the tint was too dark, the night too black. She saw nothing but her own pale, bruised face staring back. 20 minutes later, the SUV slowed. We hit the first checkpoint. Floodlights washed over the vehicle, blindingly white, illuminating the metal cages welded over the windows. I saw her shrink back, pulling her knees up. I stayed relaxed, watching the guards verify our plates. Efficiency. It was beautiful. "You see the protocol?" I asked. "You will find no weakness here. Do not look at them. They aren't here for you. They're here for me." The vehicle rolled forward again. The tires crunched over gravel, then smoothed out onto pavement. We stopped at the main gates. The wrought iron was massive, ancient, bearing the D'Acciao crest, a hawk gripping a skull. The hinges screamed as the electric motors forced them open. It was a sound of finality. A prison door closing, just on a grander scale. "Welcome to the D'Acciao cage, Luciana." The SUV pulled into the courtyard. It was a fortress disguised as a Renaissance villa. Dark stone, high walls, security cameras blinking red in the shadows of the eaves. I kicked my door open and stepped out into the night air. It smelled of rich earth and expensive gasoline. I went around, jerked her door open, and grabbed her wrist. Out. I pulled her into the light. The courtyard was swarming with my men. Dozens of them. Armed, stone-faced. They stopped talking as we passed, eyes flicking to the girl in the torn silk, then quickly away. They knew better than to stare at my property, but the humiliation hit her anyway. I felt it in the way she tried to duck her head, hiding her face behind a curtain of matted hair. "Walk straight," I hissed, tightening my grip until her bones ground together. "Don't embarrass me. Hold your head up, Corsini. You owe us the viewing. They see the cost of betrayal. Let them look." She stumbled but straightened her spine, lifting her chin with that same stubborn defiance. "Good." I marched her up the steps and into the grand foyer. The change in atmosphere was instant. Outside was war, inside was money. Stark marble floors that echoed with the hard strike of my boots. Dark wood paneling. Oil paintings that cost more than her father's life. She blinked, her eyes drawn upward to the vaulted ceiling. She was looking for exits. She wouldn't find any. "We don't settle for cheap prisons, Luciana," I said, steering her toward the massive staircase. "Don't touch anything. You break it, you pay for it. Admire the architecture. It's the last thing you'll see for a while." I dragged her up the stairs. She was lagging, her bare feet slipping on the polished wood. I didn't slow down. I hauled her up like dead weight, ignoring the way she winced. "Keep moving. Pezzo di merda." "I can't," she started, breathless. "Do you think I have time for your theatrics? Up. To your cage." We reached the top floor. The West Wing. Secluded. Secure. I stopped in front of a heavy door at the end of the hall. No keypad here. I pulled a key from my pocket, iron, heavy, old as the house itself. I shoved it into the lock. The mechanism turned with a satisfying, heavy clunk. "This key," I said, holding it up for a second so she could see the dull glint of the metal. "Only I hold it. Remember that. You are not escaping this. It is sealed with steel and blood." I pushed the door open and shoved her inside. She stumbled into the room, catching herself on a velvet chaise lounge. She looked around wild-eyed. It was opulent. A four-poster bed draped in gray silk. An ensuite bath with marble fixtures. A closet full of clothes I'd had my assistant procure, things that fit the D'Acciao aesthetic, not her father's tacky taste. But the windows were reinforced glass, and the door had no handle on the inside. A gilded cage is still a cage. "Enjoy the view, Corsini," I said, stepping in and closing the door behind me. The silence in the room was sudden and suffocating. "It's the only one you'll have." She spun around, chest heaving. "You can't keep me here. I can do whatever the fuck I want." I walked past her, trailing a hand over the back of the chaise. "This is where you will stay. You will not leave without my explicit command. Food will be brought. Clothes are yours. Do not think about damaging anything. You will be seen when I say. You will speak when I allow." I stopped in front of the window and tapped the glass with a knuckle. Thud. Thud. Solid. "Try to escape, and I will chain you to the bed. Do you understand the word confined?" She was vibrating now. Pure kinetic energy. Rage. "I am not an animal." "No," I agreed, turning to face her. "Animals are innocent. You are collateral." I stepped closer, crowding her space until her back hit the wall next to the bathroom door. I let my voice drop, letting the rumble of it fill the small distance between us. "You belong to me until your father's debt is paid. Your time, your body, your defiance, it's all mine now. Understand?" I reached out, tracing a line with my index finger from her collarbone down to the swell of her breast. The skin was hot. Her heart was hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. "Say it," I whispered. "Say you are mine." She stared at me, eyes wide, pupils blown. For a second, I thought she might actually submit. Then she opened her mouth and screamed. It wasn't a cry for help. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. A shriek that tore out of her throat and bounced off the marble walls, sharp enough to make my ears ring. "Let me go. Dio Kane, let me go." She shoved at my chest, her hands useless against the leather jacket. "I hate you." "You?" I moved before she could draw another breath. I slammed her back against the wall, pinning her with my body, and clamped my hand over her mouth. Her head cracked against the plaster, cutting off the noise instantly. "Silenzio," I roared, my face inches from hers. "I will not tolerate noise in my house. Control yourself, or I will do it for you." She struggled, thrashing under my weight, eyes burning with a fire that should have been extinguished by fear. She was feral. Then she bit me. Hard. Her teeth sank into the fleshy part of my palm, grinding down. Pain shot up my arm, sharp and hot. I grunted, muscles locking up. "You bite." I growled. "Good. I like a taste of fight." She didn't let go. She bit harder. Fanculo. I didn't hit her. I didn't pull away. Instead, I yanked my hand back, wet with saliva and blood, and replaced it with my mouth. I crushed my lips to hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a strike. It was a gag. I forced her head back against the wall, grinding my mouth over hers, stealing her breath, smothering the scream in her throat. I tasted iron, my blood, her split lip. It tasted metallic and raw. I clamped my arm around her waist, locking her hips to mine so she couldn't kick. She froze, her body going rigid with shock. The contact was electric. Violent. Wrong. I felt the tremor running through her, the vibration of her terror and her rage. I should have pulled back. I should have made my point and left. But for a second, just a fraction of a second, I deepened the pressure, my tongue sweeping against the seam of her lips, demanding entry, demanding surrender. She made a small, muffled sound. Not a scream. A whimper. I broke the kiss abruptly, stepping back a single pace. She slumped against the wall, chest heaving, eyes wide and stunned. Her mouth was swollen, slick with red. She stared at me like I was a monster. Maybe I was. That is what happens when you raise your voice in my house, I said, my voice rougher than I intended. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, smearing a streak of blood across my knuckles. Consider that a down payment on your debt. She touched her lips, her fingers trembling. She didn't speak. She didn't scream. Silence. Finally. Next time, I won't be so gentle. Capisci? She didn't answer, but the fight had drained out of her stance. She looked shell-shocked. Good. I turned on my heel, dismissing her. I walked to the door, buttoning my jacket, forcing my breathing to remain even. I will see you in the morning, I threw over my shoulder. Try to get some sleep. You'll need it. I stepped into the hall and pulled the heavy door shut. I inserted the skeleton key and turned it. Click-clack. The sound was loud in the empty corridor. Final. I leaned my forehead against the wood for a second, listening. No sound from inside. No weeping. No screaming. Just dead silence. Secura. I pushed off the door and looked at my hand. The bite mark was deep, crescent-shaped, oozing blood. I brought it to my mouth, licking the wound, tasting the copper and the lingering ghost of her breath. My pulse was thumping in my neck. Harder than it should be for a simple prisoner transfer. Caso. She was going to be a problem. A dangerous, beautiful problem. I needed to break her. Fast. Before she made me do something stupid again. I shoved the key into my pocket and walked away, the taste of her defiance still burning on my tongue.
Chapter 4. Luciana POV. I woke up because the silence was too loud. It wasn't the peaceful kind. It was the heavy, expensive silence of soundproofed walls and velvet drapes thick enough to choke a man. I pressed 2 fingers to my lower lip. It was still tender. The ghost of a bruise throbbed there, a parting gift from the monster who had dragged me here. Cesare D'Acciao. I could still taste the iron from where our teeth had clashed, and the memory made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the violence of the kiss that pissed me off, it was the humiliating, traitorous flicker of heat that had sparked in my belly when his mouth crushed mine. Disgusting. Absolute clown behavior from my own nervous system. I sat up, the duvet pooling around my waist. The room was a golden tomb. Baroque furniture, lilies in a crystal vase that probably cost more than my first car, and a scent of lemon polish masking the underlying smell of fear. It was a gilded cage, designed to make me forget I was a prisoner. The audacity of this man was actually impressive. I ripped a stray thread from the embroidered duvet, wrapping it around my finger until the circulation cut off. The tiny sting of pain was grounding. I wasn't broken. I wasn't going to curl up and cry like some damsel in a bad movie. Click. The electronic lock on the heavy mahogany door disengaged with a mechanical grind that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. 2 men stepped inside. They were built like brick shithouses, wearing tailored black suits that strained at the shoulders. D'Acciao guards. They didn't speak, didn't introduce themselves, didn't even look at my face. One just jerked his chin toward the hallway. The sheer disrespect. I swung my legs out of bed. I was still wearing the silk nightgown Cesare had forced on me, a flimsy scrap of fabric that felt like a target painted on my back. I took a deliberate second to smooth the silk over my thighs, standing up slowly. If they expected me to cower, they were going to be waiting a long time. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice scraping against the dry air. "Nothing. Not even a grunt." "Tell your capo he needs to learn how to speak," I snapped, slipping my feet into the house slippers provided by my jailers. "Barking is for dogs." The guard on the left finally looked at me. His eyes were dead, like a shark's. He stepped forward, invading my space, and the threat was clear: walk or be dragged. Fine. I could walk. I moved past them into the hallway. The air out here was colder, sterile. The floors were polished marble that clicked sharply under my heels. I kept my head high, but my eyes were scanning everything. Brushed steel cameras mounted in the corners, their red lights unblinking. Keypad locks on every door we passed. This place wasn't a home. It was a fortress built by paranoia and blood money. "Basta," I muttered when one of the guards grabbed my elbow to steer me around a corner. I wrenched my arm away. "I can walk perfectly well without your paws on me." He didn't react, just crowded me closer to the wall. We descended a flight of stairs, the temperature dropping with every step. The opulence of the upper floors faded into raw concrete and industrial lighting. We stopped in front of a heavy steel door. One guard swiped a keycard and the door hissed open. He shoved me inside. I stumbled, but caught myself before I hit the metal table in the center of the room. This was definitely a downgrade. No velvet here. Just 4 concrete walls, a single tungsten bulb hanging from a wire, and a smell that was a mix of stale tobacco and bleach. The kind of bleach used to scrub things that don't want to be scrubbed. Cesare was leaning against the far wall. He looked perfectly at home in the gloom. He was smoking a cigarette, the smoke curling around his dark hair like a halo of filth. His charcoal suit was immaculate, his posture relaxed, but his slate-gray eyes tracked me with the intensity of a predator watching a wounded rabbit. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering despite the fire in my blood. "A little downgrade, capo?" I asked, forcing a sneer. "Did the silk sheets bother your conscience?" Cesare took a long drag, his cheeks hollowing, then exhaled a stream of gray toward the ceiling. He stubbed the cigarette out directly on the concrete wall, leaving a black smear. He waved a hand, and the heavy door slammed shut behind me. The sound resonated in the small space, vibrating in my teeth. We were alone. He walked toward the table, moving with that terrifying fluid grace big men shouldn't have. He dragged the steel chair opposite me. The screech of metal on concrete made me wince. "Sit," he said. His voice was gravel and low thunder. Unless you prefer to stand for the next hour. I prefer to be anywhere else, I shot back. But since you kidnapped me, my schedule is wide open. He didn't smile. He just waited. I sat. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of looming over me. I sat, crossed my legs, and placed my hands on the cold steel table, lacing my fingers together so he wouldn't see them tremble. He sat opposite me, close. Too close. His knees brushed against mine under the table, and I jerked back like I'd been burned. He didn't move. He just stared. Those unblinking gray eyes were dissecting me, peeling back layers, looking for the crack in the foundation. The silence stretched. The bulb overhead buzzed like a dying fly. Are we going to stare at each other all day, D'Acciao? I asked, leaning forward slightly. I have plans. Mostly involving plotting your murder, but still. Your silence is tiresome, he said softly. Speak, Caso. Speak about what? The weather? It's lovely in the dungeon this time of year. He placed a hand flat on the table. His knuckles were scarred, the skin rough. Your father, Silvano? He was sloppy, and he was greedy. Tell me about the offshore accounts. The ones he uses to hide his gambling money and his little side dealings. I let out a harsh laugh. You think I know about my father's bookkeeping? I was his daughter, not his accountant. The man barely told me what he wanted for dinner, let alone where he hid his dirty cash. Don't lie to me, Luciana. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila file, sliding it across the metal surface. It stopped inches from my hands. I know about the accounts in the Caymans and Valletta, he said, his voice dropping an octave, vibrating with threat. I want the passcodes before sunrise. Or I start taking collateral in different currencies. I looked down at the file. A red stamp on the corner. My father's name. A list of banks. My stomach turned over. Currencies. I knew exactly what kind of currency men like him dealt in when the money ran out. Flesh. Pain. Dignity. I shoved the file back at him. Hard. It skidded off the edge of the table and hit the floor with a sharp slap. If you know so much, find them yourself, you lowlife stronzetto. I spat the insult at him, watching it land. The corner of the file had clipped his knuckles. He didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. But the air in the room changed. It got heavier. Hotter. Cesare stood up. Slowly. He took off his jacket, folding it deliberately over the back of his chair. Beneath the crisp white shirt, I could see the shift of muscle, the holster strapped to his side. He began to circle the table. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a bird trapped in a box. I tracked him, twisting in my seat, refusing to let him get behind me. I warned you, Luciana, he murmured. We can do this the easy way, or the Cesare way. He stopped right behind my chair. I could feel the heat radiating off him, a wall of masculine warmth that pressed against my back. The smell of him, expensive leather, stale smoke, and something sharp like ozone filled my nose. You smell afraid, Cara, he whispered. Or perhaps excited. I smell a man who needs a shower and a therapy session, I choked out, staring at a rust spot on the table. He leaned down. His mouth grazed the shell of my ear, his breath hot and moist. I shuddered involuntarily, and I hated myself for it. Your father didn't just owe me gambling money, he said, the words sliding into my ear like poison. He sold information to Domenico Castellani. Information that got 3 of my loyal men killed outside Naples. My breath hitched. Silvano was a gambler. A drunk. A loser. But a rat? Selling out the D'Acciaos to the Castellanis? That was a death sentence. Not just for him, but for anyone with his blood. Liar? I whispered, though the doubt was already curdling in my gut. My father is a coward, not a killer. 3 lives for 1 debt, Cesare continued, ignoring me. That changes the math, doesn't it? When I didn't answer, his patience snapped. His hand clamped onto my shoulder. His fingers dug into the hollow of my collarbone, grinding down through the thin silk. It hurt. Sharp bruising pain. "Does that hurt, Luciana?" he growled. "It's nothing compared to what my men endured." He yanked me out of the chair, spinning me around. He crowded me back against the edge of the table, his hips pinning me there. He was massive, a towering wall of muscle and anger, blocking out the light, blocking out the air. I tried to push him back, my palms slamming against his chest. It was like shoving a boulder. He didn't budge. "You will tell me what I need to know," he roared, the sudden volume making me flinch. "Get off me," I yelled back. "I don't know anything." His hand shot up, clamping onto my jaw. He squeezed, forcing my head back, exposing my throat to the harsh light. His thumb dug into the soft skin under my chin, holding me still, forcing me to look up into those slate eyes. They were burning. Not with lust, but with a cold, terrifying purpose. "Look at me, Luciana," he commanded. "Look at the man who owns you now." "You own nothing but the air I breathe, Cesare," I hissed, my voice distorted by his grip on my face. "Take your hands off me, capo. Now." He leaned closer. His face was inches from mine. I could see the pores of his skin, the faint scar cutting through his eyebrow. The tension was suffocating. My body was reacting, adrenaline, fear, and something dark and twisted that felt dangerously like anticipation, and I wanted to scream. "Every day your father hides," he murmured, his eyes dropping to my lips, then back up to my eyes. "I will take a piece of what I am owed from your lovely little body. I will own your submission, even if you keep your secrets." The threat hung there, explicit and filthy. Submission. He wanted to break me. He wanted to turn me into just another asset in his ledger. Rage, pure and white-hot, flooded my system. I didn't think. I just reacted. I gathered the saliva in my mouth and spat directly into his left eye. The silence that followed was absolute. A drop of spittle slid down his cheek, catching the yellow light. I stood there panting, my chest heaving, waiting for the backhand. Waiting for the blow that would shatter my jaw. Cesare didn't strike. He slowly closed his eye. He took a breath, deep and controlled. Then he opened it again. The gray was gone, replaced by black, bottomless ice. He released my jaw, but didn't step back. He reached up and wiped the spit from his cheek with the back of his thumb, staring at the wetness on his skin for a second before looking back at me. "You have a fire in you, Cara," he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. "I will enjoy taming it." He wiped his hand on his trousers. "That was a mistake, Luciana. A very expensive mistake." He shoved me backward, hard enough that the edge of the table dug into my spine. "Fine," he said, turning away. "We will do this the hard way. Bring me the accounting ledgers and a cattle prod." He walked to the door, yanking it open. The two guards were waiting, statues in the corridor. Cesare looked back at me one last time, a small, cruel smirk curling his lip. "Enjoy your gilded cage. Soon you will beg for me to open it, and I will be happy to oblige." He stepped out. "Take her back. And think about the debt you owe, Luciana." The door didn't slam this time. He just walked away, leaving me with the monsters. The guards grabbed me, hauling me toward the door. I was trembling, my legs feeling like jelly, but I forced myself to walk. I felt violated. Not by his hands, but by the reaction he'd pulled out of me. My skin was buzzing, my heart racing, my body betraying me with a sick, confusing heat. "Keep your hands off me, bastardo," I snapped at the guard, stumbling deliberately so his grip slipped. I needed to think. I needed to get away from the smell of him. They dragged me back through the maze, up the stairs, back to the golden tomb. They shoved me inside, and the lock engaged with that final damning click. I collapsed against the wood of the door, gasping for air. The room was spinning. "I won't beg," I whispered to the empty room. "Never." I peeled the nightgown off my body, throwing it into the corner like it was covered in acid. I stood there naked and shivering, staring at the walls. "Think, Luciana. Think." I began to pace. 4 steps to the window. 4 steps back. I ran my hands over the wall paneling, searching for a seam, a loose board, anything. My fingers brushed against metal near the floor, behind the heavy drapes. I dropped to my knees. A vent. An old decorative brass grill screwed into the skirting board. It was large enough for a small woman to squeeze through if she was desperate enough. I tapped it with a fingernail. Hollow sound. The fear in my chest hardened into something cold and sharp. A weapon. Let him bring his cattle prod, I muttered, digging my nails into the edge of the grill to test the screws. He'll find an empty cage. I wasn't going to be a victim. I was going to be a runner. And if Cesare D'Acciao wanted his money, he was going to have to catch me first. Chapter 5. Luciana POV. I sat on the edge of the ridiculously luxurious bed, the silk comforter feeling mocking against my skin. It was too soft. Too expensive. It felt like a shroud. The cold, analytical aftermath of Caesar's interrogation still chilled me, settling in my marrow like ice water, but it had solidified into something useful. A heart-jagged knot of defiance. He broke my father. He turned Silvano Corsini into a sniveling, desperate mess. But he wouldn't break me. I wasn't some delicate flower to be pressed between the pages of his violent little book. I pulled at a loose thread on the silk sheets, winding it around my finger until the circulation cut off, turning the tip purple. I pulled harder. Snap. The sound was loud in the oppressive quiet of the room. "This isn't a room?" I muttered, flicking the broken thread away. "It's a beautifully wrapped cage." The air smelled like expensive sterile cleaning products mixed with the faint metallic scent of Caesar's cologne that still lingered hours after he'd left. It was suffocating. How could one man make me feel so helpless, even when he wasn't in the room? I hated him more for his mind than his hands. His hands could bruise, but his mind dissected. I stood up, the restlessness in my legs turning into a need to pace. I walked the perimeter of the room, running my fingers along the reinforced windows. Sealed. The heavy solid wood door. Locked. The opulence was cosmetic, every surface was a denial of freedom. I checked the door handle again just to be sure, testing the weight of the steel. It didn't budge. "Look closer, Luciana," I whispered to the empty room. They always forget something. If I stayed here, I'd die slowly. A spiritual death where I eventually just stopped fighting and accepted my role as the D'Acciao collateral. If I ran, I might die quickly. A bullet to the back. A fall from a wall. Honestly, I liked those odds better. My eyes landed on the antique writing desk near the fireplace. It was a heavy, brooding piece of furniture, dark oak and brass. I remembered seeing a maid earlier, before the interrogation, access a recessed panel in the hallway just outside. This house was centuries old. You didn't build a fortress like this without secret pathways or, at the very least, loose fittings. I walked over to the desk, running my hand over the cold wood. It was solid, unforgiving, just like the man who owned it. Silvano taught me how to find the weak spot in any deal, any wall, I murmured, crouching down. Let the house pay for its age. I focused on the heavy, ornate brass drawer pulls. They were screwed in, not glued. I gripped the pull on the bottom drawer, my fingers slipping against the polished metal. I twisted. Nothing. I used the hem of my silk pajama top for grip and twisted again, putting my entire body weight into the torque. It gave a fraction of an inch. Got you, I hissed. I worked the pull back and forth, the friction burning my skin. I dug my nail into the groove of the screw head to keep it turning. Crack. My thumbnail tore down to the quick. A sharp, stinging pain shot up my thumb, and a bead of bright red blood welled up. I didn't stop. I licked the blood off, the iron taste grounding me, and kept twisting until the long, thick metal screw came free. It fell into my palm, heavy and blunt. It wasn't a key, and it wasn't a knife. But it was metal, and it was mine. Welcome to your first tool, Luciana, I whispered, closing my fist around it. Make it count. I hid the screw deep inside the lining of my pajama pocket, and waited. The waiting was the worst part. It was active torture. When a guard slid my evening tray under the door, some rich pasta dish that smelled incredible, which only pissed me off more, I maintained a feigned exhaustion. I picked at the food mechanically. I needed the calories. Cesare thought he could starve the fight out of me. No. I'd eat his food, burn his calories, and use them to run. I drank the water in one long gulp, trying to stop the frantic pounding in my chest. Look compliant. Act empty. They love easy targets. Every minute I breathed his air, every bite I ate of his food, was another layer of control I needed to shed. I watched the digital clock on the bedside table. The numbers changed with agonizing slowness. Midnight. 1 a.m. 2 a.m. The house settled. The vibrations of footsteps in the hallway ceased. It was time. I retrieved the screw. My hands were trembling, fine tremors that I couldn't suppress. Get it together, bitch. I knelt at the heavy oak door, the wood hard against my knees. I inserted the dull metal into the keyhole. It was a chaotic, stupid plan. Using a blunt screw to pick a complex lock? It was feral logic. But I didn't have lockpicks. I had desperation. I worked the screw into the mechanism, feeling for the internal tumblers. The metal scraped, a harsh grinding sound that seemed deafening in the silence. I froze, holding my breath until my lungs burned. Come on, Stronzo, I breathed. Just open up. I twisted, angling the screw to catch the latch. It slipped. I tried again, sweat prickling along my hairline. Focus. Listen to the click. Listen for the guards. And then, a miracle. A soft, almost imperceptible click. The latch gave way. A fierce wave of adrenaline, cold and pure, flooded my system. It was better than drugs. It was better than sex. It was hope. I eased the heavy door open a crack, peering into the darkness. Clear. I slipped through, pulling the door shut silently behind me. The corridor was immense, dark, and unfamiliar. The air out here was different, cold stone and dust, lacking the filtered sterility of my room. I'm out, I mouthed. I'm finally out. Move like smoke, Luciana. Don't breathe. I stayed close to the wall, guided by a faint memory of the maid's path earlier. There had to be a service stairwell. These old Italian estates were riddled with them, so the help could move unseen. I found it hidden behind a dusty tapestry, depicting some violent hunt. Fitting. I slipped behind the fabric and found the narrow stone steps. I descended quickly, my bare feet silent on the cold stone. The darkness here was absolute. I clung to the railing, the rough splintered wood scraping my palm. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the house sounded like a gun cocking. Down, down. Into the belly of the beast. I reached the bottom and pushed through a swinging door. I emerged into the kitchen. It was vast. Industrial stainless steel gleamed malevolently in the faint moonlight filtering through high windows. It looked less like a place to cook, and more like a place to conduct autopsies. The smell was overwhelming, bleach and cold cooking grease. Sharp. Sterile. I crouched low behind a central prep counter, scanning the space. The main doors were reinforced steel. Keypad entry. Dead end. D.O. Kane, this kitchen is bigger than my entire apartment, I whispered. Doors are for fools. I need a hole. My eyes swept the room. High up near the ceiling, almost 10 feet off the ground, was a ventilation grate. It looked old, the metal darkened with age, contrasting with the modern renovation of the rest of the kitchen. A remnant of the original structure. I saw the faint shimmer of condensation on the metal. That meant cold air. That meant outside. That's it, I thought, my heart hammering against my ribs. That's my tunnel. I moved to a heavy wooden butcher's block on wheels. It weighed a ton. I pushed it, grimacing as the wheels squeaked across the tile. I froze, waiting for the alarm. Silence. I pushed it the rest of the way to the tall prep counter beneath the vent. I climbed onto the counter, the stainless steel cold against my bare feet. Then I stepped onto the butcher's block. I was teetering, high above the floor, reaching for the rusted grate. I jammed the brass screw into the edge of the grate and pried. The metal groaned, a high, dreadful screech that sounded louder than thunder in the echoing room. Too loud, Cazzo. Too loud. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek until I tasted copper, stifling a gasp of effort. Just a little further. Rust must break. With a final tearing sound, the grate popped loose. I caught it before it could clang to the ground, my muscles screaming, and set it gently on the counter. A dark square maw opened up in the wall. I pulled myself up, scraping my stomach against the raw edge of the opening, and slithered into the shaft. Panic hit me instantly. It was tight. Horribly tight. The dust was thick, coating my throat immediately. It smelled of grease, decay, and centuries of trapped air. I kicked the grate back into place as best I could to hide my tracks, plunging myself into total darkness. Don't panic, I told myself, my voice shaking in the confined space. Just keep moving. Basta. It's just a space. Not a coffin. I crawled. Elbows and knees. The metal seams of the ductwork tore small rips in my silk pajamas. The screw dug into my hip through my pocket. I shuffled forward, blindly following the draft. Don't look back. Don't think about the way in. My orientation was gone. Was I moving north? South? Deeper into the compound? The doubt was a poison creeping in. What if this just leads to a furnace? 1 meter at a time, Luciana. Just 1 more meter. The crawling felt endless. My knees were raw. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. The claustrophobia was a physical weight on my chest, heavier than Caesar's ego. Then I saw it. A square of faint, beautiful light ahead. Moonlight. The draft became a breeze, smelling of wet earth and night flowers. It was the sweetest thing I had ever smelled. Open. Fanculo, open. I hissed, scrambling toward the light with renewed frantic energy. The exit grate was rusted shut. Of course it was. I shoved at it with my hands. Nothing. I rolled onto my back in the cramped space, brought my knees up to my chest and kicked. Bang. Pain shot up my legs. I kicked again. Bang. It's right there. Don't fail now. The metal frame gave a screech of protest. 1 more kick. A primal, desperate thrust of my legs. The grate flew off with a horrible, deafening clang of metal on stone. I scrambled forward and tumbled out, falling 3 feet to the ground. I landed hard on cold cobblestones, the impact jarring the air from my lungs. I rolled gasping, spitting dust and grease. My ribs ached. My knees were bleeding. But I was outside. Run? Now, Luciana, run? I pushed myself up, wiping the black smear of grease from my lip. The air was cold, damp and biting. It felt like life. I sprinted. I ran blindly across the wide stone courtyard, my head on a swivel. And then I stopped. The courtyard was enclosed. Not by a fence, but by walls. High, smooth stone walls, at least 15 feet tall, topped with cruel rusted iron spikes. I spun around. Walls on all four sides. It was a secondary containment area. A fancy prison yard. No. The word was a choked sob. No gate. No way out. I ran to the nearest wall, tearing at the ivy growing there. It stripped away in my hands, too weak to hold my weight. I jumped, my fingers scrabbling against the smooth stone, finding zero purchase. They built this to break me, I whispered, the despair hitting me harder than the fall. I crawled through filth and darkness just to hit another wall. Clap. 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 The sound was slow. Deliberate. It cut through the night air like a gunshot. I froze. My body went rigid, every muscle locking up in a defensive spasm. From the shadows of a large stone archway leading back toward the main house, a figure detached itself. Cesare. He stepped into the moonlight. He was perfectly backlit, a silhouette of absolute lethal menace. He wasn't running. He wasn't shouting. He was just there, waiting. Good effort, Luciana, he said. His voice was calm. Conversational. It was terrifying. I felt the blood drain from my face. He wasn't sleeping. He was waiting.
Chapter 6. Cesare POV. I didn't just grip her arm, I clamped onto it like a vice. My fingers dug into the soft flesh of her bicep, hard enough to leave bruises that would turn purple by dinner. Good. Let her look at them, and remember exactly how stupid she was. Luciana stumbled, her feet skidding on the cobblestones of the courtyard, but I didn't slow down. I dragged her back toward the main house, the heavy oak doors looming like the mouth of a beast she thought she'd escaped. She was covered in soot. Black streaks of grease and dust marred the expensive silk pajamas I'd paid for, and her face looked like she'd gone 10 rounds with a chimney sweep. You wasted my time, Luciana, I snarled, not looking back at her. I kept my eyes forward, scanning the perimeter, checking the guards who were pretending not to watch. That is a debt you cannot afford. She didn't cry. I'd give her that. Most women in her position, dragged out of a grease-caked ventilation shaft at 6 in the morning by a man with a gun in his waistband, would be sobbing. Luciana just panted, her breath coming in ragged, angry hitches. Did you really think a few feet of pipe would stop the D'Acciao? I asked, my voice low, dangerous. I stopped abruptly at the entrance, jerking her forward so she slammed into my chest. The impact knocked the wind out of her. I held her there, at arm's length, inspecting the damage. She smelled like old oil and stagnant air. Disgusting. I reached out and flicked a glob of gray sludge from her dark hair. It landed on the pristine stone step with a wet splat. Cazzo. Clean yourself up. You look like street trash. She glared up at me, her eyes burning with a hatred so pure it was almost impressive. I'd rather be trash outside these walls than a queen inside them. You aren't a queen, I said, shoving her through the open doors. You're collateral. And right now, you're depreciating in value. I marched her through the corridors. The contrast was offensive. My home was a fortress of marble, mahogany, and silence. Everything here was polished, ordered, controlled. And here was this chaotic, filthy creature, dragging her soot-stained heels across my floors. 2 of my soldiers, Marco and Luca, were posted near the staircase. They straightened as we approached, their eyes flicking to the girl and then quickly away. They knew better than to stare at my property, especially when said property looked like she'd crawled out of a sewer. Walk, Luciana, I snapped, tightening my grip as she tried to dig her heels in. Don't make me carry you like a sack of cargo. I'll throw you over my shoulder, and I won't be gentle about where my hands land." She stiffened but started walking, though she made a point of scuffing her dirty feet as hard as she could, leaving faint black streaks on the white marble. Petty. Childish. I noted it, filing it away as another thing to break in her. "The girl is secured," I told Marco as we passed, not breaking stride. "The problem is handled. Tell the perimeter team to double the sensors on the HVAC outputs. If a rat can get in, a rat can get out." Luciana flinched at the word rat. "Good." I steered her toward the west wing, past the formal dining room and straight to my study. This was my sanctuary. No one entered here unless I invited them or I was about to kill them. I shoved the heavy double doors open and pushed her inside. The room was exactly as I liked it. Dark, smelling of aged leather, tobacco, and the faint biting scent of gun oil. The massive mahogany desk dominated the space, a throne from which I ran an empire that spanned 3 continents. Luciana stumbled into the center of the room, regaining her balance and spinning around to face me. She looked like a cornered animal, teeth bared, ready to bite. I ignored her. I turned to the door, pulled the heavy brass key from my pocket, and slotted it into the lock. The mechanism turned with a loud, final thud click. It was a heavy sound. A sound that said no. I pocketed the key and watched her throat bob as she swallowed. "Look around, Luciana," I said, gesturing to the walls lined with books and weapons. "This is where I control the world. And now you are part of it." She took a step back, her back hitting the edge of a leather armchair. "You going to beat me?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but I could hear the tremor underneath. She was expecting violence. She was Corsini blood. She grew up knowing what happened to people who crossed the line. "Beat you?" I scoffed, walking past her to the desk. I moved with deliberate calm, stripping off my jacket and tossing it onto a side chair. "Violence is fast, Luciana. It's messy. It's effective, sure, but it teaches the wrong lesson. You think pain is the worst thing I can do to you." I walked around the desk and picked up the crystal decanter. The amber liquid swirled as I poured 2 fingers of whiskey into a glass. I didn't drink it. I just set it down on a coaster, precise and centered. "Boredom is eternal," I said, looking at her. "You hate me. Good. Hate me from 3 feet away." I sat down, the leather of my chair creaking under my weight. I adjusted the cuffs of my shirt, then reached for the stack of ledgers waiting for me. I picked up my silver pen. "What are you doing?" she asked, confusion warring with her anger. "Working," I said, opening the ledger. "And you are going to help." "I'm not doing your damn taxes, Cesare." I stopped. I looked up slowly. My eyes locked onto hers, cold and flat. "I didn't say you'd be doing the math," I said softly. I pointed with the tip of my pen to a specific dark medallion woven into the Persian rug, directly in front of my desk. A circle of intricate crimson and gold wool. "You will stand on that spot," I commanded. "You will not move. You will not speak. You will observe me earn the debt your father passed to you. You wanted to run. You wanted to leave. Now you don't even get to leave that circle." "You're joking," she spat. "My patience is finite, Luciana. Do not test it before lunch. Stand. Now." She hesitated. For a second, I thought she was going to lunge at me. I almost hoped she would. Taking her down to the floor would have been a satisfying release for the rage currently boiling in my gut. But she saw something in my face, maybe the fact that I wasn't blinking, and she moved. She stepped onto the medallion. She crossed her arms over her chest, burying her dirty hands in her armpits, and glared at me. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll stand here and watch you rot." "Silence," I said, dropping my gaze to the paper. The first 20 minutes were easy. I focused on the numbers. Shipping manifests from the docks in Naples. Payouts for the local police captains. The mundane arithmetic of organized crime. But the silence wasn't empty. It was heavy. It had teeth. I could feel her standing there. I could hear the rhythm of her breathing, short, agitated puffs of air. I could smell her, the acrid soot, the sweat of her fear, and underneath that, something distinctly her. Something like jasmine and rain, trying to fight through the filth. It was distracting as fuck. Every time she shifted her weight, the rustle of the silk pajamas sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. I didn't look up. I forced my hand to keep moving, checking Rose signing approvals. Don't look up, I told myself. Do not validate the fire in her eyes. If I looked at her, I'd have to acknowledge that having a beautiful, furious woman covered in dirt in my study was doing things to my physiology that I didn't appreciate. An hour passed. The antique clock on the mantel ticked away seconds like it was counting down to an explosion. Tick, tick, tick. I tapped my pen on the ledger. 1, 2, 3. I turned the page. She shifted again. I saw her shadow move across my desk. She was getting tired. Good. Let her legs burn. Let her feet ache. Let her understand that her body belonged to me, down to the muscles keeping her upright. My secure phone buzzed on the desk, a harsh, vibrating rattle against the wood. I picked it up. Parla. It was Marcello. We have a problem with the Castellani shipment, my brother said, his voice tinny through the speaker. Domenico is blocking the route to the warehouse. He says he wants a toll. I felt the familiar cold slide of aggression coat my mind. Domenico Castellani thinks he can hold up my truck? I leaned back, staring right at Luciana. I wanted her to hear this. Dig a grave deep enough for the truck and the driver. Subito. Cesare, it's a public road, Marcello hesitated. I don't give a fuck if it's the Vatican driveway, I snapped, slipping into the harsh dialect of our home village. You tell that pezzo di merda that the D'Acciao don't pay tolls. We collect them. If he blocks the road, you run him over. Use the heavy SUV. Make it look like an accident or make it look like a war, I don't care. Just get the product to the shelf. Luciana's eyes widened slightly. A small gasp escaped her lips before she clamped them shut. Tell him the debt is paid in full, Marcello, I growled, my eyes boring into Luciana's. By blood. Capisci, pezzo di merda? Capisco, Marcello said. Consider it done. I hung up and tossed the phone onto the desk. It slid across the polished wood and stopped inches from the edge. You kill people over a toll? Luciana whispered. She couldn't help herself. I picked up my pen. I kill people for disrespect, Luciana. A toll is just a number. Disrespect is a stain. And I keep my house clean. I went back to writing. Another hour. The sun had moved across the sky, shifting the beams of light filtering through the stained glass. The room was getting warmer. I glanced up, just a flicker of movement from my eyelids. Luciana was swaying. Just a little. She was shifting from one heel to the other, trying to relieve the pressure. Her arms had dropped to her sides, and her fists were clenching and unclenching. She was exhausted. The adrenaline of the escape had worn off, leaving her with just the physical reality of standing still for 3 hours. Her shoulders slumped. A wave of cold satisfaction washed over me. This was better than a slap. This was domination of the will. Basta, I said without looking up. Rest when I permit it, collateral. She straightened up instantly, her spine snapping rigid. She refused to let me see her weakness. Stubborn little bitch. I liked that about her. It was going to make breaking her so much more fun. I reached for the crystal carafe. The sound of the glass stopper scraping against the neck was loud. I poured water into a tumbler, adding 3 cubes of ice from the bucket on the tray. Clink. 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 I lifted the glass. Condensation beaded on the outside, cool and inviting. I took a long, slow swallow. The water was crisp, freezing cold. I let out a satisfied breath, lowering the glass. Luciana's eyes tracked the movement. Her lips were parted, dry and cracked, She swallowed dryly. I set the glass down and slid it back and forth on the desk. Scrape. Scrape. Hydration is a privilege, Kara, I said, watching her eyes follow the glass. One earned by obedience. I hate you, she rasped. Get in line, I said. The queue starts somewhere in Sicily and ends at my front gate. Then a sound tore through the room. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't me. It was her stomach. The noise was loud, undeniable. Luciana's face went crimson instantly. The flush started at her neck and rose all the way to her hairline, visible even through the grime on her cheeks. She looked mortified. Her body had betrayed her. Her defiance could scream all it wanted, but her biology was screaming louder. I sat back, letting the silence stretch, letting the embarrassment soak into her pores. I licked a droplet of water from my bottom lip, making sure she saw it. The D'Acciao compound does not tolerate hunger, I said smoothly. Unless commanded otherwise. She glared at me, humiliated, shaking with rage and low blood sugar. Are you done playing with your food, Cesare? Or are you going to starve me to death and lose your payout? Smart mouth. Too smart. I closed the ledger with a heavy thwap. We are finished with the accounting, I said, pushing the chair back. The legs scraped against the floor as I stood up. I walked around the desk. I saw her tense up. She shifted her weight to the balls of her feet, ready to run or fight. It was a useless gesture in a locked room, but instinct is instinct. I stopped a few feet from her, looming over her. I was 6'4", broad enough to block out the light. She had to crane her neck to look me in the eye. But you, Luciana, are not finished, I said, my voice dropping an octave. You proved you're a rat running through my pipes. Rats carry things. Shards of metal. Knives. Blades. And rats are filthy. I don't have anything, she spat. I cracked my knuckles. Cop. Cop. Did you steal a knife from the kitchen? Did you scrape a shiv from the stone? I took a step closer. The air between us felt charged, electric. I do not tolerate loose ends, Stranza. Check me then, she challenged, throwing her arms out. Check me so I can get out of this room. Careful what you ask for. I pointed to the floor between my feet. Come here. Stand between my legs. She froze. The challenge died in her throat. Her eyes darted down to my legs, then back up to my face. She realized in that second that the game had changed. This wasn't about ledgers anymore. What? She breathed. Don't make me drag you, Luciana, I warned. You know I will enjoy it less. Or maybe more. But you won't. She hesitated. Her chest was heaving. But she knew the math. She knew she couldn't fight me physically. Basta. Obey. She stepped forward. Her movements were jerky, stiff. She stepped into the space between my spread feet. I didn't move. I forced her to come all the way in. She stood there, caged by my thighs, her body inches from mine but not touching. I rested my hands on the edge of the desk behind me, leaning back slightly, locking her in with my size. I could smell her properly now. The dirt was there, yes, but the woman underneath was overwhelming. The heat coming off her body was palpable. Good girl, I thought. Now hold still. Arms up, I murmured. She raised her arms slowly. I put my hands on her. I started at her wrists, patting down the silk sleeves. My touch was clinical, firm. I wasn't caressing, I was searching. But the line was thin. Razor thin. I moved to her shoulders, squeezing the muscle there. Tension radiated off her in waves. I ran my hands down her sides, over her ribs. I felt the sharp intake of breath she tried to hide. Tell me if I find something sharp, Bella, I whispered, leaning down so my breath hit her ear. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. My hands moved inward. I brushed the underside of her breasts. She shuddered. A full-body tremor that rattled her bones. I felt it. And fuck me, I liked it. It wasn't just fear. It was reaction. It was the body waking up to the presence of another body. I moved lower. My hand spanned her waist, then slid down to her hips. I gripped her hip bones, my thumbs digging in through the thin silk. She gasped, a small traitorous sound. I slid my hands down her thighs, checking the seams, checking for taped blades. My fingers brushed the sensitive skin of her inner thigh. She jerked. "Don't move, Luciana," I commanded, my voice rougher now. "Unless you want me to be more thorough." I don't have anything," she stammered. Her voice was weak. "I'll be the judge of that." My heart was hammering against my ribs. A heavy, slow thud. 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 The scent of her was filling my head. Dust and woman. My cock twitched, hardening against the fabric of my slacks. It was an inconvenience. A biological reflex. But it was there. I was standing here, searching a woman who wanted to kill me, and all I could think about was spinning her around and bending her over the desk. Dio Kane. She is pure poison and heat. I stayed there for a second too long. My hands on her thighs. Her body trapped against mine. I could feel the heat radiating from her crotch, the sheer biological reality of her. She was trembling. I looked down at her. Her eyes were wide, blown out, dark pools of confusion and arousal and terror. I pulled my hands away. It took effort. Physical effort. "Clean," I murmured. I wiped my fingertips on my handkerchief, staring at her. "For now, Principessa." She didn't move. She couldn't. She was paralyzed by the proximity. "You are far too smart to be this obedient," I said, tracing the line of her jaw with one finger. "Where did you hide it?" She shivered. "I told you. There is nothing." I leaned in closer. My lips brushed the shell of her ear. "Don't forget how small you are, Luciana. Don't forget who holds the key." I listened to her pulse. It was drumming a frantic beat against the skin of her neck. Rabbit heart. I pulled back. The loss of contact felt like a sudden drop in temperature. The air felt cold. "Go back to your spot," I ordered, my voice sounding like gravel. She scrambled. Chapter 7. Cesare POV. The silence in the study was heavy enough to choke a man, but I breathed it in like premium tobacco. Luciana stood in the corner, stiff as a board, radiating enough hate to burn the villa down. She was filthy. Dirt smeared across her cheekbone from where my guards had dragged her out of the ventilation shaft, her silk pajamas torn at the shoulder, hair a rat's nest of tangles. She looked like a feral cat that had been kicked through a mud puddle, and she was staring at the back of my head like she was plotting exactly where to bury the knife. I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes on the ledger, flicking my pen across the page with deliberate rhythmic scratches. Scritch. Scritch. Pause. Scritch. Let her wait. Let her stew in it. The only sound besides my pen was the rhythmic drip-drip of a leaky gutter outside the heavy velvet drapes. It was annoying as hell, but I let it slide because I knew it was driving her insane. She picked at a stray thread on her sleeve, a tiny nervous tick. Good. She was cracking. I sighed, loud and theatrical, without looking up. "Is the silence bothering you, Caro?" No answer. Just the sound of her jagged breathing. She was a wild animal. I needed to tire her out before I caged her properly. My father would have just beaten her until she couldn't stand, but that was sloppy. Marcello would have tried to charm her and gotten his throat slit. Me? I liked to watch the battery drain. I stopped writing. My crystal whiskey tumbler sat on the corner of the desk, empty except for a puddle of melted ice. I leaned back in my leather chair, the springs groaning under my weight, and stretched my arm out. With a casual, lazy motion, I nudged the glass with my elbow. It tipped over the edge. It hit the thick oriental rug with a muted thud. Didn't break. Just rolled to a stop right on the edge of a deep red pattern that looked a hell of a lot like blood. "Get it, Luciana," I said, my voice flat. I didn't look at her. "And fill it to the brim this time." Silence. I could feel her hesitation. It was a physical thing in the room, a vibration of pure refusal. She was weighing the odds. Do I obey the monster, or do I make him stand up? She'd learned enough in the last 6 hours to know she didn't want me standing up. Or do you prefer the taste of pavement? I asked, flipping a page in the ledger. Make your choice. She moved. Jerky, stiff movements. I heard the rustle of silk as she walked over, snatched the glass from the rug, and marched to the sideboard. The crystal decanter uncorked with a sharp pop. I listened to the liquid glug into the glass. She was shaking. I could hear the faint rattle of crystal against crystal. She was furious, adrenaline dumping into her system with nowhere to go. She walked back and slammed the glass down on my desk. Clack. Liquid sloshed over the rim, staining the leather blotter. I stared at the wet spot for a second, then slowly, very slowly, raised my eyes to hers. Her chest was heaving. Her honey eyes were wide, dilated, burning with a mix of terror and absolute unadulterated rage. I picked up the glass, the crystal cold and wet in my hand. I brought it to my lips, holding her gaze, and took a slow sip. The burn of the scotch was familiar, grounding. I lowered the glass, letting the scent of alcohol drift between us. I should have you serve me on your knees, I said softly. It would suit the filth on your face. Perhaps tomorrow. Her jaw clenched so hard I thought she'd crack a molar. I am not your servant. You're whatever I say you are, I replied, bored. You're collateral. Furniture. A debt on a spreadsheet. Right now. You're a nuisance. I swirled the whiskey, watching the ice cubes crackle. I need to remind you who cleans up the messes in this house, Principessa. Before she could spit whatever venom was pooling in her mouth, the secure phone on my desk buzzed. A harsh, jarring sound. I held up a finger, wait, and picked up the receiver. D'Acciao. It was Domenico. Of course. The vulture smelled blood in the water. Cesare, Domenico's voice was a gravel slide. The commission is getting twitchy. Your father says the Corsini girl is becoming a liability. He wants to know when the liquidation is scheduled. I didn't break eye contact with Luciana. I saw her stiffen at the word liquidation. The Corsini asset is secure, Domenico, I said, my voice slipping into that cold corporate monotone that usually shut people up. No, liquidation is not scheduled yet. She still has considerable value. Luciana's face went white, then red. Asset. Liquidation. Value. I was talking about her like she was a crate of expired ammunition. If she's too much trouble, Domenico pressed, send her over to the Castellani warehouse. We have uses for leftovers. Yes, I'll send you the revised collateral notes by morning, I lied smoothly. Don't worry about the noise. Luciana snapped. I saw it happen in slow motion. The rational part of her brain, the part that wanted to survive, short-circuited. The rage took the wheel. She lunged for the desk. Her hand wrapped around the heavy crystal glass I just set down. Whiskey flew, a dark amber arc splashing across my signed financial reports, soaking the paper. I barely had time to register the smell of wet paper and scotch before she screamed. Basta. It was a guttural, animal sound. She hauled her arm back and hurled the glass directly at my face. She wasn't trying to scare me. She was trying to take my eye out. Reflexes took over. I didn't think, I just moved. I leaned my head to the left, a sharp practice jerk. Whoosh. The heavy crystal missed my temple by an inch. It smashed into the stone wall behind me with a deafening crack, exploding into 1,000 glittering shards. Silence rushed back into the room, instantaneous and violent. A large jagged piece of crystal skittered across the marble floor near Luciana's foot, spinning like a top before rattling to a halt. My heart hammered once hard against my ribs. A rush of pure, high-octane adrenaline flooded my system. It wasn't fear. Cazzo, it wasn't fear. It was excitement. I looked at the wet stain on the wall where my head had been a second ago. Then I looked at her. She was frozen. Her hand was still outstretched, chest heaving, eyes wide with the realization of what she'd just done. She just tried to kill Cesare D'Acciao in his own study. "Call you back," I said into the phone, my voice calm, almost amused. "Something personal just came up." I hung up. I pulled a linen napkin from the tray and wiped a droplet of whiskey off the sleeve of my charcoal suit. Slowly. Deliberately. "You wanted to play," I said, my voice dropping to a low growl that vibrated in my chest. "Bene." I stood up. My chair scraped back. I placed my hands flat on the desk, leaning forward. The mahogany creaked under the pressure. "Now we play." Luciana took a step back. She hit the credenza behind her. "Nowhere to go." "You thought you could draw my blood." I walked around the desk, unhurried. I wanted her to feel the space shrinking. I wanted her to feel my shadow swallowing hers. "You will pay with yours, Luciana." She whimpered. A small, pathetic sound that she tried to choke back, but it was too late. I was already there. I closed the distance in a single stride. My hands locked onto her upper arms like steel cuffs, fingers digging into the soft flesh. She tried to twist away, scratching at my wrists, kicking out, but it was like fighting a statue. "Struggling is useless, mia cara," I hissed, hauling her forward. "You belong to me now." "Let go of me, you stronzo," she shrieked, thrashing. "Do you think you are stronger than me? Foolish girl." I spun her around and shoved her backward. Hard. She collided with the desk, her spine hitting the edge before I forced her torso flat against the wood. Papers, files, and a heavy brass penholder went flying, crashing to the floor in a chaotic cacophony. She screamed, a choked sound swallowed by the heavy mahogany as I pinned her down with my weight. "Silence," I snarled. "Look at the mess you made." She tried to wedge her hand between her stomach and the desk, curling into a ball, but I wasn't having it. I grabbed her wrists, pulling them above her head, locking them down with one hand. My grip was crushing. "Don't fight me on this, Luciana. It will only make it worse." With my free hand, I grabbed the back of her torn silk pajamas. The fabric was expensive, delicate. I ripped it. RSP. The sound was loud, violent. The cool air of the study hit her skin as the silk shredded down her back and legs, leaving her exposed, vulnerable. She gasped, her body going rigid. "No, Cesare, don't." "Bear for me," I muttered, my eyes raking over the curve of her spine, the pale skin of her ass. "You belong exposed." I didn't stop. I reached for my belt. The metallic clink of the buckle undoing was the loudest sound in the universe. It was the sound of a judge dropping the gavel. Final. Inescapable. I saw her shudder. She knew what was coming. And God, the way she trembled beneath me, it set my blood on fire. "Listen to that sound, Luciana," I whispered against her ear, my breath hot and ragged. "That is the sound of you losing everything." I shoved my trousers down, freeing myself. I was hard, painfully so, a rod of steel fueled by rage and the sight of her helplessness. I used my knee to force her legs apart. She tried to clamp them shut, but I drove my knee between her thighs, muscling her open, spreading her wide over the edge of the desk. "Spread them wider, Corsini. Don't waste my time." "Please," she sobbed, panic finally breaking her voice. "You threw the glass," I reminded her, positioning myself at her entrance. "You invited the beast." I didn't wait. I didn't prep her. I gripped her hips, my fingers bruising the skin, and drove into her. One thrust. Deep. To the hilt. She screamed, a sharp, shocked cry that cut off as the air left her lungs. Her body arched, bowing off the desk, tight and dry and resisting, but I forced my way in, burying myself inside her warmth. "Mine," I exhaled, the word heavy and dark. It felt, fanculo, it felt incredible. The friction was insane. She was tight, clamping down on me, her body fighting the intrusion even as the heat began to pool around us. She squeezed her eyes shut, turning her face into the wood, trying to hide. Trying to pretend she wasn't here. No. I grabbed her jaw, my fingers digging into her cheeks, and yanked her head back. "Look at me, Caso. I roared. You will watch as I take what is owed to me. Her eyes flew open, wet and terrified, locking onto mine. She stared up at me, trapped, and I saw the exact moment the fear started to mix with something else. Something darker. Gardema, I commanded. You wanted to be noticed. Now you are seen. I began to move. It wasn't lovemaking. It wasn't even sex. It was punishment. It was a rhythmic, brutal claiming. I slammed into her over and over, the heavy desk shuddering and groaning under the force. The brass penholder rolled across the floor, tap, 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 keeping time with the wet, slapping sound of our bodies colliding. Scream, Luciana, I snarled, baring my teeth. Let me hear it. She bit her lip, drawing blood, refusing to give me the satisfaction. But I felt it. I felt her body betraying her. The clamp of her muscles changed from rejection to grip. The moisture slicking us wasn't just sweat anymore. There she is, I whispered, a cruel smirk touching my lips. Your filthy little need. Don't lie to me. I hate you, she hissed, but her hips rose to meet mine. A traitorous, involuntary reflex. Good. I ground my hips against hers, hitting a spot deep inside that made her gasp. Hate me. But take me. You feel it, don't you? I taunted, driving faster, harder. The monster you woke up wants me too. She moaned. She couldn't help it. The sound broke free, a desperate broken thing, and it snapped the last tether of my control. I released her jaw and buried my face in the curve of her neck. I inhaled the scent of her, fear, expensive soap, and arousal. You are marked, I growled against her skin. You are mine now, in front of God and the devil. I opened my mouth and bit down. Hard. My teeth sank into the soft muscle where her neck met her shoulder. She cried out, thrashing, but I held her fast, sucking the skin, branding her. Leaving a mark that every man who looked at her would see. A warning sign. Property of Cesare D'Acciao. Say it. I demanded, lifting my head, sweat dripping from my brow onto her back. Say you're mine. She shook her head mutely, tears streaming down her face, unable to give me the words. Take all of me, Luciana. Every single inch of your debt. I grabbed her hips again, my scars pressing into her skin, and hammered into her with a speed that blurred the world. The pleasure was agonizing, a sharp white-hot build-up at the base of my spine. I was losing it. The logic, the plan, the cold calculation, it all incinerated in the heat of her body. Fanculo. The roar tore out of my throat. I slammed into her one last time, holding her tight against me as I came, spilling everything I had deep inside her. My body convulsed, my hand clutching the ruined fabric of my jacket on the desk, shaking with the force of the release. We stayed like that for a long time. My weight pinned her down, heavy and suffocating. The only sound in the room was the harsh, ragged rasp of my breathing, and the terrified rabbit beat of her heart against the wood. I was fused to her. Sweat glued our skin together. The scent of sex, raw, musky, metallic, filled the air, drowning out the smell of the spilled whiskey. Never, I whispered hoarsely against her ear, defy me again. I pulled out slowly. The friction of the withdrawal sent a shiver through both of us. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy like I'd just gone 12 rounds. I looked down at her. She was sprawled on the desk, amidst the wreckage of my papers. Her hair was matted to her forehead, her skin flushed and marked with red handprints and the purple bruise already blooming on her neck. She looked destroyed. And she looked bellissima. A dark twisting knot tightened in my chest. It wasn't guilt. I didn't do guilt. It was possession. Absolute, terrifying possession. She is mine. The thought was a sledgehammer. And I will kill anyone who tries to take this from me. I ran a hand through my hair, breathing hard. I reached out and brushed a damp lock of hair off her face. My hand was shaking slightly. Get up, I said, my voice rough. She didn't move. She just stared at the wall, her eyes empty, chest rising and falling. I grabbed the cashmere throw from the armchair in the corner. I walked back and draped it over her, covering her nakedness. It wasn't kindness. It was covering my assets. "Put your things in order," I said, turning away to zip my fly and buckle my belt. "You have work to do." I walked over. Chapter 8. Cesare POV. The air in the study was thick enough to chew on. It tasted like spilled whiskey, expensive leather, and the metallic musky scent of what we'd just done. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy, grounded in a way they hadn't been an hour ago. My knuckles were still throbbing, not from hitting her, but from gripping the edge of the mahogany desk until the wood probably warped. I adjusted my tie, the silk slipping through my fingers, feeling ridiculous. Why bother? The suit was wrecked. I was wrecked. And the woman sprawled across my desk looked like she'd been caught in a hurricane named D'Acciao. Luciana lay there, chest heaving, her skin flushed and marked. She looked ruined. Good. I ran a hand over my face, wiping away a sheen of sweat. My internal radar was usually pinging with 1,000 different threats. Security rotations, shipment schedules, the Camorra breathing down our necks, but right now it was dead silent. All I could hear was her breathing. I looked at the desk. My signet ring had left a scratch in the finish right next to her hand. A permanent mark on the wood. I looked at her neck. Flushed red. A temporary mark on the girl. Smetila. Stop looking at me. Her voice was muffled, face turned into the leather blotter. She sounded broken. She wasn't broken. Not yet. Corsini's didn't break, they just splintered and festered. You think I did this for fun, Luciana? My voice came out lower than I intended, scraping against the silence. This was a lesson. She didn't answer. She just pulled her knees up slightly, a protective instinct that annoyed the hell out of me because it implied I was still a threat. I was. But I was also the only thing standing between her and a shallow grave in the Pine Barrens. You still taste like disobedience, I muttered mostly to myself, stepping closer. But at least now you smell like mine. I couldn't leave her here. The study was a workspace. It was cold. It was where I signed death warrants and laundered money. It wasn't a place for whatever this was. A guest room was the logical choice. The East Wing. Sterile. Secure. Far away from me so I could get back to thinking straight. But when I reached for her, logic went out the window and plummeted 3 stories to the pavement. Don't fight me, Angelo. It wasn't a request. She tensed as I scooped her up, wrapping my suit jacket around her shoulders like a shroud. She was light, lighter than the burden she represented, but she felt heavy in my arms. Dead weight with a heartbeat. Her head lolled back, exposing the line of her throat, that pulse jumping under the skin like a trapped bird. I tightened my grip, pulling her head into the crook of my shoulder. Where? She croaked, eyes fluttering. Where are we going? To the only place in this house where no one can find you, I said. Me? I walked out of the study and into the corridor. The house was quiet, that oppressive, expensive silence that money buys. The marble floor was cold under my boots, the click of my heels echoing too loudly. I bypassed the main staircase. If any of the staff saw me carrying the hostage like a bride across the threshold, the rumors would be in the city by morning. I didn't care. Let them talk. Let them wonder why the monster of Naples was cradling the enemy's daughter. I reached the heavy oak door of the West Wing. My wing. No one entered here without an explicit invitation or a death wish. I shifted Luciana's weight, balancing her against my chest so I could punch the biometric code into the panel. The steel keys felt freezing under my thumb. Beep. Click. The lock disengaged. I kicked the door open and stepped into the dark hallway. The scent changed immediately, cedar, ozone, gun oil. It smelled like me. It smelled like isolation. Dio Kane. Why am I doing this? The thought rattled in my skull, irritating and persistent. I was crossing a line. Mixing business with obsession. It was sloppy. It was dangerous. I carried her into the master bedroom. It was a cavernous space, stark black and white, minimalist to the point of being sociopathic. Everything had a place. Everything was clean. And then there was Luciana. I laid her down on the white sheets. She looked like a bloodstain on a wedding dress. The contrast was violent. Her hair fanned out like spilled ink, her bruised skin looking purple against the pristine duvet. I pulled the cover up over her, hiding the damage, hiding her body. It wasn't modesty. I just didn't want to share the view with the ghosts in the room. "Look at this mess," I said, my voice devoid of heat. "You are nothing but mess, Corsini." She didn't respond. Her eyes were closed, breathing evening out into exhaustion. "Rest," I told her, the word tasting bitter. "You've earned it." I turned away, intending to leave, to go drown the confusing noise in my head with a bottle of scotch. But the universe had other plans. Specifically, the vibrating buzz of my encrypted phone on the glass nightstand. It sounded like an angry hornet in the quiet room. I froze. I knew who it was before I even looked. The timing was too perfect. I walked over and checked the screen. Padre. Caso. Not now. I looked back at Luciana. She stirred but didn't wake. I couldn't take this call here. Not with her listening, even in her sleep. I grabbed the phone and strode into the adjoining office, slamming the soundproof door shut behind me. The silence was instant, heavy, and pressurized. I hit accept. "See. You're taking your time, Cesare." My father's voice was like grinding stones. No greeting. No pleasantries. Just the weight of the old world pressing down on my neck. "I'm busy," I said, leaning my hip against the steel desk, bracing myself. "Cleaning up the mess Silvano left behind." "The Corsini scum is running," my father spat. "But his daughter still breathes, Cesare." "Why?" I rubbed my hand through my hair, feeling the grit of the night on my scalp. "We use the girl to flush the pig out. She's leverage, not waste. Basic strategy. Strategy for a businessman. We are not bankers, Figlio. We are waiting for a check that will bounce." There was a pause, heavy with judgment. The commission respects strength. A dead girl is strength. A captive is a distraction. I stared at the wall, my jaw tight. He was talking about liquidation. He was talking about erasing her. "Dead of flesh," he continued, throwing my own words back at me. "That is what you called it. Pay it, Cesare. Tonight. Put a bullet in her head and leave her on the estate gates. Let Silvano see what his gambling bought him." My hand tightened around the phone until the plastic creaked. A cold, visceral sensation washed over me. It wasn't fear. It was refusal. Absolute, stone-cold refusal. No. The word hung in the air, sharp and singular. Silence on the other end. Dead, stunned silence. "You didn't say no to D'Acciao Sr. You negotiated. You begged. You didn't just shut the door. What did you say, Cesare?" His voice dropped an octave. Dangerously quiet. I said no. I stared at the gun resting on my desk, a Sig Sauer, matte black, lethal. I picked up a microfiber cloth and started wiping the slide, needing something to do with my hands before I punched the wall. "She's worth more alive." "Is she?" The contempt in his voice was so thick it dripped. "Has a pretty face made you forget your duty? Is the whore worth the stability of the D'Acciao name?" Heat flared in my chest. "Watch your mouth." "I will speak how I please," he roared, the audio distortion crackling in my ear. "You think with your cock, not your head, Cesare. You always have. Soft. You are getting soft. Soft." The insult landed like a slap. I closed my eyes, inhaling sharply through my nose. I wasn't soft. I was the one holding the knife. I was the one burning the world down, while he sat in his villa sipping espresso. "Duty is everything," he hissed. "She is nothing. She is the key to 70 million euros in offshore accounts," I lied. The words came out smooth, cold, rational. "Silvano hid the keys. She knows where. The commission will respect the profit, Padre." They won't respect a petty execution that costs us a fortune. I am using her, not loving her. Understand the difference. It was a good lie. It sounded like me. My father didn't buy it. Marcello is waiting for your failure, Cesare. Don't give it to him. I stiffened. Marcello. My brother. The jealous, sniveling snake who'd been eyeing my seat at the table since we were kids. Settle this debt in blood, Cesare, before morning, my father said, his voice turning final. Or I will send Marcello to clean up your mess. He won't hesitate. And he will enjoy it. Click. The line went dead. I stood there for a second, the phone pressed to my ear, listening to the void. Then I slammed the receiver down so hard the bass unit jumped and rattled against the desk. Fanculo. My breathing was jagged. Marcello. He was going to send Marcello. I knew exactly what that meant. Marcello wouldn't just kill her. He would play with her first. He would break her in ways that couldn't be fixed, just to spite me. Just to show that he could take what was mine. I turned and looked at the closed door to the bedroom. Mine. The word slammed into my gut. I hadn't realized how true it was until the threat materialized. I wasn't keeping her for the money. I wasn't keeping her for the strategy. I was keeping her because the thought of another man touching her, harming her, made me want to burn the entire city to ash. I walked back into the bedroom. Luciana was still sleeping, curled under the duvet, looking small and fragile in the center of my bed. I crossed the room, my steps silent on the plush carpet. I stood over her, staring down. She looked like a casualty of war. My war. Mine. Capisci, Luciana? Mine. I whispered it into the dark, a vow that felt more like a curse. He will never touch you. But words weren't enough. My father didn't respect words. Marcello didn't respect boundaries. They only understood territory. They only understood flags planted in conquered soil. I needed a flag. I reached down and unbuckled my heavy gold watch, placing it on the bedside table with a deliberate clack. My heart was hammering a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I felt predatory. I felt necessary. I sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped under my weight. Luciana's eyes snapped open. Honey dark, blown wide with immediate, spiking terror. She scrambled back, pressing herself against the headboard, pulling the sheet up to her chin. Cesare. Her voice shook. I didn't answer. I just loomed over her, letting my shadow swallow her whole. I reached out and grabbed her chin, my fingers digging in, forcing her to look at me. You belong to me now, I growled, the words vibrating in my chest. More than you ever belonged to your father. More than you belong to yourself. What are you doing? Your father abandoned you, I said, leaning closer until I could feel her rapid, shallow breath on my face. I claimed you. I own your silence, your fire, and your skin. Tears welled in her eyes. Please. Non piangere. Don't cry. You are strong enough for this. I didn't wait for her permission. I didn't need it. I was saving her life, even if I had to hurt her to do it. I grabbed a fistful of her dark hair, twisting it just enough to control her, and pulled her head to the side. She gasped, a sharp wet sound, her neck baring itself to me, pale, smooth, vulnerable. The jugular pulsed right there, frantic and alive. Do you understand why I do this? I asked, staring at the patch of skin where her neck met her shoulder. No. Cesare, stop. You are not leaving this room, Luciana. I lowered my head. I didn't kiss her. I opened my mouth and sank my teeth into the soft muscle of her shoulder trap. Hard. Ah. She screamed, a short, sharp cry that was cut off as she bit her own lip. I clamped down, grinding my teeth, breaking the skin. I tasted copper. Salt. Her. It was primal, violent, and intoxicating. It was a stamp of ownership. I felt her body go rigid, her hands flying up to push me away, But then, confusingly, desperately, her fingers curled into my bicep, nails digging in, holding on. "Kazo, that's mine," I mumbled against her skin, the vibration of my voice running through her. I held the bite for a long, agonizing moment, making sure it would bruise. Making sure it would scar. Making sure that when Marcello looked at her, he would see the violence I had already inflicted and know he was too late. I pulled back slowly. The mark was vivid. A ring of teeth marks, rapidly turning purple, with a few beads of bright red blood welling up in the center. It was ugly. It was perfect. I ran my tongue over the wound, licking away the blood. She shivered violently, a full-body tremor that rattled the bed frame. "See. Perfetto," I whispered. "It hurts," she whimpered, tears tracking down her temples into her hair. "Good." I released her hair, letting her head fall back against the pillows. I stayed close, my face inches from hers. "This mark tells them who you belong to. Not your father. Not the commission. Not Marcello." I brushed a thumb over the wetness on her cheek. "This mark is my defiance, Luciana. We are locked in this now." She stared up at me, eyes wide, searching my face for some sign of sanity. She wouldn't find it. Not tonight. "Anyone who looks at you will know you are mine," I said, my voice dropping to a lethal quiet. "And if they try to take you, I will bury them so deep the earth forgets their name." She touched her neck, her fingers coming away with a smear of blood. She looked at it, then at me. The fear was there, yes, but something else too. Recognition. She realized the stakes. "You think you are collateral, Luciana," I said, standing up abruptly. "You are not. You are the reason." I turned my back on her. I couldn't look at her anymore. The urge to crawl into that bed and wrap myself around her was too strong, and I needed to be cold. I needed to be a general. I walked to the door. No one comes in. No one goes out. I engaged the locks. The heavy bolts slammed home with a mechanical thunk, thunk, thunk. The sound was final. I went back into the office. I needed a drink. A stiff one. I poured 3 fingers of scotch, no ice, and downed half of it in one burn. It hit my stomach like liquid fire, grounding me. "Fanculo. Let them send Marcello," I whispered to the empty room. "He will be the first casualty." I slammed the glass down and leaned over my desk, sweeping a stack of files onto the floor to clear space. I pulled out the topographical map of the compound. I uncapped a black Sharpie. My father wanted a war. He got one. "You should have stayed out of my way, Padre." I marked an X over the south gate. That was Marcello's style. Flashy. Front door. He'd try to breeze through security with his smile and his rank. Predictable is dead. I grabbed the secure landline. I didn't call the main security hub. I called the men who owed me their lives. Men who knew that when the D'Acciao empire crumbled, I would be the one left standing in the rubble. "Sandro," I said when the line clicked open. "Double the rotation on the south wall. Trust no one above your rank but me." "Capo." Sandro sounded confused. "If Marcello shows his face, you contact me first." "Only me." I watched the closed bedroom door through the glass partition. "The Corsini collateral is under my personal protection. Anyone who breaches that, anyone will be gutted. Do you understand?" "Si, capo." "I understand." "Good. Prepare the men." I hung up. My tie was too tight. I loosened it again, staring at the map, at the X's and the lines of sight. I had just turned the D'Acciao compound into a fortress against its own masters. I had staked my reputation, my inheritance, and my life on a woman who had tried to stab me with a letter opener 3 days ago. I finished the scotch. "You are my beautiful mistake, Luciana," I thought, the burn of the alcohol fading into a cold, hard resolve. I walked to the window, looking out at the grounds. The sun would be up in a few hours. The darkness was thinning. "Let the dogs bark," I said, my reflection staring back at me from the glass, grim, scarred, and ready. They will not breach this wall. Now we wait for the blood.
Chapter 9. Luciana POV. The morning air in the garden was cool, wet, and smelled like a lie. I stood near a wrought iron bench, staring at a patch of roses that probably cost more than my first car, trying to convince my lungs to take in oxygen without feeling like I was stealing it. This was a privilege, apparently. Being allowed outside the stone tomb of the main house. A little treat for the good behavior of not dying when Caesar's father demanded my head on a platter. I touched the side of my neck, my fingers grazing the tender raised skin where Cesare had bitten me. It wasn't a love bite. It was a brand. A receipt. The silk of my dress caught slightly on the rougher texture of the bruise, a little friction burn to remind me that even my clothes didn't really belong to me anymore. Nothing did. I was just inventory with a pulse. Why risk it? I muttered to the roses, because talking to the guards was like talking to brick walls with guns. Why keep the collateral if it's going to start a war? The bruise throbbed in answer. Because he can. That was the only logic men like Cesare D'Acciao operated on. I walked the perimeter of the flower bed. It was a masterpiece of landscaping, lush green, manicured to within an inch of its life. But it was still a cage. I reached out to touch a perfect crimson bloom, the velvet petals soft under my fingertip, and then I saw it. Just beneath the lowest branch, tucked against the stone wall, was the thin coiled wire of an electrified fence. Of course, I whispered, pulling my hand back. Even paradise has a voltage setting. You couldn't even admire a flower here without risking a shock. It was the perfect metaphor for my life since the raid. Look, don't touch. Breathe, don't speak. Exist, don't live. Then I heard it. It started as a low vibration in the soles of my shoes, a rumble that didn't match the serene splashing of the fountains. An engine. But not the polite, purring engines of the D'Acciao fleet. This was raw, throaty, and aggressive. A V8 stripped of its muffler, accelerating hard up the winding private drive. I froze. My father, the coward that he was, had spent years teaching me the sounds of danger. Listen to the approach, Luciana. If it's high-pitched, it's speed. If it's deep, it's heavy. This was both. That's not one of ours, I said, my voice barely carrying over the water. The guard nearest the gate, a brute named Marco or Matteo I never bothered to learn, stiffened. I saw the leather of his shoulder holster creak as his chest expanded, his hand flying to his earpiece. His posture shifted from bored statue to coiled snake in a heartbeat. Caso. Status report, he barked into his lapel, his eyes scanning the tree line. We have an unauthorized approach. Sector 4. Static crackled sharply, cutting through the morning calm like a knife. Then the roar became deafening. Tires squealed, that high burning sound of rubber being tortured against asphalt. A long black sedan crested the hill, smashing through the wooden barrier arm at the main gate like it was made of matchsticks. It was moving way too fast for a visit. Castellani plate, someone screamed. Hit the alarm? I ducked instinctively, my body reacting before my brain could catch up, seeking the pathetic cover of a marble weeping angel statue. Castellani. The rivals. They weren't here to negotiate terms. They were here to liquidate assets. And I was the asset. The heavy oak door of the main house burst open with a violence that made me flinch. Cesare. He was already sprinting. He moved across the manicured lawn with a speed that was terrifying, his charcoal suit a blur against the greenery. He wasn't looking at the car. He wasn't looking at the guards. His slate-gray eyes were locked on me with a lethal, terrifying focus. Cesare. I screamed, the name ripping out of my throat. What are you? Move? Fanculo. He didn't slow down. He didn't swerve. He hit me like a freight train. The impact drove the air from my lungs in a painful, agonizing whoosh. His shoulder drove into my midsection, tackling me low and hard. I felt the delicate gold chain of my locket snap against the force, the metal biting into my skin before giving way. We went down in a tangle of limbs and expensive fabric, hitting the soft earth with a muffled thud that rattled my teeth. The taste of dirt and dry grass filled my mouth instantly. I can't breathe. Get off. Stay down. His voice was a guttural growl right in my ear. Don't move a muscle, Luciana. Do you understand? Basta. He pinned me to the ground, his body a crushing dead weight on top of mine. His free hand tangled brutally in my hair, shoving my face into the dirt, anchoring my head so I couldn't lift it. His heavy family ring dug into my temple, sharp and cold. If you move, I leave you, he hissed. Then the world exploded. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Automatic gunfire tore the air apart. It wasn't the cinematic bang from the movies. It was a deafening, ripping noise that hurt my ears. Bullets smacked against the stone wall behind us, sending shards of plaster raining down like hail. I felt the ground vibrate, thump, 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 as rounds chewed up the grass inches from our bodies. Dio Kane, they're using armor-piercing. Cesare roared over the noise, his body jerking slightly as debris hit him. Keep your head down. I squeezed my eyes shut, my fingers clawing uselessly at the damp soil. He wasn't moving. He was covering me. The realization hit me harder than the tackle. This man, this monster who had dragged me from my bed and threatened to bleed me dry, was currently using his own body as a meat shield to keep me from getting perforated. A bullet ricocheted off the fountain with a sharp crack zing, the sound whining agonizingly close to our heads. Cesare grunted, a low sound of effort, and pressed me down harder. His weight was suffocating, his chest heaving against my back. I could feel the rapid sledgehammer beat of his heart against my ribs. Are you hit? I gasped into the dirt, the words barely forming. Zita, he snarled. Shut up. The air turned thick and acrid. The smell of gunpowder and cordite washed over us, mixing violently with the scent coming off Cesare, hot metallic sweat, expensive leather, and that distinct clean musk that belonged only to him. It was overwhelming. My face was pressed into the collar of his suit, inhaling the chaos of him while death zipped through the air above us. A traitorous, sickening heat flared in my belly. It was biology, pure and stupid. The adrenaline, the fear, the crushing weight of a dominant male protecting me from a lethal threat. My body didn't care that I hated him. My hips instinctively tensed, pressing back against his thighs as he locked his legs around mine. It was a survival response, a desperate need to be closer to the thing that was keeping me alive, but it felt like a betrayal of every thought in my head. I hate you, I thought frantically, even as my breath hitched. I hate you for making me need this. Why is this happening? I choked out. Because your father is a coward who owes everyone money, he muttered, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. And now I have to clean up his mess. The gunfire stopped as abruptly as it had started. The engine revved high, a screeching panic sound, and tires spun on gravel. The car was peeling out, retreating back down the drive. The silence that followed was heavy, ringing in my ears like a physical blow. Cesare didn't move. He stayed on top of me, heavy and rigid, listening. I lay there, trapped between the cold earth and his hot, hard body, afraid to breathe. His knee was pressed intimately into the back of my thigh, his hand still clamped in my hair. It's over, I whispered, my voice shaking. They're gone. Wait, he ordered. I heard the click-clack of him checking the action on a pistol I hadn't even realized he'd drawn. For 10 agonizing seconds, we were just breathing together in the dirt. The danger was gone, but the trap remained. I couldn't tell if I was being protected or pinned. "Boss? Sector 4 clear. They're running south." The shout broke the spell. Guards were swarming the garden now, boots crunching on gravel, radios blaring. Cesare pushed himself up. The loss of his weight was sudden and cold. He wiped his jaw with the back of his hand, leaving a smear of dirt on his skin. He scanned the perimeter with eyes that had gone flat and dead, the heat of the moment replaced by the calculation of a general assessing casualties. "Get a perimeter scan," he roared, his voice booming across the garden. "Check the walls for entry points. Fanculo. If they get back in, I shoot you myself." He looked down at me. I was still on the ground, dress ruined, hair a disaster. He didn't offer a hand. He dropped to a crouch and ran his hands over me, ribs, arms, legs. It wasn't gentle. It was a mechanic checking a car for dents after a fender bender. Cold. Clinical. Insulting. He used 2 fingers to tilt my chin up, forcing me to look at him. His slate eyes bored into mine, searching for what? Fear? Gratitude? "Are you intact?" he demanded. "Speak. Tell me if they touched you." "I'm fine," I snapped, slapping his hand away. "Get off me." He grabbed my upper arm, his grip bruisingly tight, and hauled me to my feet. My ankle twisted on the uneven ground, but he didn't let me stumble. He just yanked me upright, stabilizing me with brute force. "You are unharmed." "Good." He released me like I was something dirty he'd picked up. "That would have been inconvenient." "Inconvenient?" I laughed, a sharp, hysterical sound. "I was almost shot, you stronzo." "They came for the collateral, Luciana. They want Corsini blood to settle the score." He leaned in close, his breath hot on my face. "You are a walking target. Your presence here is a liability." He turned to his lieutenant. "Marcello knew about this. Find out if he told Castellani. I want a name within the hour." Without looking at me again, he grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward the house. "Hey. I can walk." He ignored me, pulling me through the shattered remains of the piece and back into the fortress. The heavy oak door slammed shut behind us, the sound echoing through the foyer like a gunshot, cutting off the sunlight and the fresh air. The temperature dropped 10 degrees instantly. Cesare released me with a shove toward the grand staircase. I caught the mahogany banister to keep from falling, my legs shaking violently now that the adrenaline was crashing. "Go to your room," he said, his voice flat. "You are not to leave it until I retrieve you." I stared at him. He stood there in his ruined suit, dirt on his knees, blood on his knuckles, looking at me with absolute contempt. "You just saved my life," I said, the words tasting like ash. "Why?" "Because you belong to me," he said simply. "And I don't let people break my things. Now go." I turned and forced my legs to move. 1 step. 2 steps. I refused to look back. I refused to let him see the tremors wrecking my body. I walked up the stairs with my spine stiff, feeling his gaze burning into my back until I rounded the landing. I made it to my room and locked the door. I slumped against the wood, sliding down until I hit the floor. My hands were shaking so bad, I couldn't even unclench them. I pressed the dirty sleeve of my dress to my nose and inhaled sharply. Gunpowder. Sweat. Him. It smelled like safety. "Stop it," I hissed at myself. "He is the jailer, not the hero." I pushed myself up and walked to the vanity. The woman in the mirror looked deranged. Grass stains on the silk, dirt smeared on my cheek, eyes wide and haunted. And there, on my neck, the bite mark looked darker than before. A stark purple brand against my pale skin. I opened the hidden drawer in the vanity and pulled out the silver letter opener I'd stolen 3 days ago. It was small, but the point was sharp. I tested it against the pad of my thumb, pressing until a tiny bead of red bloomed. The sting grounded me. He had saved me. He had claimed me. But he had also locked me in here. I used the tip of the blade to scrape the dry dirt from under my fingernails, watching the black flakes fall onto the pristine white runner. I am his, I whispered to the empty room. And he is mine, whether I want him or not. If the Castellanis came back, I wouldn't be cowering in the garden. And if Cesare thought saving my life bought him my submission, he was in for a rude awakening. I wiped the blade on my skirt and slipped it into my boot. Let them come.
Chapter 10. Cesare POV. The map of the region was spread across my desk like an autopsy report. I ran a scarred knuckle over the location of the garden wall, tracing the path where the bullets had chewed up the stone just 24 hours ago. The acrid smell of burnt wood smoke still faintly lingered in the night air, drifting in through the cracked window, mixing with the sharp, expensive scent of the scotch in my glass. It pissed me off. Not the attack itself. Attacks were part of the job description. It was the audacity. The sloppy execution. The fact that someone thought they could take a shot at the D'Acciao compound and breathe long enough to brag about it. I slammed the heavy crystal decanter onto the desk. The sound was a gunshot in the silence, rattling the tumblers. Marcello flinched. Just a twitch in his jaw, but I saw it. He was standing by the bookshelf, watching me with that calculating look he always wore when he was trying to figure out if I was about to snap a neck or sign a check. "The perimeter is reinforced," he said, his voice level. "We doubled the guards on the south wall." "Reinforced isn't enough," I growled, staring at the ink on the paper. "The commission smells weakness, Marcello. They see a burning estate, a dead Corsini patriarch on the run, and they think the blood in the water is ours. Tonight they're going to smell something else." Marcello stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "The gala? You're still going?" "I'm not just going. I'm making a statement." I looked up, locking eyes with him. "Silvano Corsini's ghost needs a body to haunt. Luciana will be that body." Marcello let out a breath, a short, sharp huff of disbelief. "Bringing the girl is risky, Cesare. She's volatile. If she makes a scene, I'll handle it. But if I leave her here, locked in a tower like a fairy tale princess, they'll think I'm hiding her. They'll think I haven't broken her yet." I straightened, buttoning my cuffs. "Secure the perimeter tighter than a coffin lid. No more errors. Capisci?" "Capisci," he muttered, though I could see the doubt swimming in his eyes. I didn't care about his doubt. I cared about results. I walked out of the study, the heavy oak door thudding shut behind me. The corridor was quiet, the kind of heavy, expensive silence that money buys to cover up the screams in the basement. My shoes echoed on the marble, a rhythmic click-clack that sounded like a countdown. I needed to reset. The drive-by had messed with my head. For a split second in the chaos, when I'd covered Luciana's body with mine, instinct had overridden strategy. I'd protected her not as an asset, but as something else. That was dangerous. That was the kind of shit that got men killed. I adjusted my jacket, feeling the familiar weight of the fabric, and steeled myself. She was a debt payment. A walking ledger. Nothing more. I reached her door. The guard posted outside straightened, his hand twitching toward his belt before he recognized me. "Leave," I said, waving a hand. "Wait at the end of the hall." He nodded and vanished. I didn't knock to be polite. I knocked once, a brutal rap of knuckles against wood to announce my arrival, and then I pushed the door open. Luciana was sitting by the window, a heavy leather-bound book in her lap. She didn't look up when I entered, but I saw her eyes shift in the reflection of the glass. She was tracking me, watching the predator enter the cage. She closed the book with a sharp snap, the sound echoing the finality of her refusal before I'd even opened my mouth. "Get dressed," I said, my voice flat. "We leave in an hour." She turned slowly, her expression a mask of bored contempt. It was a good mask. Almost perfect. But I saw the tension in her neck, the way her fingers dug into the leather cover of the book. "I am not going anywhere, D'Acciao," she said, her voice cool, like ice water on a burn. "I am your captive, not your trophy. I don't do playdates with murderers." "Your refusal is noted," I said, walking past her. "It is also irrelevant." I grabbed the large black velvet box sitting on the dresser, Armani Priv flown in from Naples this morning, and dropped it onto the end of the bed. The mattress dipped under the weight. I flipped the lid open. Inside, liquid scarlet silk shimmered under the chandelier light. It was a gown designed for sin. Backless structured violent red. It was a flag of war. It costs more than your father's house, I said, running a finger over the silk. It was cool to the touch, slippery. Wear it well. Luciana stood up, the book sliding to the floor with a heavy thud. She stared at the dress like it was covered in plague sores. I'd rather wear a shroud than your colors, she spat, her eyes flashing fire. You think you can just dress me up and parade me around? Like I'm some prize you won at a carnival? I stepped into her space. I didn't rush. I just moved, eating up the distance between us until I was looming over her. She tried to hold her ground, chin tipped up, but I saw the slight tremor in her pupil. I reached out, gripping her chin, forcing her head back further. I do not accept refusals, Luciana, I whispered, leaning down until I could smell the faint, expensive scent of the soap I provided for her. I accept surrender. Go to hell, she breathed. We're already there, Cesare. I tightened my grip just enough to be uncomfortable, not enough to bruise. The shroud is reserved for Silvano, if you test my patience. Capisci? Her breath hitched. There it was. The lever. The only thing that kept her tethered to this earth. Her worthless father. Tell me, I murmured, watching the conflict rage behind her dark honey eyes. Which is stronger, your pride or your family blood? She glared at me, hatred radiating off her in waves, but she didn't pull away. She knew the math. She knew the cost. Don't confuse the protection I offered in the garden with affection, I added, my voice dropping to a gravelly low. It was pragmatism. You are valuable collateral. But collateral can be liquidated if the maintenance costs get too high. I released her abruptly. She stumbled back a half step, catching herself against the dresser. Two maids are outside, I said, turning my back on her. Ensure the dress fits perfectly. Every curve must be displayed. I want them to see exactly what I own. I walked to the door, pausing with my hand on the brass handle. If you're not ready when I return, I burn your father's passport. Live on stream. I stepped out and signaled the two stone-faced women waiting in the hall. They hurried in, heads bowed, avoiding my gaze. I pulled the door shut and locked it. The heavy metallic click was the sound of a cage sealing. Back in my suite, I moved with mechanical precision. Shower. Shave. The razor glided over my jaw, scraping away the shadow. I looked at myself in the mirror. Slate gray eyes dead and flat. A face carved from rock. I looked like what I was, a man who killed people for a living and slept like a baby. I dressed slowly. The tuxedo was bespoke, cut to hide the bulk of muscle and the hardware I carried. I slid the twin Berettas into the shoulder holsters, feeling the cool slide of steel against my ribs. It was a comforting weight. A security blanket, made of 9mm rounds. I fastened the cufflinks, heavy gold bearing the D'Acciao crest. I adjusted my tie, pulling the knot tight enough to restrict my breath just a fraction. It kept me sharp, kept the edge honed. I checked the time. 40 minutes. I spent 10 of them pacing, running through the guest list in my head. Castellani would be there. The fat leech Domenico. He'd want to test me. He'd want to see if the Corsini girl was broken, or if she was a liability. I had to make sure the answer was clear. I walked back to her room. The hallway was empty again. The silence was heavy. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The air in the room had changed. It smelled of gardenia and tension. Luciana was standing in the center of the Persian rug. The maids were gone. For a second, just one fraction of a second, my professional detachment failed. Cazzo. The dress wasn't just clothing. It was a weapon. The scarlet silk clung to her like a second skin, outlining the slope of her waist, the flare of her hips. The neckline plunged, daring anyone to look, but the back was entirely exposed. Just miles of smooth olive skin down to the base of her spine. She looked breathtaking. And she looked ready to stab me in the throat. I masked the hitch in my breath by adjusting my jacket, stepping inside and closing the door. Perfect, I said, my voice rougher than I intended. The tailor earned his fee. Luciana turned to face me. Her face was set in stone, but her eyes were burning. "You look like a funeral director. And you look exactly like what you are, mine." I began to circle her, slow and predatory. I wanted to see it from every angle. I wanted to see the flaws, the cracks in the armor. There were none. She stood rigid, spine straight, chin high. "Don't try to hide your anger," I said, stopping behind her. "They need to see that I break beautiful things. It adds to the mystique." I reached out, tracing the delicate exposed bone of her shoulder blade with a single finger. Her skin was warm, soft. She flinched, a tiny involuntary spasm, but she didn't move away. "Let the men see the price of betrayal, Luciana. The price is you." "I am not a price," she whispered, staring at the wall. "I am a person." "Not tonight. Tonight you are a display." I moved my hand up to her neck, my fingers brushing against the dark tendrils of hair pinned up to expose her nape. "I didn't buy a doll. I bought an asset." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the velvet jewelry case. I snapped it open. The diamond collar necklace glittered in the dim light. Thick, heavy, expensive. It looked less like jewelry and more like a shackle. I stepped closer, pressing my chest against her bare back. I felt the heat of her body seep through my shirt. I brought the necklace around her throat. "This belongs to the D'Acciao line," I murmured, fastening the clasp. The click was loud in the quiet room. "Tonight, so do you." I let my hands linger, my fingers cold against her warm skin. I slid my thumb to the side, pressing gently against her carotid artery. I felt her pulse hammering against my skin. Fast. Erratic. "Feel that?" I whispered into her ear. "That is the sound of my possession." She swallowed hard, her throat moving against the diamonds. "You're a monster." "I'm a king," I corrected. "And kings need queens to kneel." I leaned in, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. "Listen to me closely, Kara. The rules for tonight are simple. You stay by my side. You do not speak unless spoken to. You do not look at another man for longer than a second. And most importantly, you smile." She clenched her jaw so tight a muscle jumped in her cheek. "If you embarrass me," I continued, my voice dropping to a lethal growl, "I will burn Corsini's passport in front of you. I will let the dogs have him. Do you understand?" She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them. They were wet, but no tears fell. Good. Tears ruined the makeup. "I understand," she said, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. "Good." I stepped back, offering my arm. "Shall we?" She hesitated, then placed her hand on my forearm. Her fingers were ice cold. We walked out into the hallway. I shifted my position, moving my hand from my side to the small of her back. Direct skin contact. My palm pressed against the bare flesh, just above the curve of her hip. I felt her muscles seize up, resisting the touch. I dug my fingers in, pulling her closer.
Chapter 11. Luciana POV. This dress isn't fashion. It's a red fucking neon sign that screams sold. The crimson silk clings to me like a second skin I can't shed, tight enough to cut off my circulation if I breathe too deep. It's shameless. Every curve, every line of my body is on display for the vultures in tuxedos circling the main ballroom of the Galleria delle Arti. I feel like a prized heifer at an auction, except the gavel already banged down weeks ago when my father decided his gambling addiction was worth more than his daughter. Caesar's hand is a brand on the small of my back. He hasn't moved it for 20 minutes. His fingers are rigid, digging into my spine, steering me through the crowd of Rome's criminal elite like he's driving a tank. He isn't guiding me, he's piloting me. "Stop fidgeting," he murmurs, the sound vibrating low against my ear. He doesn't even look at me. His eyes are scanning the room, calculating threats, counting allies, probably figuring out who he's going to kill next Tuesday. "I'm not fidgeting," I snap back, keeping my voice low enough so the Contessa holding a champagne glass 3 feet away doesn't hear. "I'm trying to keep this neckline from plunging down to my navel. Did you pay extra for less fabric, or was that just a lucky bonus? I paid for you to be seen, Luciana. Let them look. His grip tightens, pulling my hand away from my chest where I was trying to adjust the silk. He forces my arm down to my side. Peso de merda. He wants them to look. He wants every boss, every capo, and every underboss in this gold-leafed mausoleum to see exactly what belongs to the D'Acciao family now. It's not about my body. It's about his territory. I'm just the flag he planted on the conquered land. The air in here is thick enough to chew on. It smells like old money, cigars, heavy floral perfumes that probably cost more than a car, and the underlying metallic scent of tension. Everyone is smiling, but nobody is happy. That's the thing about these galas. The smiles are just baring teeth before the bite. We stop near a massive Baroque painting of some saint getting flayed alive. Appropriate. D'Acciao. A voice like grinding gravel stops us. Capo Rizzo. He's ancient, his skin hanging off his face like melted wax, but his eyes are sharp predatory beads. He's surrounded by 3 younger men who look like they'd snap a neck for a breath mint. Rizzo, Cesare acknowledges. He doesn't bow. He doesn't even nod. He just stands there, a towering wall of charcoal wool and violence. I heard the Corsini issue was settled, Rizzo says, his gaze sliding off Cesare and landing directly on my chest. He rakes his eyes over me with the subtlety of a grease fire. I feel the urge to shower instantly. The debt is paid. The books are balanced, Cesare says flatly. A pretty trinket, Rizzo wheezes, swirling his drink. But be careful of collateral that talks too much. Women from that line tend to have expensive tastes and loose tongues. I stiffen, my nails digging into my palm. Trinket. I'm standing right here, you dusty old coffin dodger. I'm not a vase. Luciana knows her place, Cesare says. The lie slides out of him smooth as oil. He squeezes my waist, a silent warning to keep my mouth shut. Enjoy the evening, Rizzo. He dismisses the capo before the old man can get another word in, pivoting us toward a marble column near the terrace doors. But before we get there, one of Caesar's soldiers, a guy with a scar through his eyebrow, steps in close and whispers something urgent. Caesar's jaw tightens. He finally removes his hand from my back, the absence of his heat leaving a cold spot on my skin. Stay here, he orders, his voice dropping an octave. Do not move from this column. If you speak to anyone, I will know. Where am I going to go, Cesare? The buffet? I'm pretty sure the shrimp is poisoned. Don't be smart. Be still. He steps away, disappearing into a knot of men discussing shipping lanes and bribes. I lean back against the cold marble, letting out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My heart is hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I hate this. I hate the way they look at me, like I'm a ledger entry with tits. I scan the room, trying to find a distraction, maybe a waiter with a tray of something strong enough to numb my brain, when I catch a movement to my left. Matteo. I recognize him instantly. He's a soldier for the Castellani family, the rivals who have been circling the D'Acciao empire like sharks smelling blood in the water. He's leaning against the opposite pillar, watching me. He lifts his glass in a mock salute, a slick, oily smile spreading across his face. Dio Cane. Just what I needed. I look away, staring intently at the hem of my dress, but I can feel his gaze crawling over me. It's physical. Gross. I measure the distance to Cesare. He's 20 feet away, deep in conversation, his back to me. If I cause a scene, Cesare will be pissed. If I don't, well, I have a feeling Matteo isn't just looking for a chat. Footsteps click on the marble floor. I don't even have to look up to know he's closing the distance. The air suddenly smells like aggressive cologne and bad intentions. Capo D'Acciao left his leash unattended, a voice drawls right next to my ear. I look up. Matteo is too close. Way too close. He's effectively boxed me in against the column, cutting off my line of sight to the rest of the room. He's not tall, but he's broad, and he has that desperate, hungry look of a man who enjoys hurting things that can't fight back. Go away, Matteo, I say, keeping my voice ice cold. Unless you want to explain to Cesare why you're breathing his air. Matteo laughs, a wet, unpleasant sound. Your man is busy making deals. Probably trading you in for a newer model. Is that what they call an escort these days? Collateral? I'm not an escort, I spit, my hand drifting toward the small slit in my dress where I've pinned a razor-thin blade beneath the silk. It's small, but it's sharp. Take a step back, Coglione. He doesn't step back. He steps closer. He puts a hand on the marble next to my head, leaning in until I can see the pores on his nose. You are the price of a coward's weakness, little Corsini. Your father sold you for poker chips. Does he treat you well for the debt? Or does he lend you out? Rage flares in my chest, hot and blinding. My father is a weak, gambling addict stronzo, but hearing this piece of trash say it makes me want to carve his name into his forehead. I grip my clutch so hard the metal frame digs into my fingers. You're brave when his back is turned, I hiss. I'm just asking questions, Matteo smirks, his eyes dropping to my cleavage. Tell me, is he rough? Or do you prefer it when he pretends to be a gentleman? I've always wondered how much D'Acciao paid for a Corsini whore. Did he test the merchandise first? The insult lands like a physical slap. My ears are ringing. The audacity. The sheer, unadulterated audacity. My fingers twitch toward the blade. I could do it. One quick slice across the jugular. It would be messy, sure. It would ruin the gala. Cesare would probably kill me himself for the cleanup. But God, it would feel good. Get away from me, I warn, my voice trembling not with fear, but with the effort of not gutting him right here on the polished floor. Soon Cesare will tire of playing keeper, Matteo whispers, leaning in to smell my hair. And then we will see who claims the flesh. I might even make an offer. The air in the room changes. It's not a sound. It's a vacuum. The noise of the gala, the chatter, the music, the clinking glasses, doesn't stop, but it feels like it's been sucked out of my immediate vicinity. The hair on my arm stands up. I look past Matteo's shoulder. Cesare. He's finished his conversation. He's standing perfectly still, about 15 feet away. His body is angled toward us. His face is a mask of absolute zero. No anger. No annoyance. Just a terrifying blank void where his humanity used to be. He saw. Oh, you are so fucked, I whisper, and for the first time, I actually feel a pang of pity for Matteo. Matteo frowns, confused by my tone. What? Cesare starts moving. He doesn't run. He doesn't rush. He walks with a fluid, lethal grace, a dark tide cutting through the crowd. People act like water parting for a shark. They don't even know why they're moving out of his way, they just sense the predatory intent radiating off him. Matteo turns around, his smirk dissolving into something that looks a lot like, oh shit. He fumbles with his champagne flute. It slips through his fingers and hits the carpet. It doesn't break, just bounces with a dull thud, spilling liquid everywhere. Cesare, Matteo starts, holding up his hands. It's nothing, just conversation. I was paying my respects to the lady. Cesare doesn't speak. He doesn't even blink. He closes the distance in 3 long strides. The silence he brings with him is deafening. Cesare, I meant no disrespect. Cesare reaches us. He ignores me completely. He ignores the crowd. His hand shoots out faster than I can track and clamps onto Matteo's right wrist, the hand that was resting on the pillar next to my head. This hand, Cesare says. His voice is calm. Conversational. Like he's discussing the weather. Used it to wave at my Donna? I didn't. Did you think I wouldn't see? Cesare twists. Crack. The sound is sickeningly loud, like a dry branch snapping in a winter forest. It echoes off the high ceilings. Matteo's mouth opens in a silent O of agony, his eyes bugging out. He drops to his knees, but Cesare doesn't let go of the broken wrist. He keeps him suspended there, twisting it further, grinding the fractured bones together. Fanculo! Matteo screams, finally finding his voice. D'Acciao. You? Shut up, Cesare says. He releases the wrist and grabs Matteo by the back of the neck. With a brutal, efficient shove, he slams Matteo's face into the marble column. Thud. It's a wet, heavy sound. Blood sprays instantly, painting a jagged red abstract art piece across the pristine white stone. A fine mist of it hits my bare shoulder. It's warm. Sticky. The room gasps. A collective intake of breath from 300 people. Cesare isn't done. He catches Matteo on the rebound, drags him back, and slams him again. Harder. Thud. Say it, Cesare demands, his voice a low growl. Say she is mine. Matteo is gurgling, his nose definitely shattered, blood pouring down his expensive shirt. D'Acciao, he chokes out. Cesare slams him a third time. Crack. Matteo goes limp. He slides down the column, leaving a smear of red behind him, and crumples onto the floor like a discarded rag doll. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence. The band has stopped playing. The waiters are frozen. Cesare straightens his jacket. He adjusts his cufflinks. There's a smear of blood on his cheekbone, stark against his pale skin. He looks down at the unconscious man with the same interest one might show a stepped-on cockroach. Take this piece of trash and send him back to Castellani, Cesare says to the heir. Two of his guards materialize from the crowd, grabbing Matteo's legs and dragging him away. Tell him I cleaned his mouth. Cesare turns to me. My heart is beating so fast I think I might pass out. I'm standing there, pinned to the column, blood speckling my shoulder, staring at the monster who just brutalized a man for talking to me. And God help me, I'm wet. I can feel the heat pooling between my legs, a traitorous dark throb of arousal. It's sick. It's wrong. I should be horrified. I am horrified. But beneath the horror is a primal, lizard-brain satisfaction. He did that for me. He claimed me in blood. Caesar's eyes are blazing. The slate gray is gone, replaced by pure black pupil. He steps into my personal space, looming over me, blocking out the rest of the room. He reaches out and grabs my arm. His grip is steel. Did he touch you, Luciana? His voice is rough, scraping against my nerves. No, I manage to whisper. Just words. He looks at the blood on my shoulder. His thumb reaches out and swipes it, smearing the red across my skin. It's a possessive gesture. Marking me. You are trembling, he observes. You just smashed a man's face into a wall 3 inches from my head, Cesare. What do you expect? I expect you to know who you belong to. He pulls me flush against him. He doesn't care about the blood. He doesn't care about the audience. He presses his hips into mine, and I can feel how hard he is. The violence turned him on just as much as it did me. We're both sick. We deserve each other. He lowers his head, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. Look at them, Luciana, he whispers, nodding toward the room of stunned onlookers. Look at their fear. They know. Everyone knows now. I cling to his lapel, my knuckles white. Cesare, we need to leave. We will, he promises, his voice dropping to a crude guttural growl that vibrates through my entire skeleton. Let everyone watch. Because when I get you home, I'm going to fuck you in this dress until you scream my name. You are mine to break, Piccola. Not his. Not your father's. Mine? The promise hangs heavy in the air, thick with threat and pleasure. My breath hitches. I don't pull away. I don't fight him. I lean into him, accepting the weight of his claim. Let's go, I say, my voice shaky. He links his fingers with mine, his grip bruising, and starts walking. He drags me toward the exit, his pace fast, aggressive. We march through the silent ballroom. People scatter. Nobody meets our eyes. I see the fear on their faces, the respect. I lift my chin. Let them look. Let them see the blood on my shoulder. I'm not just a Corsini anymore. I'm the woman the devil just went to war for. We hit the corridor. At the far end, leaning against a wall, is Marcello, Caesar's brother. He's watching us with a look that's half shock, half disgust. His eyes flick to the blood on Caesar's face, then to me. He doesn't like this, I murmur as we pass him. Marcello can choke on his envy, Cesare says, not even glancing at his brother. He thinks power is signatures and handshakes.
Chapter 12. Cesare POV. I didn't wait for the valet to open the door. I didn't wait for the murmurs of the gala crowd to die down. The adrenaline was still humming in my veins, a low-frequency buzz that made my hands itch to hit something else. Or someone else. Luciana stumbled as I dragged her past the stunned staff, my grip on her upper arm tight enough to leave bruises by morning. Good. Let her look at them, and remember why she shouldn't smile at pieces of shit like that rival capo. I kicked a velvet rope stanchion out of my way as we moved, the heavy brass clattering across the pavement with a noise that made the valet jump. Smetila. Stop struggling, I snarled, not looking at her. She was trying to dig her heels in, but in those ridiculous heels she had no leverage against me. You're hurting me, she hissed, though the fear in her voice was mixed with something else. Something sharper. The fun is over, Luciana. Now we settle the score. The armored SUV was waiting at the curb, engine idling like a sleeping beast. I yanked the rear door open and shoved her inside. She landed heavily against the black leather, a mess of expensive silk and indignant rage. I didn't give her a second to recover. I climbed in after her and slammed the door shut, cutting off the humid night air and the staring eyes of the Roman elite. Inside, the silence was heavy, pressurized. The kind of quiet you get before a bomb goes off. I looked at the driver's partition. It was down. Go, I barked. Then I hit the button on the console. The partition slid up with a hydraulic whir, sealing us into the back. Luciana was scrambling to sit up, her chest heaving. Her diamond collar, my collar, caught the edge of the doorframe as she moved, a sharp metallic scrape that grated on my nerves. She looked like a wrecked piece of art. Hair wild, eyes wide, skin flushed. 20,000 euros for that dress, and all I wanted to do was rip it off her. You're insane, she breathed, pressing herself against the far door. I leaned back against the leather, staring at her in the dim street light that flickered through the tinted windows. I didn't say a word. I just watched. I let the silence stretch until it was thin enough to snap. I drummed my heavy silver signet ring once against the armrest. Tap. You should have stayed quiet tonight, I said, my voice low. He was insulting me, she shot back, though she shrank under my gaze. He was baiting you. And like a child, you took it. I watched the pulse flutter in her throat, right beneath the diamonds. Look at me, Luciana. Look at the man who owns your silence. I hate you, she whispered. Does violence suit you? It seems to. I saw the way her pupils were blown wide. She was terrified, yes, but she was high on it too. The violence in the ballroom, the blood on my knuckles, it woke something up in her. I hate that you like it. I don't. Liar. I tightened my fist until my knuckles turned white. The image of that man's hand reaching for her. Fanculo. I needed to erase it. I needed to scrub the memory of anyone else looking at her from her mind. The SUV rolled over the cobblestones, a rhythmic vibration under the floor. The air was cool, smelling of conditioned leather and her perfume, jasmine and spice. It was suffocating. You are mine to show and mine to hide, I said, unbuttoning my jacket. Don't forget the order. You made your point out there, she said, her voice trembling. Everyone saw. I didn't do it for them. I snapped. I lunged across the seat, moving faster than a man my size should be able to. She gasped, hands flying up to push me away, but it was like trying to stop a train. I grabbed a fistful of the silk at her waist and yanked her toward me. Her body collided with my chest, soft curves against hard muscle. My gold watch clicked loudly against the side panel as I threw my weight over her. Mine, I roared, the word tearing out of my throat. Did you think you would escape the payment? She tried to push against my lapels, but I crushed her mouth with mine. It wasn't a kiss. It was an assault. A reclaiming. I tasted iron where my teeth scraped her lip. She tasted like champagne and fear. I forced her head back against the headrest, pinning her with my weight, grinding my mouth against hers until she stopped fighting and started whimpering. Say my name, Luciana. Say it. I broke the kiss, breathing hard against her cheek. Cesare, she gasped, the name wrecking her. Taci. Be silent. My right hand moved to her throat, fingers digging under the cold, heavy stones of the collar. I gripped her neck, not choking her but holding her there, controlling the airflow, feeling the frantic thump of her heart against my thumb. You wear my leash well, collateral, I growled, staring into her dark honey eyes. Breathe for me, Luciana. Her hands were still on my chest, bunched in my suit jacket. She should be pushing me away. She should be scratching my eyes out. Instead, her fingers curled, gripping the cashmere, pulling me closer. I feel your lies, but your body tells the truth, I muttered, moving my hand down her side. The silk was in the way. It was too much fabric. Too many layers between my skin and my property. That little taste of freedom tonight was poison. I am the cure. I found the seam of the dress near her thigh. I didn't bother looking for a zipper. I just pulled. Sheep. The sound of expensive fabric tearing was loud in the small space. A long strip of black silk came away in my hand, wrapping around the seatbelt clasp. Cesare. My dress. This dress was only meant to cover you until we got back to the car, I said, shoving the ruined material up her hips. Now you are naked, as you should be for your owner. Her skin was pale and warm in the dim light. I ran my hand over her bare hip, my calloused fingers digging in, leaving marks that would turn blue by tomorrow. I wiped the lipstick from my mouth with the torn edge of the silk. I pay too much for silk to keep it on my property, I muttered. She shivered as the cool air hit her skin, her thighs clamping together instinctively. I forced them apart with my knee. I fumbled with my belt, the movement awkward in the cramped back seat. The metallic rasp of the buckle scratching against the leather seat sounded like a gunshot. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but from a need so violent it felt like rage. Basta. Enough foreplay. The buttons of my trousers popped open. I shoved them down, freeing myself. I was hard, painfully so, the blood pumping so fast it made my vision blur. I pinned her against the door, my forearm across her chest. I leaned down, my lips brushing her ear. I told you what I would do to you when we got home. This is home for now, I whispered, switching to Italian, the words thick and crude. Sei una puttana, but you are my whore. Mia. I didn't wait. I didn't ask. I positioned myself and thrust forward. Acetalo, accept it. I entered her in one hard, definitive motion. She cried out, the sound muffled by my hand slamming over her mouth. She was tight, wet, and perfect. The car swayed as I drove deep, using the momentum to bury myself to the hilt. Gardema, puttana. Look at me, I snarled, grabbing a handful of her hair and yanking her head back. Her eyes met mine, swimming with tears and lust. She looked broken. She looked beautiful. Every inch of you is mine. Every breath. I started to move. The rhythm was savage, dictated by the road and my own lack of control. I slammed into her, skin slapping against skin, the sound filling the armored cocoon. Open for me, Luciana. You belong to this. I moved my hand from her mouth to her throat again, tightening on the collar. She let out a strangled moan, her hips bucking up to meet me. She hated this. She loved this. We were both sick, twisted creatures feeding off the same darkness. My hand slid down between us, finding the slick heat where we were joined. I rubbed her clitoris, rough and fast. She gasped, her back arching off the seat. See. You are already begging for me, Stronzo, I gritted out. Cesare, please. Don't ever hide your needs from me, Cazzo. I pulled out almost all the way, then slammed back in. The car hit a pothole, the jolt throwing us together. My shoulder hit the door panel, but I didn't stop. I gritted my teeth, feeling the friction burn. Cazzo. Hold still, Luciana. I lifted her leg, hooking it over my shoulder. Her heel bumped against the bulletproof glass. I was deep inside her now, hitting spots that made her eyes roll back. Hold on to me. Don't fall, my collateral. I'm yours, she sobbed, the words falling out of her like a confession. I'm yours, Cesare. That was it. That was the trigger. Tua. You are always mine, I roared. I don't need permission. I hammered into her, harder, faster. Take it, Patana. Every inch is yours. Fanculo, give me everything you have. She unraveled beneath me. I felt her clamp down, her body convulsing in a violent orgasm. She threw her head back, teeth scraping against the shoulder of my jacket as she screamed. There. That is where you belong. The sight of her coming undone pushed me over the edge. I groaned, a guttural sound that tore through my chest. I gripped her hips, bruising the skin, and drove into her one last time, emptying myself inside her with a force that made my vision go black for a second. Mia. Mia Fanculo. I collapsed against her, my forehead pressed to her slick shoulder. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, loud in the sudden silence. The car hummed beneath us, steady and indifferent. I stayed there for a heartbeat, too. Then the coldness returned. The fire burned out, leaving only ash and clarity. It is done, I muttered. The debt is paid for tonight. I pulled out of her, abruptly. The loss of contact was sharp, immediate. I grabbed a napkin from the console and cleaned myself up, wiping the fluids away with clinical efficiency. I tossed the soiled cloth onto the floor. Clean yourself up, I said, my voice flat. I adjusted my clothes, buttoning my trousers, tucking in my shirt. I checked my cufflinks. Everything back in place. The monster back in the cage. Luciana was slumped against the door, her dress in tatters, legs bare, chest heaving. She looked like a war zone. She tried to pull the ripped silk over her thighs, her hands trembling. Don't look like that, I said, catching my reflection in the dark window. You got exactly what you wanted. The SUV slowed. The heavy iron gates of the D'Acciao compound loomed ahead. I could hear the hydraulic grinding as they opened. The door's open, I said, more to myself than her. The car rolled up the driveway and came to a smooth stop. I knocked sharply on the partition. It slid down. I grabbed a sanitized wipe from the packet in the door and scrubbed my hands. Have this detailed immediately, I told the driver, not looking up. And burn the cloth. I opened my door and stepped out into the cool night air. The gravel crunched under my boots. I adjusted my jacket, smoothing the lapels. I looked back into the car. Luciana was frozen, clutching the door handle, her knuckles white. Out, Luciana. She stepped out, wobbling slightly. The torn dress flapped in the breeze. She looked at me with pure hatred now. Good. Hate was useful. Hate kept her alive. Get inside and wait for my command. Dio Kane, I said, checking the time on my phone. Marcello was probably already waiting in the study, and I had real problems to deal with. Do not keep me waiting. I turned and walked toward the massive stone entrance of the house, leaving her standing in the driveway with the guards staring. I didn't look back.
Chapter 13. Luciana POV. I sat on the edge of the mattress, my legs dangling like I was some broken doll someone had tossed aside. The adrenaline that had been pumping through my veins in the back of that SUV was gone, replaced by a hollow, aching cold. I ran my fingers over my inner thighs. The skin was tender, already blooming with fresh purple marks where his hands had gripped me. My ribs ached. My whole body felt like it had been run through a grinder. I needed to be clean. I needed to scrub until my skin was raw and red and didn't smell like him anymore. But the scent was stuck to me. Vetiver, gunpowder, and that sharp, metallic tang of violence that clung to Cesare like a second skin. It was suffocating in this room. The silk sheets under my hands felt alien, too smooth, too expensive. They were cool against my skin, but I felt feverish. My body was a lie. It was a traitor. In that car, with the bulletproof glass vibrating from the road, I hadn't pushed him away. I'd clawed at him. I'd met his violence with my own desperation. Dio Kane. I felt sick. I pushed myself up, my legs trembling, and walked over to the antique mirror in the corner. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. The woman staring back wasn't Luciana Corsini. She was a wreck. My hair was a rat's nest, tangled and wild. There were bite marks on my neck, dark and bruising, standing out against pale skin. And there, near my jawline, a faint smear of dried blood. It wasn't mine. It was from the gala. From the man Cesare had beaten into a pulp before dragging me out. I raised a hand, my finger trembling as I tried to scrape the rusty flake off my skin. It wouldn't move. It was like a brand. "Look at you," I whispered, my voice raspy. "A cheap used thing." I looked like his victim. But God, for those few minutes in the dark with the engine roaring beneath us, I hadn't felt like a victim. I'd felt like a warrior. I'd felt alive in a way that terrified me. The door creaked open, and I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. It wasn't him. A small elderly maid scurried in, head down, eyes glued to the floor. She carried a tray with a bottle of water, some pills, and a stack of heavy cotton clothes. She moved like a mouse in a room full of cats, terrified to make a sound. She set the tray on the dresser with a sharp clack of ceramic on marble, and I flinched. She didn't look at me. She smoothed an invisible wrinkle in the silk tablecloth, her hands shaking, then turned and practically ran for the door. I stared after her. She was terrified of me. Or maybe terrified of what being near me meant. "Even kindness here feels like a threat," I muttered. I grabbed the clothes. Simple. Heavy. Not the silk prisons Cesare usually forced me into. I tossed them on the bed and started pacing. I couldn't sit still. The energy in my body was jagged, spiking with every heartbeat. I stopped at the window. The view was breathtaking, the sprawling estate, the dark line of trees, but I knew better. I pressed my hand against the glass and felt the cold bite of the reinforced steel bars hidden beneath the decorative scrollwork. I was in a cage. A gilded velvet-lined cage, but a cage nonetheless. "I hate him," I told the glass. "I should hate him more than I hate myself." But why did I feel safe when his hands were on me? Stronzo. Why did the monster feel like the only solid thing in a world that was falling apart? I turned, pacing back toward the fireplace, and that's when I saw it. Caesar's briefcase. It was sitting on the armchair, dark leather, heavy and scarred. He must have dropped it there when he dragged me in, and forgot it in the chaos. I froze. My eyes locked onto the brass clasps. It was a stupid, reckless thought. If he walked in and caught me snooping, he'd break me. He wouldn't hesitate. But I needed to know. I needed to know what game we were playing. I needed ammunition. Knowledge is the only currency I have left, I thought, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my sternum. And I will pay the price for it. I looked at the door. It was thick, solid oak. I listened. Nothing. No heavy footsteps. No murmur of voices. Just the silence of the fortress. Basta, I hissed. I will look. I crossed the room in 3 strides. The leather felt cold under my fingertips. There were scratches near the handle, marks of a life lived in war zones and boardrooms. I flicked the clasps. Click. Click. Unlocked. A trap? Maybe. A test? Probably. I didn't care. I opened the lid. Inside, neat stacks of files and ledgers sat in organized rows. It smelled like toner and old paper, mixed with the faint stale scent of cigar smoke. My fingers hovered over the tabs until they landed on one that made my stomach drop. Corsini. Just the name. Just my name. My legacy. I pulled the file out. It was heavy. I set the briefcase on the floor and laid the folder on the mattress, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the cardstock. This is it, I whispered. The end of the uncertainty. I flipped it open. The first few pages were chaos. Betting slips. Casino markers. Promissory notes scrawled on napkins and formal bank letterheads. I scanned the numbers, and the air left my lungs in a rush. 50,000. 200,000. A €500,000 credit line at a casino in Monte Carlo. I did the math in my head and my knees went weak. The total was staggering. Millions. It was tens of millions. Caso. I wiped the sweat from my lip, biting the inside of my cheek until I tasted copper. It's 4 times what he told me. My father. Silvano. He'd stood in our kitchen, tears in his eyes, telling me it was just a bad run. Just a little hole he needed to dig out of. He was never going to pay this back. He had drowned us before I even knew we were in the water. I flipped faster now. The dates went back 5 years. 5 years of lies. He was gambling away our future while my mother was dying in the hospital. While I was holding her hand, he was at a table in Venice throwing away our lives. Rage started to boil in my gut, hot and sour. But it got worse. Deeper in the stack, the papers changed. These weren't debts. They were lists. D'Acciao shipping routes. Warehouse inventories. Names of personnel on the docks. Shift changes for security teams. The handwriting was unmistakable. Precise looped cursive. My father's hand. I held a sheet up to the light, checking the watermark, praying it was a forgery. But there it was, the little loop on the V that he always made. He wasn't paying debt, I realized, the words tasting like ash. He was selling us out. My father was a rat. A snitch. He was feeding information to the D'Acciao's enemies to cover his losses. He was a pezzo di merda who put a target on everyone's back just to keep his knees intact. A rat, I spit the word out. He's a dirty, filthy rat. The disgust was overwhelming. I had fought Cesare. I had spit in his face. I had taken his beatings and his degradation because I thought I was protecting a good man who made a mistake. I was protecting a monster. My hand brushed the back of the folder. There was a plastic sleeve there, protecting a single thick document. It looked formal. Official. There was a wax seal on it. Faded red wax with the D'Acciao crest. I pulled it out. The parchment was heavy, expensive. I unfolded it, my vision blurring as I tried to focus on the text. It was a contract. Notarized. Signed. Silvano Corsini's signature was scrawled at the bottom, right next to the signature of the old capo, Caesar's father. I read the clause in the middle of the page. The words seemed to float, disconnecting from reality. In exchange for the cessation of collections and guarantee of personal safety, Silvano Corsini offers his only living asset, his daughter Luciana, as collateral in flesh. The world stopped. The sound of the house, the wind outside, my own heartbeat, it all vanished. Collateral in flesh. I traced the words with my finger. Collateral. In. Flesh. I wasn't kidnapped. I wasn't seized as payment for a debt gone wrong. I was sold. My father had sat across a desk from a mob boss, signed a piece of paper, and traded my life for his own skin. He had bartered me like a brood mare. Like a car. Like a stack of chips. No. The word fell out of my mouth, broken. Basta. It can't be true. My hands went numb. The papers slipped from my fingers, scattering across the polished marble floor like dead leaves. I doubled over, gasping, clutching my ribs. It felt like I'd been punched. Hard. Right in the center of my chest. He signed me over, I wheezed. To save himself. A sob ripped out of my throat, ragged and ugly. I sank to my knees, the marble cold against my skin, landing right in the middle of the evidence of my own irrelevance. I grabbed the carpet, my nails digging into the fibers, and I screamed. It was a silent scream, just air and agony tearing through my vocal cords. My father was dead. The man I knew, the man I loved, the man I tried to save, he never existed. There was only this coward. This traitor. When I see him again, I choked out, tears burning my face, I will kill him myself. I swear it. The door clicked. I froze. I didn't look up. I couldn't. I was shaking, surrounded by the debris of my life, exposed in every possible way. Heavy footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Cesare. I tilted my head back, looking through the messy curtain of my hair. He stood in the doorway, filling the frame. His suit jacket was dark, damp with rain. He looked like a storm that had just walked inside. His slate gray eyes didn't look at me. They went straight to the floor. To the file. To the contract lying open near my knee. He saw it. He saw that I knew. A flicker of something crossed his face. Not pity. Not triumph. Just cold, hard recognition. You saw it all. Didn't you? I whispered, my voice sounding like broken glass. He didn't answer. He didn't mock me. He didn't say, I told you so. He stepped into the room and closed the door with a heavy, final click. The sound was like a gavel coming down. He walked toward me, moving with that lethal grace that made him so terrifying. He kicked the briefcase aside, sending it skidding across the floor, clearing a path to where I knelt. Say it, D'Acciao, I hissed, looking up at him, tears streaming down my face. Say I was worthless. Say he sold me for pennies. He stopped inches from me. He towered over me, a monolith of violence and control. Then he did the last thing I expected. He dropped to his knees. His expensive suit pants hit the dusty floor. He didn't care. He sat back on his heels, his knees framing mine, invading my space but not touching me. He just sat there. Being a wall. Being a rock in the middle of my hurricane. He reached out. I flinched, bracing for a strike or a grab or some cruel display of ownership. His hand, large, scarred, heavy, landed on the back of my head. His fingers tangled in my hair. It wasn't gentle. It was firm. It was an anchor. Look at me, he didn't say. He didn't say a word. He just applied steady pressure, pulling me forward. Tell me I'm wrong, I whispered, my voice breaking. Please just tell me I'm wrong. He pulled me until my forehead rested against his chest. The wool of his suit was rough. Beneath it, his shirt was crisp. And beneath that, I could hear his heart. Thump. 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 Slow. Steady. Unshakable. I stiffened, trying to pull back, trying to maintain some scrap of dignity. But his hand held me there. Not trapping me, but grounding me. Breathe, he commanded. One word. Low. Guttural. I broke. The fight drained out of me. The defiance shattered. I slumped forward, my hands clutching the lapels of his jacket, gripping the fabric like it was the only thing keeping me from falling off the earth. I sobbed into his chest. I cried for the girl I used to be. I cried for the father I thought I had. Cesare D'Acciao, the man who had kidnapped me, who had bruised me, who had terrorized me, he was the only truth in the room. He was the monster, yes. But he was honest. My father was the liar. I pressed my face harder into his chest, smelling the rain and the violence. It's true, isn't it? I gasped against his shirt. I was sold. Cesare shifted, leaning his weight into me, taking my weight onto himself. His hand tightened in my hair, a possessive claim that felt less like a cage and more like a shield. His voice vibrated through his chest, rumbling against my cheek. He deserved to burn. That was it. No comfort. No apologies. Just a verdict. I closed my eyes, my fingers curling tighter into his suit. The hatred in my chest shifted, turning away from the man holding me and locking onto the man who had put me here. He deserved to burn, I echoed in my head. And I would light the match.
Chapter 14. Cesare POV. The silence in the study wasn't peaceful. It was just loud in a different way. I stood by the window, staring out at the compound's perimeter wall, but I wasn't seeing the guards or the cameras. I was seeing her face from last night. That split second where she looked at me like I wasn't just the monster who burned her life down. That soft shit. That dangerous, stupid shit. It made my skin itch. I turned back to the desk and picked up the bronze letter opener. It was old, heavy. A weapon, pretending to be office supplely. I ran a cloth over the handle, digging into the grooves, focusing on the friction. I needed to scrub the feeling of her off me before it settled into the bone. The door didn't open, it was shoved inward. Marcello. Of course. He walked in like he owned the air inside the room, that smug look plastered on his face that made me want to rearrange his teeth. He didn't knock. He never knocked when he thought he had the upper hand. "The commission is asking questions, Cesare," he said, skipping the pleasantries. I kept polishing the bronze blade. "They always ask questions. It's their job to be paranoid. You look distracted." He lit a cigar. The snap of the lighter was like a gunshot in the quiet room. He took a long drag and let the smoke drift right toward me. Acrid. Disrespectful. He knew I hated the smell in here. "Don't worry about the asset fratello," I said, not looking up. "She is secured." "She's collateral, Cesare, not a pet," he shot back. "The commission believes you've confused ownership with obsession. You're spending a lot of time down the hall. Is she worth the commission thinking you're distracted? Because the moment a D'Acciao falls in love, he loses his edge." I stopped cleaning. The metal grew warm in my hand. Love. Caso. The word sounded like a joke coming from his mouth. I pushed my chair back slowly. The heavy mahogany groaned against the floorboards. I stood up, letting my full height fill the space between us. I saw his eyes flick up just for a second. "Good. Watch your tone, Marcello," I said. My voice was low, scraping the bottom of my throat. "You seem very concerned with my focus." "Someone has to be." He flicked ash onto the floor. "If you can't handle the girl, pass her to me. I'll make sure she understands her place without all the drama." My grip on the letter opener tightened until my knuckles turned white. "My edge is sharper than yours, fratello, and I intend to prove it." Before he could answer, a sharp rap on the door frame cut the tension. One of the perimeter guards stepped in, looking breathless. He took one look at me, then at Marcello, and swallowed hard. "Boss. We got him." I set the letter opener down. Perfectly straight. "Who?" "The accountant. Richie. We caught him trying to move files to a secure server." "Who was he reporting to?" I asked. The guard hesitated. "Castellani. Domenico, directly." The name hung there, heavy and poisonous. Castellani. The rot was spreading faster than I thought. But as the anger flared in my gut, something else clicked into place. A solution. A brutal, bloody solution to both the problem standing in front of my desk and the problem sleeping down the hall. I looked at Marcello. He was watching me, waiting to see if I'd delegate it, if I'd be too busy playing nursemaid to handle business. I looked back at the guard. "Take him to the usual place." The guard nodded and turned to leave. "Wait," I said. My eyes narrowed. The plan formed in a split second, cold and perfect. "Bring the girl," I ordered. "Bring Luciana. Now." Marcello's eyebrows shot up. "The girl. She needs to see what loyalty looks like," I said, walking around the desk. "And she needs to see what happens to vermin that cross the D'Acciao name." I opened the drawer and pulled out my leather gloves. I pulled them on, the material stretching tight over my scars with a familiar, comforting sound. I didn't look at Marcello, but I could feel his gaze shifting. The smugness was gone, replaced by calculation. "This should be enlightening for the Corsini whore," I muttered, heading for the door. I walked fast. The rage I'd been pushing down since Marcello walked in was now fuel. I marched through the corridors, heading for the rear exit that led to the subterranean levels. The air changed as we went lower, the smell of polished wood and expensive cologne fading, replaced by damp stone, rust, and the metallic tang of old violence. Marcello followed a step behind. He was quiet now. He knew what was coming. We hit the heavy steel door of the cellar just as the second team arrived. 2 guards were dragging Luciana between them. She looked rough, hair messy, face pale, wearing the silk clothes I'd bought her, which now looked ridiculous against the concrete walls. She saw me and stiffened. She didn't cower, though. She lifted her chin, that stubborn fire sparking in her dark honey eyes. But I saw the tremble in her hands. She crossed her arms tight over her chest, trying to build a wall between her body and the menace radiating off me. "Where are we going, Cesare?" she asked. Her voice shook just a little. "You will keep your mouth shut, Luciana," I said, stepping close to her. "And you will watch. Don't disappoint me by crying." I shoved the door open. The cellar was cold. It smelled like mildew, stale cigarettes, and fear. In the center of the room, under a harsh naked bulb, sat Richie. He was tied to a metal chair, sweat already soaking through his cheap suit. He was whimpering before I even touched him. "Cesare, please," Richie stammered, his eyes bulging. "It was a mistake." I didn't. I ignored him. I pointed to a spot on the floor, 5 feet from the chair. "Stand there," I told Luciana. She hesitated. The guards shoved her forward. She stumbled, catching herself, and glared at me. But she stayed put. I walked over to Richie and checked the ropes. Tight. Professional. "This is what your father's loyalists truly look like," I said to the room, but the words were for her. "Look at him, Luciana. This man valued 30 pieces of silver over our rule." "I didn't sell anything," Richie cried. "Shut up," I said. Calm. Flat. "You were sending shipping manifests to Domenico Castellani. You put this compound at risk. You put my life at risk." I turned my head, locking eyes with Luciana. "He put your life in jeopardy for a handful of cash. Traitors are poison, and you watch me cut the infection out." Luciana stared at the wall, refusing to look at the man. She was trying to disassociate, trying to pretend she wasn't standing in a torture chamber. Not today. I took off my jacket and tossed it on a workbench, rolled up my sleeves. The air was freezing, but my blood was running hot. I stepped in front of Richie. I didn't ask questions. I didn't monologue. I threw a right hook straight into his solar plexus. Crack. The sound was wet and sickening. Richie folded in on himself, gasping like a fish on a dock, his face turning purple as his lungs seized. Luciana gasped. A raw, terrified sound. She turned her head away, squeezing her eyes shut. "No," I snarled. I moved fast. I was on her in a second. I grabbed her jaw with my left hand, my fingers digging into her skin, forcing her head back around. Her skin was warm, soft. It felt alien in this place. "Watch," I commanded. "Caso. You watch me." She tried to pull back, her hands coming up to claw at my wrist, but I was immovable. I pressed my thumb into the hinge of her jaw, hard enough to bruise. "Keep your eyes open, Luciana. You don't get to look away from your new world. This is the price of safety. Know it." She whimpered, her eyes wide and wet, filled with horror. She was looking at me like I was the devil himself. Good. Fear was reliable. Fear kept people alive. I let go of her face and turned back to Richie. He was starting to wheeze, air finally trickling back into his lungs. I didn't give him time to recover. I went to work. It was methodical. Brutal. A boxer's precision applied to a butcher's job. I hit him in the ribs, feeling the bone give. I struck his kidney. I used my elbows, my fists, dismantling him piece by piece. Every time I landed a blow, I looked at Luciana. I watched the flinch. I watched the way she pressed herself back against the cold stone wall, trying to disappear. She was shaking violently now, her chest heaving. She needed to see this. She needed to understand that the man who touched her in the dark was the same man who could turn a human being into pulp. She needed to hate me more than she fears her old life. She needed to know this monster is the only thing protecting her. I paused, breathing heavy, sweat dripping down my back. My knuckles were split, red blood, mine and his, coating the leather gloves. I looked over Luciana's head, at Marcello. He was standing in the shadows, smoking his cigar, but the arrogance was gone. He was watching Richie with a grim expression. He looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw respect. Fear-based maybe, but respect. He knew. He saw the brutality, and he knew he couldn't match it. He was a schemer. I was a killer. Richie groaned, spitting teeth onto the concrete. Please, no more. Give me something useful, I said. The docks. Tuesday, shipment, he gurgled. Castellani knows. The name is useless, I said. You should have thought of mercy before you chose the Castellani. I grabbed his left hand. He screamed before I even did it. I bent his index finger back until it snapped. The sound echoed off the walls like a gunshot. Luciana let out a choked sob, her hand flying to her mouth. Richie was blubbering now, crying for his mother, for God, for anyone. Pathetic. I was done. I stepped back and delivered a roundhouse kick to the side of his head. His neck snapped to the side, and the crying stopped instantly. He slumped in the chair, unconscious or dead. I didn't care which. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with the smell of iron and sweat. I pulled the gloves off, my hands shaking slightly from the adrenaline dump. I tossed them onto Richie's lap. I looked at Marcello. Are we focused now, Fratello? Marcello stared at the body, then at me. His jaw was tight. He gave a curt, stiff nod. He didn't say a word. He just turned and walked out of the cellar, the heavy door clanging shut behind him. I turned to Luciana. She was pressed against the wall, pale as a ghost. She looked like she was going to be sick. I grabbed a rag from the workbench and wiped the blood from my knuckles. I threw the rag at her feet. I stepped into her space. She flinched hard, pressing her head back against the stone. I didn't stop until I was inches from her. I could smell her fear, it was distinct, sharp. I reached out. She stopped breathing. I traced the line of her bottom lip with my thumb. Chapter 15. Cesare POV. Naples at night smells like dead fish and diesel, but tonight it mostly smells like a setup. I adjusted the leather gloves on my hands, tightening the strap at the wrist until the circulation pinched. It was a nervous tick. A tell. If Marcello were here, he'd give me that smug, half-lidded look and ask if I was losing my nerve, but Marcello wasn't here. That was the point. My brother was back at the compound, probably drinking my scotch and plotting his next whine to the commission about my leadership style, while I stood on a wind-battered dock dealing with the Russians. And I had to bring her. Luciana stood by the passenger door of the black armored SUV, shivering. I'd forced a heavy wool coat over her dress, but the wind coming off the water was biting, cutting right through the layers. She looked miserable. Good. Stay close to the vehicle, I muttered, my eyes scanning the stacks of shipping containers towering over us like rusted steel tombstones. Move for nothing. She didn't look at me. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, her fingers tracing the faint white scar on her wrist where the cuffs had bitten into her skin days ago. I'm not deaf, D'Acciao. You've said it 3 times. I'll say it a 4th, if you look like you're going to run. Run where? She gestured vaguely at the black water churning against the concrete pilings. Unless I sprout gills, I'm stuck with you. This is no gala, Corsini. You breathe my air here. If you run, I will end you before you take 3 steps. Do you understand? She finally looked up, her dark honey eyes catching the harsh, yellow glare of the sodium floodlights. There was hate there, sure. Buckets of it. But underneath the hate was fear, and underneath the fear was something harder. something sharp. "I understand you're paranoid," she snapped. "I'm alive," I corrected. "Paranoid is just a word dead people use to describe survivors." I turned my back on her, focusing on the loading crew. My men were moving a heavy crate from the crane hook to the back of a transport truck. It was a shipment of modified trigger mechanisms, small, untraceable, and worth more than the entire Corsini estate before I burned it to the ground. The rhythmic thunk-thunk-thunk of the heavy machinery echoed off the concrete, but beneath that industrial noise, the silence of the port felt wrong. It was too quiet. Where were the usual night crawlers? The homeless crackheads? The hookers who worked the trucker lanes? The place was empty. Sterilized. A cold knot tightened in my gut. Marcello called her a distraction. He might be right. I was spending too much mental energy tracking the girl behind me, and not enough tracking the perimeter. I gripped the handle of my sidearm beneath my tailored jacket, testing the weight, reassuring myself that the jagged piece of steel was still there. "Don't look at me like that," I said, sensing her eyes on my back. "I didn't bring you for a view, Cazzo." "I'm looking at the crane operator," she said, her voice dropping an octave. "He keeps checking his watch." I stiffened. My eyes snapped up to the cab of the crane. The operator wasn't working the levers. He was staring into the darkness of the container stacks to the north. Then I heard it. A metallic clang. Not the dull thud of a container landing, but the sharp, deliberate sound of a bolt being racked on a rifle. It came from the gantry above us. "Down. Cazzo." I didn't wait for her to process it. I spun, grabbing Luciana by the back of her neck and shoulder, and slammed her down onto the oily pavement behind the massive engine block of the SUV. Crack. The first shot split the air before her knees even hit the asphalt. A chunk of concrete the size of a fist exploded right where her head had been a second ago. "Stay low, Corsini. Don't move, or I swear I will use your body for cover." I drew my weapon, the movement practiced and fluid, and screamed at my men. "Cover. We're hit." The night erupted. It went from silence to a war zone in a heartbeat. Muzzle flashes lit up the shadows between the containers like strobe lights in a shitty nightclub. My men were scrambling, caught in the open. I saw Marco take a round to the leg and go down screaming, his blood spraying black under the yellow lights. "Formation Delta. Hold the line. Find their positions." I roared, leaning out from behind the front tire to fire 3 controlled bursts toward the muzzle flashes. This wasn't a robbery. Robbers want the truck. These shooters were pinning us down, aiming high, suppressing us while a ground team moved in. This was a hit. A coordinated, expensive professional hit. Marcello. That jealous piece of shit. His weakness, his loose lips, he'd let this happen. I looked down. Luciana was pressed flat against the ground, her hands over her head, the wool coat covered in grease and grit. She was trembling, but she wasn't screaming. "Don't look up, Corsini. Don't move a muscle." I used my boot to shove her further under the chassis of the SUV. The engine block was radiating heat, smelling of burning oil, but it was the only thing stopping the 5.56 rounds chewing up the pavement around us. "I want the nest on Gantry 4 silenced." I yelled into my lapel mic, but all I got back was static and the sound of dying men. I needed distance. I needed to get us into the car and out of this kill box, but if I opened the door now, we'd be shredded. I leaned out to fire again, my slide locking back on an empty chamber. Merda. I dropped back behind the wheel well, ripping a fresh magazine from my belt. My hands were slick with sweat inside the leather gloves. I was focused on the reload, focused on the geometry of the ambush, calculating vectors and angles. I wasn't watching the flank. A shadow detached itself from the darkness between 2 blue Maersk containers. He didn't have a rifle. He was dressed in black tactical gear, moving with the sprint speed of someone who knew exactly where he was going. He wasn't coming for me. He was coming for her. He skirted the rear bumper of the SUV while I was racking the slide. I saw the movement in my peripheral vision, a blur of motion, but I was half a second too slow. D'Acciao's whore. You're coming with me. The attacker lunged, bypassing me entirely, and grabbed Luciana by the collar of her coat. He hauled her backward, dragging her out from the safety of the engine block and into the open kill zone. Luciana. The name tore out of my throat before I could stop it. It wasn't professional. It was raw panic. Get your hands off her, bastardo. I tried to pivot, to bring my gun to bear, but a fresh wave of automatic fire hammered the hood of the SUV, sending a shower of sparks into my face. I flinched, forced back for a split second. That second was all the attacker needed. He had her. He was dragging her away, her heels scraping uselessly against the asphalt. Let her go. She is mine. I screamed, the sound guttural, ripping through the noise of the gunfire. The man ignored me, pulling a taser from his belt with his free hand, aiming for her neck. He wasn't trying to kill her. They wanted the collateral. They wanted the leverage. But Luciana Corsini was apparently done being a victim. She didn't scream for help. She didn't beg. As he dragged her, she planted her left foot against a metal drainage grate, finding traction, and drove her right elbow back with vicious, desperate force. It connected with a wet crunch against the man's ribs. He grunted, his grip loosening on her coat. Luciana spun, her hair whipping around her face, and stomped her heel down onto his instep. It wasn't a graceful move. It was messy, brutal, and fueled by pure survival instinct. Get off me, Stronzo, she gasped. The attacker howled, stumbling back. He dropped his secondary weapon, a compact 9mm pistol, and it clattered across the pavement, sliding toward Luciana's feet. I was up now, ignoring the suppression fire, leveling my gun. Click. My firing pin hit dead air. A jam. A fucking stovepipe jam on the casing I hadn't cleared properly in my haste. Fanculo. I racked the slide frantically, tearing at the jammed brass with my gloved fingers. The attacker was recovering, reaching for Luciana again, his face twisted in rage behind a balaclava. He was going to pistol whip her. I could see the wind up. I was useless. I was 2 seconds away from being able to fire, and she was going to be unconscious by then. Luciana looked at the gun, at her feet. Then she looked at the attacker. Then she looked at me. Time seemed to slow down into a sludge of adrenaline and noise. She had a choice. A clear, perfect choice. She could grab that gun and run. She could shoot me. She could let the attacker take her, and hope the new captor was kinder than the old one. She is not a wilting flower. She fights like a viper. She scooped up the weapon. Her hands were shaking, but her movement was decisive. She didn't aim at the attacker. She turned and shoved the pistol hard into my empty waiting hand, the metal slapping against my palm. Move, Cesare, she screamed. The sound of my name in her mouth, stripped of titles, stripped of sarcasm, hit me harder than a bullet. Dio Kane. She chose me. She chose the beast protecting her, over the chaos trying to take her. I didn't hesitate. I didn't say thank you. I gripped the stolen gun, leveled it, and put 2 rounds through the attacker's chest. Bang. Bang. He folded like a cheap lawn chair, hitting the ground without a sound. Get in. Now. I roared, abandoning my jammed weapon and grabbing her arm. This time, I didn't drag her like a sack of meat. I pulled her, shielding her body with mine as I shoved her toward the passenger door. Cover me. We're pulling out. I shouted to the ghosts of my men, not caring if anyone was left to hear it. She scrambled into the seat, climbing over the center console, because the passenger side was pinned against a concrete barrier. I dove in after her, the driver's side door taking 3 distinct impacts as I slammed it shut. Thud. 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 The silence inside the armored cabin was instantaneous and deafening. Hold tight. I gunned the engine. The V8 roared, a beast waking up in a bad mood. I threw the transmission into reverse, stomping the gas. The SUV lurched backward, smashing through a stack of wooden pallets with a sound like snapping bones. Splinters rained down on the windshield. "They'll pay for the steel they scratched," I snarled, spinning the wheel. We fishtailed violently, tires screaming against the wet pavement, and shot out of the loading zone, leaving the ambush and the bodies of my men in the rearview mirror. I drove like a maniac. I hopped the curb, scraped the entire left side of the vehicle against a retaining wall, and merged onto the industrial access road doing 90. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the leather groaning under my grip. Beside me, Luciana was breathing like she'd just run a marathon. Heavy, ragged gasps. She was curled into the seat, knees to her chest. "Are you hit?" I demanded, not taking my eyes off the road. I checked the mirrors, nothing following yet. "I'm fine," she choked out. Her voice was thin, brittle. "Thanks to me." I glanced over. In the glow of the dashboard lights, she looked wrecked. Grease on her cheek, hair a disaster, her dress torn at the shoulder exposing pale skin. But she wasn't crying. She was glaring at the dashboard. I reached over. I didn't think about it. My hand, still gloved, landed on her knee. It was a rough grip, possessive, shaking slightly from the adrenaline dump. "Smart," I said, my voice barely a growl. "You fought well, Corsini." She flinched at my touch but didn't pull away. "Don't look at me like I'm your prize fighter." I did it because I didn't want to be dragged off by some stranger in a ski mask. "You handed me a gun," I said. "You could have shot me." "The night is young," she muttered, turning her head to stare out the window. I squeezed her knee once hard, then pulled my hand back. The heat of her skin lingered on my glove. "Don't ever do that again." That was luck. I snatched my phone from the center console, keeping one hand on the wheel as I drifted through a roundabout. I dialed the emergency line. "Compounds burned," I barked into the receiver the second the line clicked. "Boss." Marcello's voice. Sleepy. "Shut up and listen. We were hit at the docks. Hard. They knew we were there. Get the East Side safe house ready. Code Sparrowhawk. Now. Pezzo di merda. Cesare, wait, who hit?" I hung up. I crushed the phone in my hand until the screen cracked, then tossed it onto the floorboard. "Someone knew we were at the docks," I said to the windshield. "Someone close." "The Castellani crest was on their uniforms," Luciana said quietly. I whipped my head toward her. "What?" "The man who grabbed me. On his vest. A patch. A red tower. Domenico Castellani." My hands tightened on the wheel until the leather squeaked. Marcello had been negotiating a truce with Castellani. A secret truce he thought I didn't know about. "Marcello is playing a fool's game," I whispered. "He sold you out," she said flatly. "Just like my father sold me." I didn't answer her.
Chapter 16. Luciana POV. The engine cut, plunging the world into a silence that felt louder than the gunfire. We were in an alley. It smelled like wet cardboard and bad decisions, the kind of place where rats were the kings and the rest of us were just trespassing. Cesare slammed the gearshift into park, the plastic groaning under his grip. Before I could even unclench my fingers from the dashboard, he was out of the SUV and hauling me into the humid night. His fingers dug into my bicep, tight enough to leave bruises that would turn purple by morning. I stumbled on the loose concrete gravel, my knee scraping against something sharp, probably glass, maybe a syringe, but he didn't slow down. He was moving with the kind of lethal urgency that made it clear I wasn't a person right now. I was a package. A very expensive, very problematic package that he had almost lost. "Get inside, Dio Kane." "Move," his voice was a low snarl, vibrating right next to my ear. "I'm moving, you psychopath," I hissed, though the words lacked their usual venom. My breath was coming in short, jagged bursts. He shoved me toward a rusted steel door that looked like it hadn't been opened since the 90s. It screeched in protest, metal grinding on metal, a sound that set my teeth on edge. He practically threw me over the threshold, checking the alley over his shoulder one last time before slamming us into darkness. The smell hit me first. Stale cigarette smoke, damp rot, and the unmistakable scent of a room that had been holding its breath for years. Cesare didn't speak. He grabbed a heavy wooden bar leaning against the wall and threw it across the door, securing it with a thud that echoed in my chest. Then he moved to the single grime-covered window, checking the latch with obsessive focus. I stood in the center of the room, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Thump. 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 It was annoying. It was loud. I wanted to reach into my chest and strangle the fear out of my own body. "This is temporary," he muttered without turning around. He kicked a loose floorboard back into place, sending a puff of dust into the air. "Don't touch anything. And be quiet." Quiet? Seriously? I looked around, my lip curling. The place was a tomb. A wobbly table, 2 rusted chairs, and a door that hung off its hinges leading to what I assumed was a bathroom designed for tetanus shots. "You have billions in assets, and this is where you bring me? Where is the commission waiting? In the Roach Motel next door?" He ignored me. Typical. He was treating the locks like puzzle pieces, proving he didn't need me for anything other than leverage. I brushed a thick cobweb off the shoulder of my ruined silk dress. It was stained with grease and damp spots from the docks. I looked like a disaster. I felt like a disaster. But I was alive. Cesare turned, finally acknowledging my existence. His slate-gray eyes scanned me, starting at my boots and moving up with cold, clinical efficiency. He wasn't checking me out. He was doing a damage assessment. Like I was a car he'd just driven off a cliff. He stepped close, invading my space, the smell of fresh blood, his own, rolling off him in waves. He grabbed my chin, his grip firm and impersonal, turning my head to the side. "Are you hurt, Luciana? Show me." "I'm fine." I tried to pull away, but he held fast. "Don't flinch. I need to see." He used the cuff of his ruined jacket to wipe a smear of dirt from my cheek. The fabric was rough, scraping my skin. It wasn't tender. It was maintenance. "I said I'm fine, Stronzo," I snapped, jerking my head back. He released me, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he didn't rise to the bait. He just stepped back, satisfied that his property was intact. And then the shaking started. It began in my hands and shot through my spine like an electric current. The adrenaline was draining out, leaving me cold and hollowed out. My teeth wanted to chatter. I wrapped my arms around myself, digging my nails into my elbows, hating him for seeing this. I pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the flashing white lights that were still popping in my vision from the muzzle flashes at the docks. "Basta," I told myself. "Stop shaking. Do not let him see you crumble." "Did you feel that?" he asked, his voice strangely flat. "When the bullet hit the railing?" "I felt everything, Cesare." I dropped my hands, forcing my chin up. My gaze drifted past him, to the only piece of furniture that mattered. The bed. It was narrow, sagging in the middle, covered by a thin graying mattress that looked like it had seen things no amount of bleach could fix. There was a brown stain near the pillow. Disgust curled in my stomach, but beneath it was something else. Panic? No. Dread? Maybe. We were trapped in a box. And there was only one place to sleep. "I'm not sleeping on the floor, Cesare," I said, my voice sounding more steady than I felt. "Don't tell me you intend to stand guard all night," I added when he didn't respond. He didn't even look at the bed. He just started stripping. He pulled off his jacket, the heavy leather slick with grime, and let it drop. Then the shoulder holster. It hit the floor with a heavy metallic thud that made me flinch. He unbuttoned his shirt, his movements jerky and angry. He peeled the damp fabric away from his skin, turning his back to me. My breath hitched. His back was a map of violence. Scars layered over scars, white lines crisscrossing with fresh bruises. Muscles coiled and shifted under the sweat-slicked skin as he ran a hand through his charcoal hair, sending droplets flying. The room suddenly felt very small. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, hot copper, and him. Just him. Aggressive, masculine, lethal. You should clean that cut on your side, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. I need to breathe, D'Acciao, I whispered to myself, turning away. He didn't answer. He walked into the tiny bathroom, the door creaking on its hinges. I heard the squeak of a rusty faucet, then the sound of water splashing. I stood there, staring at the crack in the door. I could hear him washing the blood off. The sound was intimate. Too intimate. I pulled a loose thread from my dress, winding it around my finger until the circulation cut off. My heart was still racing, but the fear was mutating. It was turning into something hot and sharp. I had spent weeks being dragged around, handled, threatened, saved. Tonight, I had held a gun. I had made a choice. If I stood here shivering in the corner, I was just the victim. I was just the collateral waiting to be used. Fuck that. The thought crystallized in my brain, sharp and dangerous. I wasn't going to wait for him to decide what happened tonight. The debt he kept talking about? The ledger he kept in his head? I was tired of being in the red. I walked toward the bathroom door just as he came out. He stopped dead. His chest was slick with water, drops running down the scarred landscape of his abs into the waistband of his trousers. His hair was matted and dark. He looked like a wolf that had just survived a flood. He saw me standing there. Not cowering. Not hiding. Standing in the center of the room, staring him down. He glanced down at his pants, checking the zipper he'd left half undone. For a second, he looked exposed. What the hell are you doing? His voice was rough, like gravel in a blender. You look like you're planning my funeral. Maybe I am, I said softly. I took a step toward him. The floor was gritty under my boots, but I didn't look down. I kept my eyes locked on his. Slate gray. Unblinking. This isn't collateral anymore, Cesare. I stepped closer. He didn't move. He was watching me with that predator stillness, waiting to see if I was going to slap him or stab him. I stopped when my chest was inches from his. I could feel the heat radiating off him, a furnace fueled by violence. I raised my hand. It was trembling, but I didn't care. I placed my palm flat against the center of his chest, right over his heart. Thump thump. Thump thump. It was beating as fast as mine. I need to feel something real, I whispered. Something you control. His breath hitched. I saw the pupils dilate, swallowing the gray. I didn't wait for permission. I hooked my fingers into the waistband of his trousers and yanked him forward, rising on my toes to crash my mouth against his. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. A demand. I tasted salt and iron and fury. Cazzo, he growled against my lips, shock vibrating through him. Take it, Cesare, I murmured, biting his lower lip hard enough to taste blood. Take everything. The surprise lasted exactly 1 second. Then the monster woke up. A low guttural noise rumbled in his throat. His hand fisted in my hair, yanking my head back, exposing my throat. He didn't ask. He took. He crushed his mouth to mine, stealing the air from my lungs, his tongue sweeping inside with devastating arrogance. He hoisted me up, his hands gripping my thighs, and slammed me back against the plaster wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but the pain was grounding. It was real. The stale plaster crumbled against my shoulder blades, dusting my skin, but I didn't care. You started this, he snarled, breaking the kiss for a fraction of a second, his lips hovering over mine. I finish it. Did you forget who owns your mouth? He demanded, his voice dropping an octave. Shut up, I panted, wrapping my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. Just shut up and do it. The pretense was gone. The kidnapping, the families, the debt, it all burned up in the friction between our bodies. I dug my nails into his damp back, drawing thin lines of red. Say it, Luciana, he ordered, grinding his hips against mine, the hard ridge of his arousal pressing through his clothes. Say you need me more than your father. Yes. I screamed the word, not caring who heard. I want this, Cesare. Now. He carried me to the bed and threw me down. The mattress groaned violently, the springs screaming in protest, but he didn't hesitate. He followed me down, his weight pinning me, crushing me into the thin, stained sheets. Mine, he hissed, his face inches from mine, eyes black with lust. Every fucking inch of you, fanculo. I should have taken you here first, he muttered, grabbing the torn silk of my dress. He didn't undress me. He ripped. The sound of expensive fabric tearing was loud in the small room. He tore the dress down the side, exposing skin to the cool, damp air. I was clawing at him too, shoving his trousers down, desperate for skin-to-skin contact. I don't need your clothes, collateral, he growled. Hurry, I gasped, arching my back. God, hurry. His mouth was everywhere, my throat, my collarbone, my breast. He bit down, marking me, claiming territory. It hurt. It was perfect. I tasted the metallic tang of adrenaline on his skin. He used his knee to shove my legs apart, opening me up, making space for himself. You taste like my failure and my victory, Luciana, he whispered against my skin. Tell me you bled for me today. I would have, I choked out. He gripped my hips, his fingers digging into the soft flesh. He positioned himself at my entrance, the head of his cock pressing against me, hot and hard and demanding. Look at me, he commanded. Look at me when I sink inside you, Luciana. Don't look away. I grabbed the rusty metal headboard, the metal cold against my palms. I looked at him. I stared right into the abyss. He thrust. One hard, deep, devastating stroke. Fuck. The word tore out of me, a mix of pain and overwhelming fullness. He grunted, a guttural sound of satisfaction as he buried himself to the hilt. The bed frame rattled against the wall, a rhythmic thud-thud-thud that echoed the pounding of my heart. Harder, I begged. Don't stop. He set a punishing pace. It wasn't lovemaking. It was an exorcism. He was driving the fear out of me and replacing it with him. Every thrust was an argument I was losing, and I loved it. I met him stroke for stroke, my hips snapping up to meet his, the friction creating a heat that threatened to incinerate us both. You are built for my violence, Bella, he panted, sweat dripping from his brow onto my chest. Admit it. This is why you handed me the gun. Maybe, I gasped, my vision blurring. The tension coiled in my belly, tight and hot. It was building too fast. I was falling apart. Screaming for me, little collateral, he taunted, sensing my edge. Scream my name. The climax hit me like a physical.
Chapter 17. Cesare POV. The morning light is gray. Shit gray. It filters through the cracks in the rotting blinds of the safe house, hitting the dust motes dancing in the stagnant air. The place smells like copper and sex. Old blood on my knuckles, fresh sweat on the sheets. I'm standing by the window, watching the empty street below. Nothing moves. No black sedans, no cops, no hitmen. Just a stray dog, pissing on a tire. I look back at the bed. Luciana is asleep. Her hair is a mess of black ink spilled across the pillow, one arm thrown over her eyes like she's trying to block out the world. Or me. Probably me. The sheet is tangled around her legs, exposing the curve of her calf, the bruise blooming on her thigh from where I gripped her too hard last night. We crossed the line. A big fucking line. It wasn't just friction. It wasn't just adrenaline flushing the terror out of our systems. It was a shift in gravity. She stopped fighting the current and let me pull her under. But that doesn't make us safe. It makes us exposed. I rub my thumb over the scabs on my knuckles. The collateral arrangement is dead. A lie we told ourselves to make the kidnapping palatable. She isn't leverage anymore. If I hand her back to her father, Silvano, that spineless sack of shit, he'll sell her to the next highest bidder or put a bullet in her head to cover his tracks. If the commission gets her, they'll liquidate her just to punish me. She needs armor. And since she doesn't have a weapon, and she doesn't have a family worth a damn, I have to give her the only thing that stops bullets in this city. My name. I walk over to the bed. I don't hesitate. I grab the edge of the mattress and kick the frame. Get up. Luciana jolts. She scrambles back, eyes wide, honey brown and blown with sleep. She pulls the sheet up to her chin, covering herself. The vulnerability pisses me off. I don't want her scared. I want her ready. What? Is it? Are they here? Her voice is raspy. No one is here. But we're leaving. I toss a bundle of clothes at her. Black jeans. A plain black crew neck. Nothing fancy. No silks, no designer bullshit. Tactical. Get dressed. You have 2 minutes before I drag you out naked. She stares at the clothes, then at me. Her jaw sets. The fear evaporates, replaced by that spark of defiance I'm starting to crave like a nicotine addiction. Where are we going, Cesare? Out. Don't give me that vague, Mafia cryptic crap. Where? I lean down, planting my hands on the mattress on either side of her hips. I'm in her space. I'm the atmosphere she breathes. We are going to make sure you survive the week. Put the fucking pants on. I turn my back on her to check my piece. Glock 19. Full clip. One in the chamber. I slide it into the holster at the small of my back. Behind me, I hear the rustle of fabric, the angry snap of a bra strap, the zipper of jeans being yanked up with unnecessary force. Good. Let her be angry. Anger keeps you awake. The drive is silent. The kind of silence that makes your teeth ache. I'm driving the armored SUV, a beast of a machine that weighs 3 tons and drives like a tank. The windows are tinted so dark, it's like looking out at the world through sunglasses at midnight. I navigate the industrial outskirts of Naples, avoiding the main thoroughfares. I stick to the roads that don't have cameras. Luciana is in the passenger seat. She's vibrating. Literally, vibrating. She keeps clicking the seatbelt release, then jamming it back in. Click. Snap. Click. Snap. Stop fidgeting, I growl, not looking at her. Stop kidnapping me to second locations without telling me the plan, she snaps back. She looks out the window at the passing factories. This isn't the way to the coast. This is the industrial district. Slums and warehouses. Are you going to kill me, Cesare? Is that it? Did you get bored? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it in the bed while you were sleeping. Less cleanup. She goes quiet at that. She knows it's true. I turn the wheel sharp, tires crunching over gravel and broken glass as we pull into an alley behind a derelict textile factory. Dumpsters overflow with wet cardboard. The air smells like rust, rot, and sulfur. I kill the engine. The silence rushes back in, heavy and suffocating. Get out. Luciana looks at the steel door ahead of us. It's unmarked, battered, covered in layers of graffiti that have been scrubbed and painted over 100 times. What is this place? She whispers. The only place in Naples that asks 0 questions. I get out and circle the car. I don't open her door. She can open her own damn door. She steps out into the grime, looking out of place even in the plain clothes. She carries herself like royalty, even when she's standing in trash. Corsini blood. It's poison, but it's proud. I put a hand on the small of her back, guiding, pushing, claiming, and steer her toward the steel door. I pound on it. 3 sharp raps. Pause. 2 more. The slot doesn't open. The door just unlatches with a heavy, metallic thunk. I shove it open and push her inside. The smell hits us instantly. Antiseptic. Green soap. Stale coffee. And underneath it all, the metallic tang of ink and blood. It's a tattoo parlor, but not one you walk into off the street. There are no flash sheets on the walls. No neon signs. Just bare concrete, a couple of heavy leather chairs and enough medical-grade lighting to perform surgery. Silas is waiting. He's a mountain of a man, skin like old leather, covered neck to knuckles in ink that's faded to a dull blue-green. He's wiping down a stainless steel tray. He looks up, sees me and nods. He doesn't look at Luciana. Cesare, he grunts. Voice like gravel in a blender. You're early. I'm on time. You're slow. Silas huffs a laugh that sounds like a cough. The setup is ready. Luciana steps away from my hand, her eyes darting around the room. She sees the needles on the tray. She sees the ink caps. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She spins on her heel to face me. No. I ignore her. I walk to the counter where Silas has laid out the stencil. I pick it up. It's clean lines, sharp angles. A black wolf's head, jaws open, clutching a dagger. The D'Acciao crest. No, Luciana says again, louder this time. Cesare, what the fuck is this? I turn to her, holding the paper up. This is your insurance policy. I am not putting that on my body. Her voice rises, panic edging into the anger. I am not cattle. You don't brand me. It's not a brand. It's a crest. It's a fucking mark of ownership. She backs up, hitting a rolling stool and sending it clattering across the concrete. I'm not doing it. I won't. She bolts. It's a stupid move. The door is locked. There's nowhere to go. But she tries anyway, scrambling for the exit, her nails scrabbling at the heavy deadbolt. I cross the room in 3 strides. I don't run. I don't need to. I grab her by the waist and spin her around, slamming her back against the steel door. Her head cracks lightly against the metal. Not enough to concuss, just enough to rattle. I press my hips into hers, pinning her legs, my hands bracketing her head. Done? I ask. My voice is low, barely a whisper. Did you get it out of your system? She's panting, chest heaving against mine. Her eyes are wild. Fuck you. You piece of shit. You can't just. I can. And I will. I lean in closer, until our noses are almost touching. Listen to me. Listen to me, Dio Kane. Marcello is talking to the cops. Your father is a ghost. The Castellani family knows you're with me. You are a walking target. If you step outside this room without protection, you are dead. Or worse. So you mark me? Like a dog. Like a D'Acciao, I correct her sharply. When people see this, they don't see a girl to be taken. They see my family. They see me. They know if they touch you, they start a war that ends with their entire lineage in the ground. It's a shield, Luciana. It's a collar. Tears of frustration prick her eyes, but she refuses to let them fall. Where? I don't break eye contact. Hip. Left side. High up. Why there? Because it's for me, I say, the truth slipping out before I can filter it. Because the world will know it's there, but only I get to see it. She stares at me, searching for a lie in my face. She won't find one. I don't lie to her. I kidnap her, I threaten her, I use her, but I don't lie. Her fight drains out all at once, leaving her sagging against the door. It's not defeat. It's calculation. She's weighing the humiliation against the survival. Survival wins. It always wins with her. Fine, she spits. Get off me. I step back, giving her air. She straightens her shirt, dignity wrapping around her like armor. She walks to the chair in the center of the room. She doesn't look at Silas. She moves like she's walking to the gallows, chin high. Where do you want me? She asks the artist. Silas points to the chair. Lay back. Pants down on the left. She hesitates. Just for a second. Her hands hover over the button of her jeans. It's a violation. We both know it. I'm forcing her to undress in front of a stranger, to be permanently altered. I step into her line of sight, blocking Silas from view for a second. He doesn't care, Luciana. He's seen more skin than a dermatologist. Just get it done. She glares at me, unbuttons her jeans and shoves them down over her left hip, hooking the elastic of her black panties down to expose the pale skin of her pelvic bone. The curve of her hip is smooth, unmarked. Perfect. I'm going to ruin it. She lies back on the vinyl. Silas cleans the skin with alcohol. The smell is sharp. She flinches at the cold touch. He applies the stencil. Peel, stick, pull. The purple outline of the wolf remains. Silas picks up the machine. He steps on the pedal. Bees. The sound is angry. A high-pitched hornet whine that fills the room. Luciana's hands grip the sides of the chair so hard her knuckles turn white. She squeezes her eyes shut. I walk over to her left side. I don't ask. I just put my hand on her right thigh, pinning her leg down. Her eyes fly open. She looks at me. Don't move, I tell her. If you twitch, he fucks up the line. You want a crooked wolf on your skin forever? I don't want a wolf at all, she hisses. Too late. I nod at Silas. Do it. The needle descends. As soon as it touches her skin, she sucks in a sharp breath through her teeth. Her body jerks, an involuntary reflex to the pain. My hand clamps down harder on her thigh, a vice grip. I dig my fingers in, grounding her. Breathe, I command. Silas drags the needle in a long, slow line. It's the outline. The worst part. It feels like a hot razor blade slicing through the skin. Luciana whimpers. A small, broken sound in the back of her throat. Look at me, I say. She squeezes her eyes shut tighter. Luciana. Look at me. She opens them. They are wet, bright with pain. Focus on my hand, I tell her. My thumb rubs a rough circle into her denim, right over the muscle. Focus on the pressure. Ignore the sting. It hurts, she gasps. I know. Pain is information. It tells you you're still alive. Silas wipes the excess ink and blood away with a paper towel. The swipe is rough. Then he goes back in. Bees. She stares at me. She hates me. I can see it in the dilated pupils, the set of her mouth. But she's holding on to my gaze like a lifeline. I am the anchor in the storm I created. I lean down, my face inches from hers. I can smell her sweat, clean and salty. Take it, I whisper. Take the pain.
Chapter 18. Luciana POV. The skin on my hip felt like someone had taken a blowtorch to it, then rubbed it down with sandpaper for fun. Sitting on this sleek, Italian leather sofa was an exercise in torture. Every time I shifted, the fresh bandage pulled at the raw flesh underneath, sending a sharp sting shooting up my spine. I was branded. Literally. I looked down at the marble floor, refusing to grimace. Cesare D'Acciao didn't do sorry, and he certainly didn't do gentle, so complaining about the permanent ink he just forced onto my body was a waste of breath. I was talking property now. A walking billboard for the D'Acciao empire. The sheer audacity of it was almost impressive, if it wasn't so terrifying. Across the room, Cesare was pacing like a caged tiger, phone pressed to his ear. The man was a walking red flag, but right now, he was vibrating with a rage that made the air in the room feel heavy and suffocating. Non me ne frega un caso, he barked into the receiver, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He wasn't shouting, which was worse. Shouting is a loss of control. This tone? This was a promise of violence. I adjusted my silk robe, wincing as the fabric brushed the sensitive area on my hip. Cesare stopped pacing. He didn't look at me, but I felt his attention shift. He crushed the empty plastic water bottle in his free hand, crunch, and tossed it effortlessly into a metal bin near the study nook. See? Find them. Burn it down, he said, then hung up without a goodbye. He stared at the wall for a second, his back muscles bunching under his black t-shirt. He turned to me, eyes like slate. Stay here. Don't move. Non toccare nulla. Don't touch anything, I translated dryly. Got it. I'll just sit here and look pretty while you go commit felonies. He didn't smile. He didn't even blink. He just turned on his heel and disappeared into the small study nook, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the security glass in the windows. Great. Alone in a luxury prison cell. The silence that followed was thick, only broken by the muffled, angry cadence of his voice through the door. I sat there for exactly 30 seconds before my brain started itching. I couldn't do this. I couldn't just sit here like a good little doll while the world burned around me. Stillness was surrender. I stood up, ignoring the fire on my hip, and started pacing. The apartment was sterile, expensive, cold, anonymous. It screamed safe house for rich criminals. I ran my fingers along the window frame. Cold metal. Thick glass. No exit. I moved toward the study nook, my steps silent on the polished stone. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Okay, I was absolutely trying to eavesdrop, but the soundproofing was top tier. I leaned against the built-in bookshelf near the door, pretending to inspect the spine of some dusty history book. That's when I saw it. The baseboard. It was subtle. If I hadn't spent my childhood hiding from my father's drunken rages in closets and crawl spaces, I wouldn't have noticed it. The dark wood trim didn't sit flush with the plaster. It was off by maybe a millimeter. A tiny, imperceptible flaw in an otherwise perfect room. My heart did a weird flip. I glanced at the study door. Cesare was still talking, his voice a constant low growl. I had maybe 2 minutes before he stormed out. Don't be stupid, Luciana. Just sit down. My hand moved before my brain could stop it. I knelt, feigning a need to adjust my robe, and used the filed edge of my thumbnail to pry at the wood. It gave way with a soft click. The piece of baseboard came loose, revealing a dark, hollow cavity behind it. Well, hello there, I whispered. Inside, wrapped in a piece of rough, faded cloth, sat a small leather-bound book. It looked old. Forgotten. But you don't hide forgotten things behind fake walls in a safe house. You hide bombs. Or bodies. Or secrets that get people killed. I pulled it out. It was heavy. I shoved the wood back into place, listening for the click, and slipped the ledger inside the wide sleeve of my robe. My pulse was hammering in my throat, a frantic techno beat I couldn't turn off. I walked back to the sofa, forcing my legs to move casually, and sat down. I waited for the door to open. Nothing. I unwrapped the cloth. The book smelled like old tobacco and cheap ink. I opened it. Numbers. Columns and columns of numbers. Dates. Coded entries. My father was a gambler. I knew what debt looked like. But this wasn't gambling debt. These were payouts. I scanned the dates. Last month. 3 months ago. The date of the dock seizure. The date of the warehouse fire. And next to every large sum, a single looping initial. M. I traced the letter with a cold finger. M. My stomach dropped. It wasn't a random initial. The handwriting was aggressive, sharp. I flipped to the back. The very last page. There was a note, scribbled in Italian, detailing a security transfer for the Naples docks. It was addressed to a contact within the Polizia di Stato. And at the bottom, signed clearly, arrogantly, Marcello. Marcello D'Acciao. Caesar's brother. The guy who looked at me like I was a stain on the family carpet. Dio Cane, I breathed. He was the rat. He was the leak. While Cesare was out there breaking bones and dragging me through hell to save his empire, his own brother was selling him out to the cops for, what? Power? Jealousy? The door handle to the office clicked. Panic, cold and sharp, washed over me. I had proof of treason in my lap. If Cesare walked in and saw this, he might shoot me before I could explain. He might think I planted it. Or worse, he wouldn't believe me, and I'd be dead for snooping. Run. The thought screamed through my head. I had the leverage. I could take this to the Castellani family. I could take this to the cops. I could trade this book for a ticket to anywhere that wasn't Italy. I stood up, clutching the ledger to my chest. I caught my reflection in the dark glass of the window. I looked wrecked. My hair was a mess, my eyes were wild, and under the silk robe, my hip was bleeding ink into gauze because Cesare D'Acciao had decided I belonged to him. If I ran? I'd be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. The cops were corrupt. The Castellanis were butchers. My father had already sold me once for a handful of chips. There was no safe. There was only alive. And the only person who had actually kept me breathing in the last 2 weeks, even if he was the one holding the gun, was Cesare. He was a monster. But he was an honest monster. He told me he owned me, and then he protected his property. Marcello was a snake hiding in the grass. I looked at the office door. The handle turned. I made a choice. It was insane. It was unhinged. It was probably going to get me killed. But running was a slow death. This was a gamble. I sat back down. I closed the ledger with a snap. I placed it squarely in the center of the glass coffee table. Then I folded my hands in my lap and waited. The door opened. Cesare walked out, rubbing the back of his neck, radiating exhaustion and violence. "We move in an hour. Pack your..." He stopped. His eyes landed on the ledger. The air in the room instantly vanished. It got so quiet, I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Cesare went still. Not the stillness of a statue, but the stillness of a predator deciding where to bite. His gaze flicked from the book to me, then back to the book. "What is that?" His voice was barely a whisper, but it carried across the room like a gunshot. "I found a loose board," I said. My voice was surprisingly steady. "In the wall." He walked toward the table. Slow steps. Heavy boots on stone. He looked at me with eyes that could peel paint. He picked up the book. His scarred knuckles went white as he gripped the leather. He opened it. I held my breath. I watched his eyes scan the pages. He was reading fast, processing the data, the dates, the payouts. He flipped to the back. He saw the name. A muscle in his jaw jumped. Just once. A tiny spasm of pure fury. He slammed the book shut. The sound echoed like a crack of thunder in the sterile room. I flinched just a little. I couldn't help it. He tossed the ledger back onto the table. It slid across the glass and stopped inches from my knee. Cesare looked at me. His expression was terrifyingly blank. "You could have taken this," he said. His voice was a low rumble, vibrating in his chest. "This book is a get-out-of-jail-free card, Luciana. The feds would have put you in a nice little house in Arizona for this. The Castellanis would have paid you millions." He took a step closer, towering over me. "Why didn't you, Mia Cara?" The question hung there. It was a test. A trap. I looked up at him. I didn't blink. "A rat's ledger is worth more than gold to a woman who wants freedom," I admitted. "But freedom is a lie." Cesare tilted his head slightly. "My father sold me," I said, the bitterness coating my tongue. "The police are on Marcello's payroll. There is nowhere left to run that is safer than here." I stood up, ignoring the pain in my hip, forcing myself to meet him eye to eye, or as close as I could get. "I choose the D'Acciao crest, Cesare," I said softly. "The only safe cage is the one you build yourself. And I'm betting on the wolf, not the snake." Silence stretched between us. He studied my face, looking for the lie, looking for the angle. He wasn't used to loyalty he hadn't bought or coerced. Then the ice in his eyes cracked. Something dark and hot flooded in. "Brave words, Luciana," he murmured. He reached out, his hand wrapping around my throat, not to choke but to hold. His thumb brushed my pulse point, feeling the frantic rhythm there. "You are beginning to understand the game." "I don't want to play the game," I whispered. "I want to win it." Caesar's lips quirked up in a ghost of a smirk. "You chose right." He pulled me in. It wasn't gentle. He yanked me against his chest, crushing the silk robe, and his mouth came down on mine. It was a collision. A claiming. It tasted like espresso and adrenaline. I wrapped my arms around his neck, my fingers tangling in his dark hair. This wasn't romance. This was a treaty signed in spit and teeth. He broke the kiss, breathless, his forehead resting against mine. Mine, he growled. Fautudamente mine. He swept me up into his arms. I gasped as my hip jolted, but he adjusted his grip instantly, avoiding the fresh ink. Honesty has a price, Luciana, he said, carrying me toward the bedroom like I weighed nothing. And I always pay my debts in full. Is that a threat? I asked, burying my face in the curve of his neck. He smelled like expensive soap and violence. No, he said, kicking the bedroom door open. It's a promise. He laid me on the bed. The sheets were cool, high thread count, crisp. He stood over me for a second, just looking. The hunger in his eyes was raw, unfiltered. It made my toes curl. My brother, he said, the words heavy. He's dead. He just doesn't know it yet. But you? He knelt on the mattress, looming over me. You are alive. He reached for the tie of my robe. He undid it slowly, deliberately. This wasn't a frantic tear down. This was an unboxing. He pushed the silk aside. His eyes went straight to my hip. His hand hovered over the bandage. Does it hurt? Like hell, I said. Good. He leaned down, his breath warm on my stomach. Pain is memory. He peeled the edge of the tape back with surprising care. He exposed the angry red skin, the black lines of the crest he'd forced on me just hours ago. But now, looking at it, looking at him, looking at it, it felt different. It didn't feel like a brand anymore. It felt like armor. Cesare lowered his head and pressed his lips to the skin right next to the tattoo. I hissed in a breath, arching my back. You wear my mark well, guerriera, he whispered against my skin. His tongue traced the line of my hip bone, avoiding the raw ink but getting dangerously close. The sensation was electric, pain and pleasure mixing into a cocktail that went straight to my head. Tell me you belong to me, Luciana, he commanded, his hands gripping my thighs, pinning me to the mattress. I gave you the book, didn't I? I gasped. Words are cheap, he muttered, moving higher, his body heavy and hard against mine. Show me. He kissed me again, deeper this time, his tongue sweeping into my mouth with arrogant possession. His hand slid between my legs, finding the slick heat there instantly. Si brava, he groaned into my mouth. This is your reward. He didn't rush. That was the most maddening part. He took his time, learning the topography of my body like he was studying a map for an invasion. His fingers worked magic, finding the exact pressure, the exact rhythm. I was unraveling. The stress of the raid, the fear of the ledger, the pain of the tattoo, it all poured into this moment. Look at me, he ordered when I squeezed my eyes shut. I opened them. His slate eyes were burning. You look at me when you take what I give you. Cesare, please, I begged. The dignity I tried to hold onto was dissolving. Beg for it, Strega, he growled. Beg for your king's touch. Please, I sobbed, lifting my hips. He didn't make me wait any longer. He positioned himself between my legs, dragging my knees wide. He entered me slow, agonizingly slow. He filled me completely, stretching me, claiming the space inside me just as thoroughly as he'd claimed the skin outside. My queen, he gritted out, his jaw clenched tight. My possession. My blood. Every thrust was a statement. You are here. You are mine. We are in this together. This is what happens when you choose correctly, Luciana, he whispered in my ear, his voice rough with strain. I wrapped my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper, needing the weight of him to ground me. The world outside this room was falling apart. Marcello was selling secrets. The Castellanis were hunting us. But in here, everything made sense. The climax hit me like a freight train. I cried out, my nails digging into his shoulders, my body convulsing around him. Cesare groaned, a low guttural sound torn from his chest. He drove into me hard, once, twice, 3 times, before burying his face in my neck and following me over the edge. He collapsed on top of me, heavy and sweaty and real. He didn't pull away. He stayed there, buried inside me, his heart hammering against my chest in sync with mine. The room was quiet again. But it wasn't the heavy, scary silence from before. It was the silence of the aftermath. Cesare lifted his head, brushing damp hair off my forehead. He looked at me, really looked at me. "You are the only truth I have left, Luciana," he said quietly. "Then God help us," I whispered back. He smirked, pressing a kiss to my temple. "For this, niente will touch you. I'll burn the city down to keep the ash off your shoes." I closed my eyes, listening to his breathing slow down. I had traded my freedom for a gilded cage, and I had handed the key to a psychopath. But lying there, listening to the steady beat of his heart, I realized something terrifying. I didn't want the key back.
Chapter 19. Cesare POV. The ledger sat open on the mahogany desk, accusing me. I stared at the names inked in neat, fastidious columns. My brother's handwriting. Marcello. The jealous little shit actually did it. He sold us out to the commission. He sold me out. I ran my thumb over the leather cover, wiping away a speck of dust that wasn't even there. The silence in the office was deafening, broken only by the rhythmic click-click-click of my Zippo. Open. Shut. Open. Shut. The flame flared and died, a restless heartbeat in the palm of my hand. My father, the great Don D'Acciao, would have made excuses. He would have talked about blood loyalty and family bonds while the knife was already buried in his back. He was weak like that. Sentimental. I'm not my father. If I let sentimental loyalty kill me, I deserve to die. But Marcello Cazzo, he's blood. He needs to pay, but he needs to pay slowly. And I can't do it alone. Not with the wolves circling the gates and the police sniffing around the perimeter. I looked up at Luciana. She was standing by the bookshelf, watching me. Waiting. She'd brought me the ledger. She could have used it to bargain with the feds, could have used it to run, but she brought it here. To the monster. She adjusted the fold of her silk dress, her fingers brushing the spot where my family crest was now inked into her skin. She looked nervous, but her eyes were steady, honey brown and defiant. I snapped the ledger shut. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. I stood up, scraping the heavy leather chair against the wood floor. Luciana flinched just a fraction. Good. She should be scared. Move, I said. No explanation. Just a command. I nodded toward the hallway that led away from the living quarters, toward the heavy reinforced door at the back of the house. She hesitated, her gaze flicking between me and the exit. Where? Do you trust me? I asked, my voice low. Don't answer that with words. Answer it with your feet. Move, Luciana. She didn't argue. She stepped away from the shelf and walked past me, the scent of her perfume, something floral and expensive, cutting through the smell of old paper and my own agitation. I led her down the back stairs. The air changed as we descended, turning cooler, damper. The smell of the safe house, polished wood and lemon oil, faded, replaced by the scent of concrete and subterranean chill. We reached the steel door at the end of the corridor. It was heavy, industrial, secured with 3 deadbolts. I took my time unlocking them. Clank. 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 The echoes bounced off the bare walls. Luciana pressed her back against the concrete wall, her hand drifting toward her sleeve. I saw it. The reflex. She was checking for that little blade she liked to hide. Keep up, ragazza, I muttered, shouldering the heavy door open. And leave the toothpick in your sleeve. You're going to need something bigger. I hit the lights. The basement wasn't a dungeon. It was a workspace. Soundproofing foam lined the walls in jagged gray wedges. The lighting was yellow and industrial. At the far end, 20 yards deep, hung a paper target, untouched, a pristine silhouette of a man. On the steel table near the entrance sat a Glock 19. Black, sleek, compact. A single loaded magazine lay next to it. Luciana stopped in the doorway. She looked at the gun, then at me, her eyes widening. This is where we work, I said, leaning against the doorframe and crossing my arms. Go on. Pick it up. She stayed rooted to the spot. Cesare. It's loaded, I said, cutting her off. Don't touch the trigger. Just pick it up. She shivered. The air down here was cold enough to bite through her silk dress. Why? Because out there, I pointed a thumb toward the ceiling, there are men who want to put you in a box. My brother, included. You are mine, Luciana. If you fall, I lose. Do you understand that commitment? She stared at me, her chest rising and falling faster. Every enemy I have is now yours, I continued, pushing off the wall and stepping into her space. This is how you survive them. I need a shield, but I prefer a sword. Which one will you be? She looked at the gun like it was a viper coiled on the table. I am not a killer. You will be what I need you to be, pezzo di merda, I growled, closing the distance. My shadow fell over her. Fear the man who carries the gun, not the steel itself. Pick it up. Now. Don't test my patience. She glared at me, that spark of defiance flaring up. Good. Anger was better than fear. Anger was fuel. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and wrapped her fingers around the grip. She lifted it. It looked too big for her hand, too heavy. She held it like it was contaminated. Awkward, I said, shaking my head. You hold it like a dead fish. I moved behind her. I didn't ask permission. I stepped right up against her back, my chest hitting her shoulder blades. I could feel the heat radiating off her, the sudden tension in her spine as I invaded her space. Wider stance, I ordered, my voice right at her ear. I put my hands on her hips, firm, possessive, and kicked the inside of her boots with my own, forcing her legs apart. Root yourself. If you move, I will correct you. Do not flinch from my touch. She stiffened but obeyed, planting her feet. I slid my hands up her sides, over her ribs to her shoulders, forcing them down. She was tight, wired with adrenaline. Relax. You're too tense, Cesare. You can't aim if you're vibrating. I reached around her, my arms caging her in. I covered her hands with mine. Her skin was soft, smooth, my hands were scarred, the knuckles rough like sandpaper. I wrapped my fingers over hers on the grip, crushing her hand onto the polymer frame. I hold the strength, you hold the aim, I murmured, my chin brushing her shoulder. Don't let the gun move. Don't let me move. I adjusted her trigger finger with the pad of my thumb, pushing it flat against the frame, off the trigger. Grip hard. Squeeze it like you hate it. If you drop it, I will be disappointed. She squeezed. I felt the tendons in her wrist pop against my palm. Good. I pressed closer. My belt buckle dug into her lower back. My thighs braced against hers. It was suffocatingly intimate. It wasn't sex, but it was close. It was ownership. We were one organism, a massive two-headed beast breathing in the cold basement air. Focus on the target, I whispered. Nothing else exists but that silhouette. Not me. Not Marcello. Not your father. She was trying to pull away, just a millimeter, trying to keep some daylight between us. I didn't let her. I wedged my knee between her legs, locking her in place. Steady, I said, my voice dropping an octave. Feel my breath on your neck. I am your foundation. Lean back. She hesitated, then let her weight settle against my chest. Breathe with me, capito. I took a deep breath, expanding my chest against her back. I felt her ribs expand in response, her rhythm hitching then syncing with mine. In. Out. In. Out. Finger on the trigger, I commanded. She slid her finger inside the guard. Slow. Squeeze, don't jerk. Like taking a life, Luciana. Be precise. Hold it, and release as you exhale. Cesare, I. Shoot. Bang. The sound was a physical blow in the small room. The gun kicked up, the recoil jolting through her arms, but my weight absorbed it. She gasped, eyes squeezing shut, body flinching back into me. Keep your eyes open, Diocane. I barked, my mouth right next to her ear. Watch the result. Look at the target. She peeled her eyes open, blinking rapidly. The smell of burnt gunpowder filled the space, sharp, acrid, sulfurous. It's the smell of my life. Now, it was the smell of hers. Where did it land? I asked. She stared at the paper. A hole in the white space, high and to the left of the shoulder. A miss. You flinched, I said flatly. You anticipated the violence. Don't. I felt her trembling. Not from cold now. Adrenaline. Shock. Again, I said. Cesare, my ears. Again. I tightened my grip on her hands. Focus. Forget the noise. Forget everything. You need 10 rounds in that target, Luciana. You hesitate, you die. Remember that feeling. She gritted her teeth. I could feel her resolve hardening, turning from fear into something brittle and sharp. She fired. Bang. Lower, I corrected, shifting my pressure on her wrists. Bang. Better. Breathe. Bang. 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 She was getting into the rhythm. With every shot I made micro-adjustments. A shift of my thumb, a press of my chest. She started to lean into it, anticipating the recoil, using my body as the backstop she needed. We were dancing, ugly and loud. The slide locked back. Empty. Silence rushed back into the room, heavy and ringing. I released her hands but didn't step away. I reached over her shoulder, ejected the mag and slapped a fresh one in. I racked the slide. Clack clack. Do it yourself, I said, stepping back. The loss of contact was immediate. She swayed slightly like a boat losing its anchor, then caught herself. She looked at me, eyes wide, pupils blown. She looked wild. She turned back to the target. She adjusted her stance, feet apart, shoulders down, just like I showed her. She didn't look at the gun with fear anymore. She looked at it with purpose. She exhaled slowly, a long stream of breath. Bang. Center mass. Dead center of the chest. A slow, cold smile touched her lips. It wasn't a happy smile. It was a survival smile. Grim. Satisfied. That, I said, my voice rough, is the look of a killer, Luciana. She lowered the weapon, staring at the hole in the paperman's heart. I hit it. You killed it, I corrected. You no longer beg for protection. You demand it. I moved back in, unable to help myself. I stepped close, brushing a stray lock of hair from her damp forehead. My thumb traced the line of her jaw. She didn't pull away. She leaned into my hand, her eyes burning. Feroce, I whispered. Fierce. She shivered. I liked it, she admitted, her voice barely audible. The power. Good. You are mine, Luciana. And now you are dangerous. Mia arma. I took the gun from her loose grip. Lesson over. Clean the weapon. The shift was abrupt. I walked to the table, popped the slide off the frame, and began stripping it down. The smell of solvent and oil rose up, mixing with the gunpowder. She watched me. She watched my hands, the same hands that had been all over her body moments ago, now deftly manipulating the steel pins and springs. Weapons fail only when the person holding them fails to maintain them, I said, scrubbing the barrel with a brush. Every piece of this weapon is designed to take a life. Respect the design. I wiped the parts down, oiled the rails, and snapped it back together in 3 seconds flat. Click snap. I loaded the mag. Chambered a round. Engaged the safety. I handed it to her, grip first. This is yours now, I said. She took it. The weight seemed to settle her. She tucked it into the waistband of her jeans, the cold steel pressing against the small of her back. Consider it a non-negotiable accessory, I said. Don't be without it. Not even when you sleep. If you have to use it, empty the clip. You are responsible for every bullet. Do not waste them. She nodded once. I won't. We walked back up the stairs. Her footsteps were different. Heavier.
Chapter 20. Luciana POV. The silence in the room wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, like a held breath waiting to exhale into a scream. I lay rigid, staring at the ceiling, the phantom weight of the Beretta still heavy in my hands. My fingers twitched against the sheets, cramping from hours of gripping cold steel, aiming at paper targets that Cesare had insisted were enemies. Beside me, Cesare slept like a stone statue toppled in the grass, heavy, immovable, and radiating a furnace, like heat that usually pulled me in. Tonight it felt suffocating. I traced the outline of the crest inked onto my inner thigh. The skin was still slightly raised, a tactile reminder of exactly who owned the real estate of my body. D'Acciao. I was branded like cattle, trained like a soldier, and fucked like a mistress. The trifecta of my new existence. I brought my hand up to my face. Even in the dark, I could see the smudge on the pad of my thumb. Gun oil. Or maybe just dirt. But my brain screamed that it was rot, that it was the physical manifestation of the darkness settling into my marrow. I couldn't breathe. I slid out from under the heavy duvet, careful not to wake him. Cesare didn't wake up like a normal person, he woke up like a switchblade snapping open. I didn't have the energy to explain why I was pacing the floor at 3 a.m, terrified of my own reflection. My bare feet hit the cold tile, sending a shock up my legs that grounded me for half a second before the panic surged back. I scrubbed my thumb against the side of my silk chemise, rubbing until the fabric burned my skin, but the imaginary stain didn't fade. I needed water. I needed to scour this feeling off me, before it hardened into a shell I couldn't break out of. I slipped into the bathroom, closing the door with a click that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet safe house. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't want to see the woman in the mirror, the one with the cold eyes, who had hit center mass on the target 3 times in a row without blinking. That woman scared the shit out of me. I cranked the shower handle, skipping warm and going straight to the kind of heat that turned skin lobster red. The pipes groaned, a metallic protest before the water hissed out, filling the small windowless room with steam that smelled faintly of sulfur and old copper. I stripped, tearing the hair tie from my wrist and letting my hair fall in a heavy curtain around my face. I stepped in. The water hit me like a physical blow. It stung, biting into my shoulders, but I didn't turn it down. I grabbed the rough sponge and attacked my skin. I scrubbed my arms, my chest, the spot on my thigh where his name was written in ink and blood. Get it off. Get it off. My skin turned pink, then raw red, but the feeling of dirt, of moral grime, wouldn't budge. The woman I was, Luciana Corsini, the daughter who just wanted to survive, was dead on the floor of my father's burning estate. What was left was this weapon Cesare was forging. I dropped the soap. It hit the floor with a dull thud, sliding toward the drain. A sob clawed its way up my throat, violent and jagged. I tried to swallow it, but another followed, then another. My knees gave out. I slid down the wet wall, the cold tile scraping my spine, until I was curled in a ball on the floor of the shower, water hammering against my head. I can't do this, I whispered to the drain. I can't. I pressed my forehead against my knees, my body shaking so hard my teeth chattered. I was going to drown in this. The fear, the violence, the inevitability of it all. I was breaking apart, piece by piece. The bathroom door opened. I didn't hear the handle turn. I didn't hear footsteps. Just the sudden shift in air pressure, and the silhouette that blocked out the sliver of light from the bedroom. Cesare. He stood there, a massive shadow in the steam. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel his gaze, heavy, physical, dissecting me. He didn't rush forward to comfort me. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just watched, like a scientist observing a lab rat that had finally snapped. What are you trying to wash away, Mia Merce? His voice was low, cutting through the noise of the water. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just curled tighter, trying to disappear. He moved then. Not away, but in. He kicked off his pajama bottoms, leaving them in a heap on the dry floor, and stepped into the spray. The shower stall was small, with him inside it became a cage. The water deflected off his broad back, shielding me from the heat but replacing it with his looming presence. Get up, he commanded. I shook my head, pressing my face into my knees. Luciana. His hand clamped around my upper arm. His grip was bruising, fingers digging into the soft flesh as he hauled me up like I weighed nothing. He slammed me back against the wet tile, pinning me there with his body. Look at me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, ashamed of the tears of the weakness. He grabbed my chin, his wet fingers slippery against my skin, and forced my head back. I opened my eyes. He was inches from me, water sluicing down his face, dripping from his lashes. His eyes were slate gray and furious. You are breaking, he said, the words flat and hard. You think I allowed you to be made into a weapon, only for you to weep like a child on the floor? I'm not, my voice cracked, pathetic. I'm not strong enough for this, Cesare. I can feel it. The darkness, it's eating me. Then let it, he growled. You don't fight the fire, Luciana. You become it. He leaned in, his lips brushing my ear, his stubble scraping my cheek. Your fear means nothing to me. Only your obedience. And right now you look like a victim. I don't keep victims. I am a victim, I spat, a flash of my usual defiance sparking through the misery. You kidnapped me. You? I saved you, he corrected, his hand sliding down to my throat, resting there heavy and threatening. And now I'm going to fix you. He didn't give me time to process that. His mouth crashed down on mine, savage and consuming. It wasn't a kiss, it was a takeover. He tasted like toothpaste and aggression. He forced my lips apart, his tongue sweeping into my mouth with a dominance that made my knees weak for a different reason entirely. He pushed me harder against the wall, the cold tile biting into my shoulder blades while his chest burned against my breasts. His hand slid down my wet torso over the curve of my hip, and dug his thumb hard into the fresh tattoo on my thigh. I gasped into his mouth, arching into the sharp sting of pain. That, he murmured against my lips, is reality. The pain? The ink. My hand on you. Everything else is just noise in your head. He lifted me, his hands gripping my thighs and hoisting me up. Instinct took over. I wrapped my legs around his waist, clinging to him because he was the only solid thing in a spinning world. I will burn it out of you, he promised darkly. Every flicker of fear. He didn't prep me. He didn't wait. He lined himself up and thrust into me with a single brutal motion. My head thumped back against the tile, a cry tearing from my throat that was half pain, half relief. The sheer size of him stretched me, filled me, obliterated the spiral of anxious thoughts, and replaced them with a singular, overwhelming sensation. He began to move, a relentless, punishing rhythm. It wasn't lovemaking. It was an exorcism. Look at me, he roared over the sound of the water. I forced my eyes open, locking onto his. He looked like a demon, beautiful and terrifying, his face twisted in concentration and lust. I need you to feel this, he growled, driving deep, hitting that spot that made my vision blur. Only this. My fingers dug into his shoulders, nails raking down his wet back. The steam was suffocating, the heat intense. I couldn't think about my father. I couldn't think about the gun. There was only Cesare. Only the friction of our bodies, and the way he claimed me, over and over again. He grabbed a handful of my wet hair, yanking my head back to expose my throat. He bit down on the sensitive cord of my neck, marking me. Say my name, Stronzo, he demanded against my skin. Cesare, I gasped, breathless. Cesare. Yes. Take my power, Piccola. Take it. My body betrayed my mind completely. The fear evaporated, burned away by the friction. I met his thrusts, desperate and feral, needing the release as much as I needed air. He spun us around suddenly, pressing my chest against the wall. The cold tile shocked my nipples, but he didn't stop. He held my hips, grinding against me from behind, his large body covering mine completely. This is where you belong, he whispered, his voice rough with strain right in my ear. Under me. Always. Say mia. Sempre. Fanculo. His hand came around to cup my jaw, holding my head still, so I had to stare at the grout lines, at the water swirling down the drain, but now I wasn't drowning. I was anchored. You are beautiful when you obey, he groaned. The combination of the scalding water, the cold wall, and his relentless hammering pace pushed me over the edge. My climax hit me like a train wreck, violent shaking absolute. I screamed against the tile, my body convulsing around him. He groaned, a harsh guttural sound, and drove into me one last deep time. He poured himself into me, his forehead resting against the back of my head, his heavy breathing matching the ragged rhythm of my own. For a long time, the only sound was the water. Cesare stayed there, heavy against my back, keeping me pinned. I could feel his heart hammering against my spine. Slowly, the adrenaline receded, leaving my limbs feeling like jelly. If he let go, I would slide right down the drain. He pulled back slowly, turning me around to face him. He didn't let go, though. His arm wrapped around my waist, holding me upright. He reached up and wiped the water from my face with a surprisingly gentle swipe of his thumb. His eyes searched mine, looking for cracks. You are heat and ruin, Luciana, he said quietly. Stop fighting the fire. I reached up, my hand trembling slightly, and touched the rough stubble on his jaw. You're an asshole. A corner of his mouth ticked up. I know. He reached past me and twisted the handle. The water cut off instantly. The silence rushed back in, but it wasn't heavy anymore. It was just quiet. He grabbed a thick white towel from the rack outside the stall and wrapped it around me. He didn't ask if I could do it myself. He bundled me up like a prize, tucking the ends in securely. We are done here, he stated. He dried himself off with quick, efficient movements, grabbing his sidearm from the counter where he'd apparently left it, because of course he brought a gun to a mental breakdown, and checked the safety. Good. Now get dressed. Or don't. I prefer don't. He put a hand on the small of my back, guiding me out of the humid bathroom into the cool air of the bedroom. I shivered, the temperature drop raising gooseflesh on my arms. He sat me on the edge of the bed. I watched him as he grabbed a smaller towel and knelt between my legs. He began to dry my hair, his movements rough but thorough. He rubbed the towel over my scalp, tangling the strands before smoothing them out. "Don't move," he muttered when I tried to help. "You are mine to mend." I looked at him, this violent, complicated man who had just used my body to snap me out of a panic attack. It was twisted. It was wrong. And God help me, it worked. I reached out, tracing the ridge of the old scar near his ear. He froze. His eyes closed for a second, a sharp intake of breath hissing through his teeth. "Does it hurt?" I whispered. He opened his eyes, staring at me with an intensity that burned hotter than the shower. "Only when you look at me like that." He caught my hand, his grip hard, and pulled me forward, tumbling us both back onto the mattress. He pulled the duvet up over us, tucking it under my chin like I was a child, then wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling my back against his chest. His heavy leg threw itself over mine, pinning me down. A cage. A shield. "Sleep," he ordered, his voice already thick with exhaustion. "The day comes early, and the dog is still running." I closed my eyes, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat against my back. The darkness was still there, waiting at the edges of the room, but for tonight, the monster in the bed with me was scarier than anything out there. And that was just fine.
Chapter 21. Cesare POV. The Beretta is cold in my hands. Good. Cold is reliable. Heat means friction, and friction means something is about to break. I run the cloth over the slide one last time, the smell of gun oil sharp enough to burn the inside of my nose. It mixes with the stale air of the safe house, dust, old coffee, and the faint sweet scent of Luciana's shampoo drifting from the bed. I look over at her. She's asleep, but she doesn't look peaceful. Her brow is knotted tight, her lips parted like she's about to scream. The sheets are tangled around her legs. She looks wrecked. The soft, pampered princess from the Corsini estate is gone. I killed that girl. Buried her under layers of fear and adrenaline until this new thing emerged. Sharper. Harder. A weapon. My weapon. I slide the magazine back into the gun. The click is loud in the silence. Luciana stirs but doesn't wake. I watch the rise and fall of her chest, feeling a grim sort of ownership settling in my gut. I didn't just take her as collateral. I took her apart and put her back together with pieces of myself. If she breaks now, it's on me. If she turns on me, it's because I taught her how to bite. A vibration buzzes against the wood of the nightstand. Cheap plastic rattling against cheap veneer. I don't need to look to know who it is. That burner phone has been silent under a loose floorboard for 3 days. Only one group of people has the number. The commission. Caso. I snatch the phone before it can buzz again, the vibration feeling like an insect trying to burrow into my palm. I step out of the bedroom, moving into the cramped living area, putting a wall between the call and the sleeping girl. I press answer but don't speak. Silence is power. Let them break it first. D'Acciao. The voice is dry, raspy. Like dragging sandpaper over concrete. It's Don Salvo's consigliere. A man who hasn't held a gun in 20 years, but signs death warrants with a fountain pen. Talk, I say. Your house is noisy, Cesare. We don't like noise. I spot an empty plastic water bottle on the floor. I crush it under my boot, the crack sounding like a gunshot in the small room. My brother is a loudmouthed child. I'm handling it. Not fast enough. And then, there is the matter of the father. My jaw tightens. Silvano. The rat. The man who sold his daughter to save his own skin, and then ran like a coward. The Corsini debt is still outstanding, the voice continues. The girl is acceptable interest. But the principal must be paid. Silvano has become a sickness. You clean your own mess, D'Acciao. Or we send the cleaners to scrub the whole slate. You understand? Threats. Veiled in polite business speak, but threats all the same. They're telling me to kill Silvano, or they'll kill me, Luciana, and probably burn my family's legacy to the ground just to be thorough. Consider it done, I say. The clock is ticking, Cesare. Liquidate the asset. Secure the future. Do not fail us. The line goes dead. I toss the phone onto the stained countertop. It skids and hits the backsplash with a clatter. Pezzo di merda. They think they're pulling my leash. They think I'm some attack dog they can whistle for. But they just handed me an opportunity. Marcello is watching the house, waiting for me to slip. But if I'm hunting Silvano on commission orders, that's sanctioned. That's business. I can move freely. I can turn this city upside down. And if Marcello gets in my way, I can put a bullet in him and call it collateral damage. I open the rusted filing cabinet in the corner. The metal screeches, a sound that sets my teeth on edge. I pull out the map of the industrial zones. I trace the routes with a finger that's seen too many broken knuckles. Silvano is a rat. Rats don't run to open fields, they run to the sewers. The docks. The old warehouses where the Corsini influence still rots in the woodwork. I need a blade. I reach for the hunting knife on the table. It's heavy, balanced perfectly. I test the edge against my thumb. A thin red line appears instantly, blooming like a drop of ink on paper. Sharp. I wipe the blood on my jeans. I'm not just going to kill Silvano Corsini. I'm going to make a spectacle of it. I'm going to mount his head on a spike so high that every low-level thug and high-table don knows that Cesare D'Acciao doesn't just collect debts. He exacts vengeance. And I'm taking Luciana with me. I walk back into the bedroom. She's awake. Sitting up, wrapped in that scratchy gray blanket, staring at me. The hysteria from the shower, the crying, the shaking, it's gone. Wiped clean. Her dark honey eyes are clear, focused. There's a stillness to her now that wasn't there before. Like a predator, waiting for the wind to change. I walk to the window. I peel back the blind, twisting the plastic slat until it snaps in my hand. Snap. I toss the broken piece on the floor. The street below is quiet. Too quiet. You look like you've just buried a friend, Luciana says. Her voice is rough with sleep, but steady. Or found one. Which is it? She's reading me. Too well. We're leaving, I say. I don't look at her. I scan the rooftops opposite us. Now. No questions. You take what you can carry. It's a test. I need to know if the training's stuck. I need to know if she's going to argue, to ask why, to act like a civilian. In the field, hesitation gets you zipped into a body bag. I hear the rustle of sheets. I turn. Luciana isn't arguing. She isn't asking where we're going. She's already out of bed, moving toward the pile of gear in the corner. She shakes her hair out of her face, her expression cold, efficient. She grabs the tactical pants I stole for her. Good girl. I need to know the why, she says, pulling the pants on. But I don't need to ask for it. You'll tell me when I need to shoot someone. Smart. Dangerous. That was the commission, I say. I watch her freeze for a fraction of a second, her hands hovering over the laces of her boots. They've put a clock on your father. They want him found and erased. They want the debt paid in blood. I wait. This is the real test. Blood is thick. Even when it's poisoned. Silvano is a scumbag, but he's still the man who raised her. If she flinches, if she begs for his life, she stays here. Locked in a room while I go do the dirty work. Luciana grips the edge of the dresser. Her knuckles turn white. The wood groans under the pressure. She stares at the wall, her jaw working. Then she turns to me. Her face is a mask of ice. He sold me, she says. Flat. Dead. He's not my father. He's a piece of filth. I want to watch you scrape off the pavement. Dio Kane. That's it. That's the fire I wanted. I cross the room in 2 strides. The air between us charges with static. I step into her space, towering over her, letting my shadow eclipse the meager light from the window. They want his head, I growl. And I will be the one to deliver it to them. I reach out. My hand wraps around her throat. I don't squeeze, not to hurt. To claim. To ground her. The heavy steel of my signet ring presses against her carotid artery. I feel her pulse hammering against my palm. Fast, frantic. Alive. She doesn't pull away. She leans into it. Her eyes dilate, dark pools of adrenaline and twisted trust. But the debt he owes me. I lower my voice until it's a vibration in her bones. As you. That debt is permanent. I tilt her chin up. Your father's life is cheap compared to what you owe me. The commission wants a corpse. I want everything else. You are mine. Fanculo the contracts. Fanculo the commission. That is the only deal that matters. Her breath hitches, warm against my wrist. She smells like fear and arousal, a heady cocktail that makes my own blood run hot. You will never go back to him, I say. You will never see his face again, unless it is at my side while we stand over his grave. He is a ghost. I am the reality. Do you understand, Luciana? She stares up at me, defiant and submissive all at once. She gives a single, sharp nod. I understand, Cesare. Her voice is steady. Lead the way. I hold her gaze for a second longer, letting the promise settle into her skin like a brand. Then I release her. Get dressed, I say, stepping back, the soldier taking over again. Tactical gear. I need to track his known associates. The closer we get to Silvano, the more blood will be spilled. We are hunting a rat. And rats bite. Luciana moves. Fast. Efficient. She pulls on the black long-sleeve thermal, then the Kevlar vest. She straps it tight, the Velcro tearing through the silence. She sits on the edge of the bed and shoves her knife into her boot sheath. She doesn't look down. Muscle memory. I grab the go bag. Extra clips. Burner phones. Cash. A few flashbangs I lifted from a contact in Naples. I check the peephole. Clear. I turn back. She's standing by the door. holster on her hip. The 9mm I gave her sits there like it belongs. She checks the safety, her fingers confident. She looks lethal. Beautiful, in a way that would terrify a normal man. Fortunately, I'm not normal. Keep your finger off the trigger until you intend to kill, I remind her. I intend to kill, she says. I almost smile. I put my hand on the doorknob. The metal is freezing. Ready to spill blood for your king. Luciana reaches out. She takes my free hand, her fingers intertwining with mine. Her palm is rougher than it used to be. Calloused from the gun range. Hardened. Lead the way, Cesare, she says. I'll clear the path. I open the door. We slip out into the hallway, silent as ghosts. I pull her into the shadows of the stairwell, scanning the landing above. Clear. Veloce, I whisper. We move down the stairs, boots making no sound on the concrete. The safe house is dead to us now. We're out in the open. Hunting. The game has changed. We aren't hiding anymore. We're coming for them. All of them. And God help anyone who gets in our way. Chapter 22. Cesare POV. The engine of the armored sedan idles so quietly you'd think the thing was dead, but I can feel the vibration in the steering wheel. It hums against my palms. A low, steady tremor. Like a pulse before a heart attack. Naples outskirts. The ass end of the industrial district, where the streetlights are either broken or flickering like they're having a seizure. Smells like salt and diesel fuel out here. Rotting fish and money changing hands in the dark. I adjust the thermal setting on the dash, cranking it up. I'm not cold. I'm never cold. But I need the tactile input. I need to feel the heat hitting my face to keep from putting my fist through the windshield. Patience is a virtue, they say. Fanculo that. Patience is torture. I glance sideways. Luciana is sitting in the passenger seat, staring out the tinted window. She's too still. Used to be, she'd fidget. She'd pick at her nails or smooth her skirt or look at me with those big terrified doe eyes that made me want to break something just to see her jump. Now, nothing. She's a statue carved out of ice and resentment. We wait for the dark to claim him, I say, my voice sounding like gravel in a blender. Patience, Luciana. She doesn't turn. She just watches the graffiti-stained warehouse across the street. You look ready to pull the trigger yourself. Is that a glare or hunger? Smart mouth. She's learning. Don't push me, I mutter, leaning my elbow on the wheel. You're here because you insisted. You push, I put you back in the car and lock the doors. Try it. I look at her then. Really look. The steel in her spine isn't fake. She's absorbing everything. The grime, the danger, the smell of violence that clings to me like cheap cologne. She doesn't flinch. She used to flinch at my shadow. This change is mine. I carved it into her, layer by layer, but I don't know if I can control it anymore. Movement across the street. The warehouse door groans open. A figure steps out. Fausto. I know the walk. That cowardly shuffle of a man who spends his life cooking books for a losing team. He's carrying a briefcase that looks older than he is. I snap a photo with my phone, rapid fire, and pull up the intel file. It matches. Face mapping confirms it in a second. I shove the screen toward Luciana. Fausto, I say. Right hand to your father's books. He's going to Naples tonight. She looks at the screen. Her fingers, resting loosely on the console, tighten into a small, white-knuckled fist. Just once. A spasm of rage or fear, I can't tell. Then she goes back to 0. I want the safe house coordinates, she says. Nothing more. Nothing less. He drives like a coward. Predictable. I drop the phone into the cup holder. Fausto gets into a beat-up sedan. Slamming the door echoes down the empty street. I wait. 1 beat. 2 beats. He pulls out, tires crunching on broken glass. I shift into gear. The gearbox clicks, decisive and heavy. I look at her. Stay here. This is messy business, Luciana. My business. She turns her head slowly. Her eyes are dark honey, but there's no sweetness in them tonight. She shakes her head. Once. Sharp. Then she reaches into her jacket and deliberately pats the small of her back. The 9mm I gave her. She's telling me she's strapped. She's telling me she's not a spectator. Stay here, I repeat, harder this time. No. Not anymore, she says. I watch him talk. I watch him bleed. Then don't flinch, Diocane. If you flinch, I put you back in a cage. She holds my gaze. Drive, Cesare. I grit my teeth so hard my jaw pops, but I pull out. We follow Fausto. He takes the side roads, weaving through the industrial decay. I stay 3 car lengths back, letting the darkness swallow the front of my car. I'm driving on instinct, dodging potholes that could swallow a Fiat, my eyes flicking to the rear view more often than the windshield. Checking her. She's scanning the mirrors. Systematically. Side, rear, side. The white van 2 blocks back hasn't turned yet, she says quietly. He's clean. I see it. I see everything. But hearing her say it, it does something to the tension in my chest. It twists it into something else. Fausto makes a sudden lane change. Luciana tilts her head, signaling it before I even react. She's reading the traffic. She's seeing the shadows the way I do. We've been speaking different languages since I dragged her out of her father's burning house. Fear and power. Now we're speaking the same dialect. Survival. Fausto turns hard into an alleyway between two derelict factories. A dead end. Or a meat point. I kill the lights and coast in, pulling into the black shade of a warehouse overhang. I cut the engine. The silence hits us like a physical weight. I reach for the Beretta, holstered under my jacket. The leather creaks. I check the clip, sliding it out and back in with a mechanical click-clack. I peel a tiny peeling sticker off the dashboard that's been driving me insane for the last mile, flicking it onto the floor mat. Focused. Controlled. We move now, I say. Stay low, close to the wall. Keep your eyes behind us. I turn to her. He has information on your father's location. I will get it. What happens after is business. She knows what that means. Business is a code word for a bullet to the brain. She reaches into her pocket. I tense, but she pulls out a fresh clip. Weighted. Full. She holds it out to me. I understand, Cesare, she says, her voice flat. I just want to hear the coordinates. Good. I take the clip, our fingers brushing. Her skin is cold. Fanculo the rest. I open the door. The air is chilly, biting at my face. Distant sirens wail somewhere in the city, a mournful, useless sound. We move. I take point, my body a shield. We stick to the grime-covered brick, moving through the shadows. I can hear her breathing behind me. Soft. Controlled. I can feel the heat of her body, just centimeters from my back. It's a distraction I can't afford, but knowing she's covering my flank, it makes me feel 10 feet tall and bulletproof. Keep your eyes wide, I mutter. Always, she whispers back. We hit the alley mouth. There's a heavy metal door shielding the entrance. I hit it with my shoulder, not breaking stride, pushing it open with a scrape of rust on concrete. Fausto is there. He's fumbling with his keys near a side door, the briefcase at his feet. I step out of the dark like a nightmare he's been expecting his whole life. Going somewhere, Fausto. He jumps, spinning around. He drops the keys. His eyes go wide, darting left and right, looking for an exit that doesn't exist. Then he sees Luciana behind me. His fear curdles into something uglier. A sneer twists his rat face. He recognizes her. Look what the D'Acciao dog has on his leash, he spits, his voice echoing off the damp walls. Savano's little prize whore. My blood stops. Just freezes in my veins. He didn't call me a dog. He insulted her. He looked at her and saw something to be used. Something to be sold. He spits a wad of chewing tobacco onto the ground, missing Luciana's boots by an inch. The leash is mine, Fausto, I growl, stepping into his space. And it's attached to my hand. Cesare, the briefcase, Luciana says. Sharp. Cutting through the red haze dropping over my vision. She's focused on the mission. I ignore her. I ignore the briefcase. I grab Fausto by the lapels of his cheap jacket and slam him against the brick wall. The air leaves him in a whoosh. Silvano, I roar right in his face. Where? I'd sooner die, pezzo di merda, he wheezes, trying to claw at my hands. That can be arranged, I say, my voice dropping to that dangerous calm that usually makes men piss themselves. But I take what I want first. I use my knee to pin his leg against the wall. Hard. Crushing muscle against brick. He grunts, his face going red. I grab his right hand. The one that wrote the ledgers. The one that signed the checks. Where? Fuck why? Snap. I break his index finger. Clean. Backwards. The scream that tears out of his throat is high and wet. It bounces off the alley walls. Luciana doesn't make a sound. She just watches. Naples, he screams, not running down his face. It's the old shipping tower, code Vesuvio. Please. Naples. The shipping tower. Luciana repeats it, under her breath. Vesuvio. She has what she needs. The mission is done. I step back, releasing him. Fausto slides down the wall a few inches, clutching his broken hand to his chest, sobbing. It's done, I say to Luciana. We go. But Fausto is stupid. Pain makes men stupid. He looks up. His eyes are wet, shiny with agony, but there's a flicker of something else there. Hate. He looks past me. Straight at her. He'll get tired of you, little whore, he hisses, blood on his teeth. Then you'll be on the street, begging for a real man too. The air in the alley drops 10 degrees. I stop breathing. My body goes rigid. Little whore. He thinks he can speak to her. He thinks he can look at her. Wrong move, I whisper. Fausto moves. He pulls a knife from his boot, a small, nasty thing. He doesn't come for me. He knows he can't take me. He lunges for her. A desperate, animal strike at my weakness. Luciana twists, turning her torso, but the blade flashes too close to her ribs. Shing. My heart hammers against my ribs like a sledgehammer. No. I move. I don't think. I just move. A blur of black tactical gear and pure, unadulterated rage. I catch his wrist midair. I squeeze until I feel the tendons grind together. Keep your hands off my property, Stronzo. I twist. Hard. Crack. His elbow snaps the wrong way. The sound is wet and sickening, like stepping on a dry branch wrapped in meat. Fausto shrieks, a high feminine wail that cuts off as I spin him around and slam him face first into the wall. The knife clatters to the pavement, spinning into a puddle of dirty water. He's done. He's broken. He's harmless. It doesn't matter. He touched what is mine. He threatened what is mine. I pull the carbon steel stiletto from my waistband. The grip is warm against my palm. Fanculo, I pant. I drive the blade into the side of his neck. Deep. Final. I twist it. Hot blood sprays out in a jet. It hits me in the face. It splatters across my charcoal shirt. It paints the brick wall in an abstract arc of violence. Fausto gurgles. His knees give out. I let him go. He slides down the wall like a puppet with cut strings, leaving a thick red smear behind him. He hits the ground. Twitches once. Stops. Silence rushes back into the alley, heavy and suffocating. The only sound is my own harsh breathing, and the rhythmic drip, drip, drip.
Chapter 23. Luciana POV. The silence in this place was aggressive. It wasn't the quiet of a church or a library. It was the pressurized, airtight vacuum of a space designed to keep the screaming world out. I walked across the living area of the new penthouse, my boots making a dull, heavy sound on the polished floors. It was sterile. Beautiful, in that cold architectural digest way that costs millions and feels like a mausoleum, but sterile. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city grid below, a sprawling mess of lights and traffic that looked deceptively peaceful from 30 stories up. Down there, people were eating late dinners, arguing over parking spots, living lives that didn't involve executing traitors in alleyways. Up here, the air was recycled and smelled of expensive leather, and the metallic tang of adrenaline that was slowly fading from my own skin. I ran a gloved hand along the marble countertop of the kitchen island. It was cold enough to burn. It's quiet, I said, my voice sounding too loud in the empty space. Too quiet. Cesare didn't look at me. He was standing by the floating bar, his silhouette cut from granite against the city lights. He moved with a controlled, predatory efficiency that never really turned off, even when we were supposedly safe. He poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into heavy crystal tumblers. No ice. No mixer. Just the burn. Soundproofing, he muttered, crossing the room. He shoved one of the glasses toward me. Drink? It wasn't a suggestion. I took the glass, feeling the weight of the crystal. My hand was steady, which was a miracle considering the chaotic shitshow we'd just driven away from. I swirled the whiskey, watching the liquid coat the sides of the glass. You always drink this much after a kill? I asked, raising the glass in a mock toast. To the next target, then. Caesar's slate-gray eyes tracked the movement, unblinking. It settles the nerves. Or deadens them. Take your pick. He downed half of his in one swallow, the muscles in his throat working. He looked like he was vibrating. A tightly coiled spring that hadn't fully released its tension despite the violence earlier. I took a sip, letting the fire scorch my throat, grounding me. I turned away from him, walking toward the glass wall. The city looked like a circuit board. My hand drifted unconsciously to the hidden pocket on my tactical vest, the one borrowed from his armory. Against my ribs, I could feel the hard rectangular outline of the encrypted drive. Marcello's ledger. The proof that Caesar's brother was a snake, selling out the family from the inside. I knew more about the enemy than Cesare did right now. I held the kill switch for his own bloodline in my pocket. The power of that was intoxicating, almost as much as the whiskey. I need a moment, I said, keeping my back to him. Need to wash the city off. Master Suite is through the double doors, he said, his voice low. Don't take too long. I walked away without acknowledging the command. Inside the bedroom, the luxury ramped up a notch. King-sized bed, satin sheets that probably cost more than my first car, and a walk-in closet that was larger than my old apartment. I stepped into the closet, smelling cedar and unworn silk. I moved quickly. I wasn't here to admire the thread count. I found a stack of bespoke suits hanging in the back, pushing them aside to find the paneling on the wall. It was a standard setup for high-end safe houses. I pried a loose molding back just enough to slip the small drive inside, wedging it between the drywall and the stud. I smoothed my vest down, checking myself in the full-length mirror. Dark circles under my eyes, hair a mess, dressed for war. I looked like a disaster, but for the first time in weeks, I didn't look like a victim. Stay there, I whispered to the wall. Wait for the match. I walked back out into the living area. Cesare hadn't moved. He'd shed his tactical jacket and his weapons belt, tossing them onto a leather armchair. He stood in just his tailored shirt, the top buttons undone, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that were corded with muscle and mapped with scars. He was staring at the floor, his shoulders rising and falling in a rhythm that suggested he was trying very hard not to punch a hole in the wall. I set my empty glass on the bar with a sharp thud. He flinched. Just a fraction, but I saw it. He looked up, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made the air in the room feel thin. You look like you're bracing for a bullet, I said, leaning back against the bar, crossing my arms. Can't even stand still, can you? He let out a breath that was half sigh, half growl. Stillness is a luxury, Luciana. One we don't have. We are close to finding him, I said, cutting through the bullshit. I walked toward him, stopping just inside his personal space. I could smell him, gun oil, expensive cologne, and the sharp, salty scent of sweat. What happens when you put a bullet in his head, Cesare? He stiffened. He knew I was talking about my father. Silvano Corsini. The man who sold me to settle a debt. Cesare turned fully toward me, his height eclipsing the view of the city. He reached out, his hands heavy on my shoulders. It wasn't a rough touch, but it was controlling. Anchoring. The debt is settled, he said, his voice rough gravel. The commission is satisfied. I will have the Corsini territory, and you will be free of your father's name. It will be finished. He was reciting the business plan. The official line. He was dodging the real question like a politician. I pulled back, forcing his hands to drop. And me? I demanded, my voice rising. What happens to the collateral when the debt is settled, Cesare? Do you trade me? Kill me? Send me to a convent? What's the market rate for a used Corsini daughter these days? I saw the flinch in his jaw. The word collateral was a weapon now, a jagged piece of glass I was shoving right into his chest. Do you have a price tag for me? I pushed, stepping closer. Tell me. Caesar's composure cracked. He made a sound in his throat, a guttural noise of frustration, and closed the distance. He didn't grab me, but he loomed over me, caging me in with nothing but his presence. You are not collateral anymore, Luciana, he hissed, the words tearing out of him. You are a complication. A necessary one. The air left my lungs. Complication. In his world, complications were usually eliminated, buried in the foundations of new construction projects. But the way he said it, it didn't sound like a threat. It sounded like an admission of defeat. He hadn't figured out how to get rid of me because he didn't want to. A complication, I repeated, testing the word. I have not figured out how to cut you loose, he admitted, his voice dropping to a whisper that vibrated through my bones. And I am starting to think I don't want to. The silence that followed wasn't aggressive anymore. It was heavy. Charged. Electric. He raised a hand, his knuckles, scarred and rough from years of breaking people, brushing a stray lock of hair from my face. His thumb traced the curve of my cheekbone. The touch was shocking in its gentleness. This man, who had dragged me out of my house by my hair weeks ago, was touching me like I was made of glass. I leaned into it. I couldn't help it. My body betrayed my brain, seeking the warmth of his hand. He didn't say anything else. He just took my hand, his fingers interlacing with mine in a grip that was possessive and tight, and pulled me toward the bedroom. I went with him. No fighting. No snarky comments. This was the conversation we couldn't have with words. Inside the dark room, the only light came from the city glow filtering through the sheer curtains. He turned me to face him at the foot of the bed. His eyes were dark pools, unreadable but focused entirely on me. He reached for the buckles of my tactical vest. Rest, Luciana, he murmured, undoing the clasps with methodical slowness. He pulled the heavy Kevlar from my shoulders and dropped it to the floor. Then he reached for the combat knife strapped to my thigh. You won't need these tonight. He placed the blade on the nightstand. Then he took the sidearm from my waistband and set it next to the knife. The disarming hit me harder than the undressing. He was stripping away my defenses, my hard shell, leaving me with nothing but skin and nerves. It was a massive gamble of trust. He could kill me right now. Snap my neck and be done with the complication. But he didn't. He ran the zipper down the front of my fatigues, the sound loud in the quiet room. His knuckles grazed my skin, leaving trails of fire. Look at what you do to me, he said, his voice thick. He peeled the fabric away, letting it pool at my ankles. I stepped out of my boots, standing before him in nothing but lace and the ink he'd put on me. His gaze dropped to my hip. To the D'Acciao crest tattooed there. The black lines were healed now, stark against my pale skin. He dropped to one knee, not to beg, but to inspect his property. His thumb traced the ink, heavy and reverent. My name is on you, he whispered, pressing a kiss to the skin right next to the mark. Everywhere. I shivered, my hands finding his shoulders to steady myself. Get up, Cesare. He stood, lifting me easily, tossing me onto the center of the bed like I weighed nothing. The mattress absorbed the impact, the cool sheets shocking against my back. He stripped quickly, tearing off his shirt and shoving down his pants with an urgency that betrayed his calm facade. When he stood naked in the dim light, he was terrifying. Beautiful in a brutal, scarred way, but terrifying. He was built for violence, every muscle carved for impact. And he was hard, ready for me. He crawled over me, but he didn't settle between my legs immediately. He hovered, bracing his weight on his hands, caging me again. Relax, he commanded softly. He lowered his head, his mouth finding the pulse point at my throat. He kissed it, feeling the frantic rhythm of my life beating against his lips. I own your breath, he murmured against my skin. I tipped my head back, baring my neck. Then take it. His hands began to map my body. He wasn't rushing. That was the torture. He touched my ribs, counting them with his fingertips, sliding down to the dip of my waist. He was memorizing me. It was agonizingly slow, a deliberate deconstruction of my resolve. "Feel that, Luciana?" he asked, his hand spanning my stomach, his thumb pressing down. "That pounding? That is for me." "You arrogant prick," I gasped, but my hands were already tangling in his dark hair, pulling him closer. He chuckled, a dark vibration against my chest. He moved lower, his mouth trailing fire down my sternum, over the swell of my breast. He gave them attention that bordered on worship, using his tongue and teeth until I was arching off the mattress, a whimper catching in my throat. "Patience, amore," he mocked, sensing my desperation. "We have all night." He moved down, kissing the flat plane of my stomach, blowing cool air over the wet skin. His hands gripped my hips, holding me in place as his face hovered over the center of my heat. "Say my name," he demanded, his breath hot against me. "Not the monster's. Mine?" "Cesare," I breathed. "Cesare, please." He didn't just touch me, he conquered. His tongue found me, skilled and relentless. He tasted me like I was the only sustenance left in a dying world. It wasn't just physical, it was a psychological dismantling. He was forcing me to unravel, to lose control, while he maintained absolute focus. I tried to close my legs as the sensation became too much, a sharp electric coil tightening in my belly, but he wedged his shoulders between my thighs, pinning me open.
Chapter 24. Cesare POV. The pre-dawn light was a liar. It painted the room in this calm, sterile silver that made the world look peaceful, but I knew better. Peace is a fucking myth. It's just the reload time between rounds. I stood over the bed, watching Luciana sleep. Even in the heavy quiet of the penthouse, she didn't look soft. She looked like a weapon in standby mode. My thumb traced the air above her hip, hovering over the ink I'd put there months ago. That dark crest. My mark. Seeing it on her skin, right where the sheet slipped low, hit me harder than a brass knuckle uppercut. "C'est la mia rovina, Luciana." My ruin. And I was letting it happen. Fuck, I was welcoming it. We had a plan for today. Code Vesuvio. We were going to cut the head off the snake, her father, that rat bastard Silvano Corsini, and watch the rest of the body twitch until it died. After that, who the hell knew? Maybe we'd actually live. Or maybe we'd burn. Standing there, smelling the faint lavender of her shampoo mixing with the gun oil on my hands, I realized I didn't give a shit about the empire anymore. I'd burn the whole D'Acciao legacy to the ground if it meant keeping her breathing. Fanculo. I was down bad. She stirred. No groggy shifting, no rubbing her eyes. She just went from 0 to 100. Her eyes snapped open, dark honey and sharp as cut glass. Her hand moved under the pillow, fast, practiced, and I saw the glint of the stiletto before she recognized me. "Easy, Tigra," I murmured, my voice scraping like gravel. She relaxed her grip, but didn't let go of the blade. That was my girl. "The silence is too loud, Cesare." "Yeah. It's the calm, before the bloodletting." She sat up, the sheet falling away, exposing the bruises I'd left on her collarbone the night before. She didn't cover them. She wore them like medals. She pulled the knife out, ran a finger along the flat of the blade, and slipped it into the sheath strapped to her thigh. "Are we ready for Vesuvio?" she asked. No fear. Just ice. We hit at 0700. No delays. No hesitation. I turned and walked toward the tactical room, the heavy blast doors already open. Coffee's shit, but it's hot. We moved to the table. It was a mess of maps, red markers, and surveillance photos of Silvano's safe house. I felt a weird comfort in the chaos of the plans. Maps I understood. Trajectories I could calculate. The way my chest tightened every time she looked at me? That was unmapped territory. I cracked my knuckles, the sound sharp in the large room. "If they move here," I pointed to the secondary exit on the blueprint with a red marker, "we break south, not north." The North Road is a choke point. Do not trust the perimeter guards Marcello placed, Luciana said, leaning over the table. He's been too quiet. Silence from a jealous brother isn't obedience, Cesare. It's ambush prep. I know. I've got my own guys on the inner circle. Marcello tries anything, he catches a bullet before he can. Thrum. I froze. It wasn't a noise you heard with your ears as much as felt in your teeth. A low, mechanical vibration coming up through the concrete floor. Like a heartbeat, but heavy. Diesel heavy. Luciana stopped mid-sentence. Her head tilted, eyes narrowing. Did you hear that? Non mi piace. I don't like it. My hand was already on the Glock under my jacket. I stared at the floor, waiting. City noise is random. Horns, sirens, the distant hum of traffic. This was rhythmic. Controlled. Thrum. 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 Then the security console screamed. A high-pitched ping that drilled straight into my skull. The main screen flashed red. Perimeter breach, South Sector. Cazzo. South Sector is breached. I slammed my hand on the table, sending the markers flying. The glass rattled. Move. Now. Cesare. The floor jumped. A massive boom rocked the entire building, throwing us sideways. The lights died instantly, replaced a split second later by the emergency red floods. The room, bathed in the color of blood. A framed photo of my father, the old Don looking stern and disappointed as always, crashed off the wall, shattering. Hold the line. Move to cover. I roared over the sudden wail of the main alarm system. Dio Kane. That was not a warning shot. Luciana was already moving, low and fast, toward the weapons cache. I snatched my comms headset from the table, jamming the earpiece in. Report. Status. Static. Screams. Then a voice I barely recognized through the gunfire. Tactical unit. Not Castellani. It's the feds. They have click. Dead air. I ripped the headset off and threw it against a marble pillar. It exploded in a shower of plastic. This is a tactical unit. Not Castellani, I snarled, looking at her. Someone sold the protocols. Pezzo di merda. It wasn't a rival family pushing for turf. It was a raid. A sanctioned, state-sponsored hit. And for them to breach the south wall that fast? They had the codes. Marcello. Or Silvano. It didn't matter who pulled the trigger, we were the ones in the crosshairs. Armory. Now. I shoved her toward the hidden panel in the wall. My fingers punched in the code, and the rack slid out. The smell of gun oil and cold steel hit me. Usually a comfort, now just a reminder of how fucked we were. I grabbed 2 heavy-duty vests. Vest. Now. Don't argue. I tossed one to her. She caught it, shrugging into the Kevlar over her silk nightwear without a word. I pulled mine on, the zipper snagging. Cazzo. I yanked it down with a grunt, strapping it tight over my chest. I grabbed an AR-15, slapped a mag in, and tossed a submachine gun to her. Then I grabbed the go bag I kept prepped for worst-case scenarios. Cash, passports, diamonds. Listen to me. I grabbed her shoulder, digging my fingers in hard. I pointed to the heavy steel door, disguised as a wardrobe in the corner. Escape tunnel. It dumps you 3 blocks over in the metro station. Go. I'll hold the line. Luciana looked at the bag in my hand. Then she looked at the door. Then she looked at me. And she threw the bag on the floor. It hit the carpet with a dull thud. She turned away from me, racked the slide on her weapon, and stared at the main entrance. No. This isn't a conversation. They will execute you. I grabbed her arm, trying to drag her. Panic was clawing at my throat, not for me, never for me, but for her. 10 minutes. That's all I need you to give me. Run. She spun on me, wrenching her arm free with a fury that matched mine. Let go of me, Cesare. If I don't meet you there, don't look back. I am not leaving you, Stronzo. She got right in my face, her eyes wild, blazing in the red emergency light. I choose this debt. We stand together, or we fall together. That is the only deal. I stared at her. The sounds of heavy boots were thundering up the stairwell now. We had maybe 60 seconds before the door blew. And she was standing there in silk and Kevlar, telling me she'd rather die in this room than live without me. Fuck. I let out a harsh breath, running a hand over the stubble on my jaw. You crazy peso de merda. Fine, she hissed, leveling her gun at the door. Then we make them remember our names. We make them bleed for every step. I pivoted. No more time for arguments. I slammed the main bedroom door shut and engaged the magnetic locks. Were clunk. It wouldn't hold forever. I grabbed the massive mahogany desk, my grandfather's desk, heavy as a coffin, and shoved. It scraped across the floor, groaning, until I jammed it against the door. This will buy us 60 seconds, I said, checking the angles. Ready yourself. Fanculo. Crack. The first hit from the battering ram shook the walls. The steel door groaned. They are fast, Luciana whispered, knuckles white on her grip. Don't look at the windows, they're breaching. Crack. The desk jumped an inch. Dust rained down from the ceiling. The sirens outside were deafening now, blue and red lights strobing through the gaps in the blinds, mixing with the emergency red inside to create an epileptic nightmare. I looked at the door. Then I looked at her. She was trembling. Not from cowardice, but from the adrenaline overdose. Her chest was heaving. She looked feral. Beautiful. And suddenly, the gun in my hand felt like the wrong tool. If this was the end, if the Reaper was knocking with a battering ram, I wasn't going out cold. I needed to feel alive one last time. I needed to brand her soul so deep that even if they dragged us to hell, the devil would know she was mine. Luciana. She looked at me, eyes wide. I dropped my rifle to its sling and grabbed her. If this is the end, Mia Regina, then it is mine, I growled, tearing at my tie. They can take the world, but they don't get you. I crushed my mouth to hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. I spun her around and slammed her back against the very door they were trying to break down. The steel vibrated against her spine with every hit from the other side. Thud. Her hands were in my hair, pulling, scratching. She dropped her gun onto the carpet and clawed at my jacket. Mine. Always, she gasped against my mouth. Take me, Cesare. Now. You are my blood now, Luciana, I snarled, biting her lip, tasting copper. Savano's debt is paid only in my heart. She shoved my jacket off my shoulders, ripping the lining. I didn't care. I grabbed the hem of her silk dress and yanked it up, bunching the fabric at her waist. My hand found her wet, hot, ready. The contrast between the cold terror of the room and the heat of her body was enough to snap my sanity. Don't stop, she begged, arching into my hand. Harder. Thud. The door buckled inward slightly. I didn't flinch. I pressed my forehead against hers, my hand working fast, rough. Look at me. Remember this. Say my name, Donna. Cesare. I ripped my zipper down. No finesse. No foreplay. We were past that. We were animals cornered in a cage, and the only freedom left was this. I gripped her hip, my fingers bruising the skin, and lifted her. She wrapped her legs around me instantly, locking her ankles behind my back. Ready for me, I muttered, feeling her slick heat against me. Just like I knew you would be. I need you, Cesare. Don't wait. I didn't. I slammed her against the groaning metal and thrust into her. Deep. All the way to the hilt in one stroke. We both shouted, a guttural sound that got swallowed by the wail of the sirens. See. Fucking mine. My eyes.
Chapter 25. Luciana POV. The cold steel of the compact Beretta Cesare shoved into my hand felt like a block of ice against my sweaty palm. My fingers were trembling so bad I thought I'd drop the damn thing and shoot my own foot off, so I clamped my left hand over my right just to keep the barrel steady. Keep up, Luciana. Move, Caso. Cesare didn't look back. He was a force of nature in a leather jacket, moving with a brutal, terrifying efficiency that made my chest ache. He shoved me forward, his hand heavy and hot on the small of my back, propelling me down the hallway. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning wiring, and that dry, dusty smell of pulverized drywall. It choked me. "They're through the wire," I muttered, the words tasting like copper. I could feel his heart pounding against my wrist where he gripped me, a furious sledgehammer rhythm that felt like the only real thing left in the world. We burst into the main foyer, and it was absolute chaos. The noise was a physical wall, shouting, heavy boots slamming on marble, the deafening crack, crack, crack of suppressed rifles that sounded like staple guns from hell. Caesar's security team was falling back, disorganized, bleeding. They were losing. We were losing. Cesare grabbed a guard by the tactical vest, hauling him upright. "Get to the roof. Signal the extraction." The guard didn't even argue, just sprinted. I stayed glued to Caesar's back, using his massive frame as a shield. I felt small. I felt like a liability. A round impacted the marble railing right next to my head, showering me with white dust that stung my eyes. I scrambled to check the safety on the gun Cesare gave me, scraping my knuckles raw on the slide because my hands were slick with sweat and dust. The plastic casing felt slippery, alien. "We can't hold them, Cesare." I screamed over the noise, though I doubt he heard me. The reverberation of "Did you love The Price of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read The Stain of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance by Lessa Steele." Luciana.